Part 1, Chapter 1 of Saints' Progress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Simon Evers. Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. Part 1, Chapter 1. Such a day made glad the heart. All the flags of July were waving, the sun and the poppies flaming, white butterflies sparring up and twining, and the bees busy on the snapdragons. The lime trees were coming into flower. Tall white lilies in the garden beds already rivaled the delphiniums. The York and Lancaster roses were full blown round their golden hearts. There was a gentle breeze, and a swish and stir and hum rose and fell above the head of Edward Pierson, coming back from his lonely ramble over Tintern Abbey. He had arrived at Kestrel, his brother Robert's home on the bank of the Wye, only that morning, having stayed at Bath on the way down. Now he had got his face burnt in that party-coloured way peculiar to the faces of those who have been too long in London. As he came along the narrow, rather overgrown avenue, the sound of a waltz thrummed out on a piano fell on his ears, and he smiled, for music was the greatest passion he had. His dark, grizzled hair was pushed back off his hot brow, which he fanned with his straw hat. Though not broad, that brow was the broadest part of a narrow oval face whose length was increased by a short, dark, pointed beard. A visage such as Van Dyck might have painted, grave and gentle, but for its bright grey eyes, cinder-lashed and crow's-footed, and its strange look of not seeing what was before it. He walked quickly, though he was tired and hot, tall, upright, and thin, in a grey parsonical suit, on whose black kerseymere vest a little gold cross dangled. Above his brother's house, whose sloping garden ran down to the railway line and river, a large room had been built out apart. Pierson stood where the avenue forked, enjoying the sound of the waltz and the cool whipping of the breeze in the sycamores and the birches. A man of 50, with a sense of beauty, born and bred in the country, suffers fearfully from nostalgia during a long unbroken spell of London, so that his afternoon in the old abbey had been almost holy. He had let his senses sink into the sunlit greenery of the towering woods opposite. He watched the spiders and the little shining beetles, the flycatchers and sparrows in the ivy, touched the mosses and the lichens, looked the speedwells in the eye, dreamed of he knew not what. A hawk had been wheeling up there above the woods, and he had been up there with it in the blue. He had taken a real spiritual bath, and washed the dusty fret of London off his soul. For a year he'd been working his parish single-handed, no joke, for his curate had gone for a chaplain, and this was his first real holiday since the war began 2 years ago, his first visit, too, to his brother's home. He looked down at the garden and up at the trees of the avenue. Bob had found a perfect retreat after his quarter of a century in Ceylon. Dear old Bob! And he smiled at the thought of his elder brother, whose burnt face and fierce grey whiskers somewhat recalled a Bengal tiger, the kindest fellow that ever breathed. Yes, he had found a perfect home for Furtzer and himself. And Edward Pierson sighed. He too had once had a perfect home, a perfect wife. The wound of whose death 15 years ago still bled a little in his heart. Their 2 daughters, Gratian and Noel, had not taken after her. Gratian was like his own mother, and Noel's fair hair and big grey eyes always reminded him of his cousin Lila, who, poor thing, had made that sad mess of her life, and now he had heard was singing for a living in South Africa. What a pretty girl she had been. Drawn by that eternal waltz tune, he reached the doorway of the music-room. A chintz curtain hung there, and to the sound of feet slipping on polished boards, he saw his daughter Noel waltzing slowly in the arms of a young officer in khaki. Round and round they went, circling, backing, moving sideways with curious steps which seemed to have come in recently, for he did not recognize them. At the piano sat his niece Eve, with a teasing smile on her rosy face. But it was at his young daughter that Edward Pierson looked. Her eyes were half closed, her cheeks rather pale, and her fair hair, cut quite short, curled into her slim round neck. Quite cool she seemed, though the young man in whose arms she was gliding along looked fiery hot. A handsome boy, with blue eyes and a little golden down on the upper lip of his sunny red-cheeked face. Edward Pierson thought, nice couple. and had a moment's vision of himself and Lila dancing at that long-ago Cambridge May week. On her 17th birthday, he remembered, so she must have been a year younger than Nolly was now. This would be the young man she had talked of in her letters during the last 3 weeks. Were they never going to stop? He passed into view of those within and said, "Aren't you very hot, Nolly?" She blew him a kiss. The young man looked startled and self-conscious, and Eve called out, "It's a bet, Uncle. They've got to dance me down." Pierson said mildly, "A bet, my dears?" Nell murmured over her shoulder, "It's all right, Daddy." And the young man gasped, "She's bet us one of her puppies against one of mine, sir." Pierson sat down, a little hypnotized by the sleepy strumming, the slow, giddy movement of the dancers, and those half-closed, swimming eyes of his young daughter looking at him over her shoulder as she went by. He sat with a smile on his lips. Nolly was growing up. Now that Gratian was married, she had become a great responsibility. If only his dear wife had lived. A smile faded from his lips. He looked suddenly very tired. The struggle, physical and spiritual, he had been through these 15 years, sometimes weighed him almost to the ground. Most men would have married again, but he had always felt it would be sacrilege. Real unions were forever, even though the Church permitted remarriage. He watched his young daughter with a mixture of aesthetic pleasure and perplexity. Could this be good for her? To go on dancing indefinitely with one young man, could that possibly be good for her? But they looked very happy, and there was so much in young creatures that he did not understand. Noel, so affectionate and dreamy, seemed sometimes possessed of a little devil. Edward Pierson was naive, attributed these outbursts of demonic possession to the loss of her mother when she was such a mite. Gratian, but 2 years older, had never taken her mother's place. That had been left to himself, and he was more or less conscious of failure. He sat there, looking up at her with a sort of whimsical distress, and suddenly, in that dainty voice of hers, which seemed to spurn each word a little, she said, "I'm going to stop," and sitting down beside him, took up his hat to fan himself. Eve struck a triumphant chord. "Hurrah! I've won!" The young man muttered, "I say, Noel, we weren't half done." "I know, but Daddy was getting bored, weren't you, dear? This is Cyril Morland." Pierson shook the young man's hand. "Daddy, your nose is burned." "My dear, I know." "I could give you some white stuff for it. You have to sleep with it on all night. Uncle and Auntie both use it." "Nolly." "Well, Eve says so. If you're going to bathe, Cyril, look out for that current." The young man, gazing at her with undisguised adoration, muttered, "Rather," and went out. Noel's eyes lingered after him. Eve broke a silence. "If you're going to have a bath before tea, Nolly, you'd better hurry up." "All right. Was it jolly in the Abbey, Daddy?" "Lovely, like a great piece of music." "Daddy always puts everything into music. You ought to see it by moonlight. It's gorgeous then. All right, Eve, I'm coming." But she did not get up, and when Eve was gone, cuddled her arm through her father's and murmured, "What do you think of Cyril?" "My dear, how can I tell? He seems a nice-looking young man." "All right, Daddy, don't strain yourself. It's jolly down here, isn't it?" She got up, stretched herself a little, and moved away, looking like a very tall child, with her short hair curling in round her head. Pierson, watching her vanish past the curtain, thought, "What a lovely thing she is." And he got up too, but instead of following, went to the piano and began to play Mendelssohn's Prelude and Fugue in E minor. He had a fine touch and played with a sort of dreamy passion. It was his way out of perplexities, regrets, and longings, a way which never quite failed him. At Cambridge he had intended to take up music as a profession, but family tradition had destined him for holy orders, and an emotional church revival of that day had caught him in its stream. He had always had private means, and those early years before he married had passed happily in an East End parish. To have not only opportunity but power to help in the lives of the poor had been fascinating. Simple himself, the simple folk of his parish had taken hold of his heart. When, however, he married Agnes Heriot, he was given a parish of his own on the borders of East and West, where he had been ever since, even after her death had nearly killed him. It was better to go on where work and all reminded him of one whom he resolved never to forget in other ties. but he knew that his work had not the zest it used to have in her day, or even before her day. It may well be doubted whether he, who had been in holy orders 26 years, quite knew now what he believed. Everything had become circumscribed and fixed by thousands of his own utterances. To have taken fresh stock of his faith, to have gone deep into its roots, would have been like taking up the foundations of a still-standing house. Some men naturally root themselves in the inexpressible, for which one formula is much the same as another. Though Edward Pierson, gently dogmatic, undoubtedly preferred his high church statement of the inexpressible to that of, say, the Zoroastrians. The subtleties of change, the modifications by science, left little sense of inconsistency or treason on his soul. Sensitive, charitable, and only combative deep down, he instinctively avoided discussion on matters where he might hurt others, or they hurt him. And since explanation was the last thing which could be expected of one who did not base himself on reason, he had found but scant occasion ever to examine anything. Just as in the old abbey he had soared off into the infinite with the hawk, the beetles, and the grasses, so now, at the piano, by these sounds of his own making, he was caught away again into emotionalism, without realizing that he is in one of his most religious moods. "Aren't you coming to tea, Edward?" The woman standing behind him, in a lilac-covered gown, had one of those faces which remain innocent to the end of the chapter, in spite of the complete knowledge of life which appertains to mothers. In days of suffering and anxiety like these of the Great War, Thirza Pierson was a valuable person. Without ever expressing an opinion on cosmic matters, she reconfirmed certain cosmic truths, such as though the whole world was at war, there was such a thing as peace, that though all the sons of mothers were being killed, there remained such a thing as motherhood, that while everybody was living for the future, the present still existed. Her tranquil, tender, matter-of-fact busyness, and the dew in her eyes, had been proof against 23 years of life on a tea plantation in the hot part of Ceylon, against Bob Pierson, against the anxiety of having 2 sons at the front, and the confidences of nearly everyone she came across. Nothing disturbed her. She was like a painting of goodness by an old master, restored by Kate Greenaway. She never went to meet life, but when it came, made the best of it. This was her secret, and Pierson always felt rested in her presence. He rose and moved by her side, over the lawn, towards the big tree at the bottom of the garden. "How do you think Noel is looking, Edward?" "Very pretty." "That young man, Thirza?" "Yes, I'm afraid he's over head and ears in love with her." At the dismayed sound he uttered, she slipped her soft round arm within his. "He's going to the front soon, poor boy." "Have they talked to you?" "He has. Nolly hasn't yet." "Nolly is a queer child, Thirza." "Nolly is a darling, but rather a desperate character, Edward." Pierson sighed. In a swing under the tree where the tea-things were set out, the rather desperate character was swaying. "What a picture she is," he said, and sighed again. The voice of his brother came to them, high and steamy, as though corrupted by the climate of Ceylon. "You incorrigible dreamy chap, Ted. We've eaten all the raspberries. Eve, give him some of jam. He must be dead. Oh, the heat. Come on, my dear, and pour out his tea. Hello, Cyril. Had a good bathe? By George, wish my head was well. Squat you down over there by Nolly. She'll swing and keep the flies off you." "Give me a cigarette, Uncle Bob." "What? Your father doesn't—" "Just for the flies. You don't mind, Daddy?" "Not if it's necessary, my dear." Noel smiled, showing her upper teeth, and her eyes seemed to swim under their long lashes. "It isn't necessary, but it's nice." "Ah," said Bob Pierson. "Here you are, Nolly." But Noel shook her head. At that moment she struck her father as startlingly grown up, so composed, swaying above that young man at her feet, whose sunny face was all adoration. No longer a child, he thought. Dear Nolly. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of Saint's Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 2. 1. Awakened by that daily cruelty, the advent of hot water, Edward Pierson lay in his chintz-curtained room, fancying himself back in London. A wild bee hunting honey from the bowl of flowers on the window-sill, and the scent of sweetbriar, shattered that illusion. He drew the curtain, and kneeling on the window-seat thrust his head out into the morning. The air was intoxicatingly sweet. Haze clung over the river and the woods beyond. The lawns sparkled with dew, and 2 wagtails strutted in the dewy sunshine. Thank God for loveliness, he thought. Those poor boys at the front. And, kneeling with his elbows on the sill, he began to say his prayers. The same feeling which made him beautify his church, use vestments, good music, and incense, filled him now. God was in the loveliness of his world, as well as in his churches. One could worship him in a grove of beech trees, in a beautiful garden, on a high hill, by the banks of a bright river. God was in the rustle of the leaves and the hum of a bee, in the dew on the grass and the scent of flowers. God was in everything. And he added to his usual prayer this whisper, I give thee thanks for my senses, O Lord. In all of us keep them bright and grateful for beauty. Then he remained motionless, prey to a sort of happy yearning very near, to melancholy. Great beauty ever had that effect on him. One could capture so little of it, could never enjoy it enough. Who was it who had said, not long ago, love of beauty is really only the sex instinct, which nothing but complete union satisfies? Ah, yes, George, Gracian's husband, George Laird. And a little frown came between his brows as though at some thorn in the flesh. Poor George. But then all doctors were materialists at heart. Splendid fellows, though. A fine fellow, George, working himself to death out there in France. One must not take them too seriously. He plucked a bit of sweetbriar and put it to his nose, which still retained the shine of that bleaching ointment Noel had insisted on his using. The sweet smell of those little rough leaves stirred up an acute aching. He dropped them and drew back. No longings, no melancholy. One ought to be out this beautiful morning. It was Sunday, but he had not to take 3 services and preach at least 1 sermon. This day of rest was really to be his own for once. It was almost disconcerting. He had so long felt like the cab-horse who could not be taken out of the shafts lest he should fall down. He dressed with extraordinary deliberation, and had not quite finished when there came a knock on his door, and Noel's voice said, "Can I come in, Daddy?" In her flax-blue frock, with a Gloire de Dijon rose pinned where it met on her faintly browned neck, she seemed to her father a perfect vision of freshness. "Here's a letter from Gratian. George has been sent home ill, and he's gone to our house. She's got leave from her hospital to come home and nurse him." Pierson read the letter. Poor George. "When are you going to let me be a nurse, Daddy?" "We must wait till you're 18, Nolly." "I could easily say I was. It's only a month, and I look much more." Pierson smiled. "Don't I?" "You might be anything from 15 to 25, my dear, according as you behave." "I want to go out as near the front as possible." Her head was poised so that the sunlight framed her face, which was rather broad, the brow rather too broad, under the waving light brown hair, the nose short and indeterminate, cheeks still round from youth, almost waxen pale, and faintly hollowed under the eyes. It was her lips, dainty yet loving, and above all her grey eyes, big and dreamily alive, which made her a swan. He could not imagine her in nurse's garb. "This is new, isn't it, Nolly?" "Cyril Morland's sisters are both out, and he'll be going soon. Everybody goes." "Gratian hasn't gone out yet. It takes a long time to get trained." "I know. All the more reason to begin." She got up, looked at him, looked at her hands, seemed about to speak, but did not. A little colour had come into her cheeks. Then, obviously making conversation, she said, "Are you going to church? It's worth anything to hear Uncle Bob read the lessons, especially when he loses his place. No, you're not to put on your long coat till just before church time. I won't have it." Obediently, Pierson resigned his long coat. "Now you see you can have my rose. Your nose is better." She kissed his nose, and transferred her rose to the buttonhole of his short coat. "That's all. Come along." and with her arm through his they went down. But he knew she had come to say something which she had not said. 2. Bob Pierson, in virtue of greater wealth than the rest of the congregation, always read the lessons in his high, steamy voice, his breathing never adjusted to the length of any period. The congregation, accustomed, heard nothing peculiar. He was the necessary gentry with the necessary finger in the pie. It was his own family whom he perturbed. In the second row, Noel, staring solemnly at the profile of her father in the front row, was thinking, "Poor Daddy, his eyes look as if they were coming out. Oh, Daddy, smile, or it'll hurt you." Young Morland beside her, rigid in his tunic, was thinking, "She isn't thinking of me." And just then her little finger crooked into his. Edward Pierson was thinking, "Oh, my dear old Bob, oh." And beside him, Thurzer thought, "Poor dear Ted, how nice for him to be having a complete rest. I must make him eat, he's so thin." And Eve was thinking, "Oh, Father, mercy." But Bob Pierson was thinking, "Cheero, only another 3 verses." Noel's little finger unhooked itself, but her eyes stole round to young Morland's eyes, and there was a light in them which lingered through the singing and the prayers. At last, in the reverential rustle of the settling congregation, a surpliced figure mounted the pulpit. "I come not to bring peace, but a sword." Pierson looked up. He felt deep restfulness. There was a pleasant light in this church. The hum of a country bluebottle made all the difference to the quality of silence. No critical thought stirred within him, nor any excitement. He was thinking, "Now I shall hear something for my good, a fine text. When did I preach from it last?" Turned a little away from the others, he saw nothing but the preacher's homely face up there above the carved oak. It was so long since he had been preached to, so long since he had had a rest. The words came forth, dropped on his forehead, penetrated, met something which absorbed them, and disappeared. A good plain sermon, he thought. Suppose I'm stale. I don't seem— "Let us not, dear brethren," droned the preacher's earnest voice, "think that our dear Lord, in saying that he brought a sword, referred to a physical sword. It was the sword of the Spirit to which he was undoubtedly referring, that bright sword of the Spirit which in all ages has cleaved its way through the fetters imposed on men themselves by their own desires, imposed by men on other men in gratification of their ambitions, as we have had so striking an example in the invasion by our cruel enemies of a little neighbouring country which had done them no harm. Dear brethren, we may all bring swords." Pierson's chin jerked. He raised his hand quickly and passed it over his face. "All bring swords," he thought. "Swords? I wasn't asleep, surely." "But let us be sure that our swords are bright, bright with hope and bright with faith, that we may see them flashing among the carnal desires of this mortal life, carving a path for us towards that heavenly kingdom where alone is peace, perfect peace. Let us pray." Pierson did not shut his eyes. He opened them as he fell on his knees. In the seat behind him, Noel and young Morland had also fallen on their knees, their faces covered each with a single hand. But her left hand and his right hung at their sides. They prayed a little longer than any others, and on rising, sang the hymn a little louder. 3. No paper came on Sundays, not even the local paper, which had so long and so nobly done its bit with headlines to win the war. No news whatever came of men blown up to enliven the hush of the hot July afternoon, or the sense of drugging which followed Aunt Thurzer's Sunday lunch. Some slept, some thought they were awake, but Noel and young Morland walked upward through the woods towards a high common of heath and furze, crowned by what was known as Kestrel Rocks. Between these two young people no actual word of love had yet been spoken. Their lovering had advanced by glance and touch alone. Young Morland was a school and college friend of the 2 Pierson boys now at the front. He had no home of his own, for his parents were dead, and this was not his first visit to Kestrel. Arriving 3 weeks ago, for his final leave before he should go out, he found a girl sitting in a little wagonette outside the station, and had known his fate at once. But who knows when Noel fell in love? She was, one supposes, just ready for that sensation. For the last 2 years she had been at one of those high-class finishing establishments where, in spite of the healthy curriculum, perhaps because of it, there is ever an undercurrent of interest in the opposing sex, and not even the gravest efforts to eliminate instinct are quite successful. The disappearance of every young male thing into the maw of the military machine put a premium on instinct. The thoughts of Noel and her school companions were turned, perforce, to that which, in pre-war freedom of opportunity, they could afford to regard as of secondary interest. Love and marriage and motherhood, fixed as the lot of women by the countless ages, were threatened for these young creatures. They not unnaturally pursued what they felt to be receding. When young Morland showed, by following her about with his eyes, what was happening to him, Noel was pleased. From being pleased, she became a little excited. From being excited, she became dreamy. Then, about a week before her father's arrival, she secretly began to follow the young man about with her eyes. Became capricious, too, and a little cruel. If there had been another young man to favour, but there was not, and she favoured Uncle Bob's red setter. Cyril Morland grew desperate. During these 3 days the demon her father dreaded certainly possessed her. And then, one evening, while they walked back together from the hayfields, she gave him a sidelong glance, and he gasped out, "Oh, Noel, what have I done?" She caught his hand and gave it a quick squeeze. What a change! What blissful alteration ever since! Through the wood young Morland mounted silently, screwing himself up to put things to the touch. Noel, too, mounted silently, thinking, "I will kiss him if he kisses me." Eagerness and a sort of languor were running in her veins. She did not look at him from under her shady hat. Sunlight poured down through every chink in the foliage, made the greenness of the steep wood marvellously vivid and alive, flashed on beech leaves, ash leaves, birch leaves, fell on the ground in little runlets, painted bright patches on trunks and grass, the beech moss, the ferns. Butterflies chased each other in that sunlight, and myriads of ants and gnats and flies seemed possessed by a frenzy of life. The whole wood seemed possessed, as if the sunshine were a happy being which had come to dwell therein. At a halfway spot, where the trees opened and they could see, far below them, the gleam of the river, she sat down on the bole of a beech tree, and young Morland stood looking at her. Why should one face and not another, this voice and not that, make a heart beat? Why should a touch from one hand awaken rapture, and the touch from another awaken nothing? He knelt down and pressed his lips to her foot. Her eyes grew very bright, but she got up and ran on. She had not expected him to kiss her foot. She heard him hurrying after her, and stopped, leaning against a birch trunk. He rushed to her, and without a word spoken, his lips were on her lips. The moment in life which no words can render had come for them. They had found their enchanted spot, and they moved no further, but sat with their arms round each other, while the happy being of the wood watched. A marvellous speeder-up of love is war. What might have taken 6 months was thus accomplished in 3 weeks. A short hour passed. Then Noel said, "I must tell Daddy, Cyril. I meant to tell him something this morning, only I thought I'd better wait in case you didn't." Morland answered, "Oh, Noel." It was the staple of his conversation while they sat there. Again a short hour passed, and Morland said, "I shall go off my chump if we're not married before I go out." "How long does it take?" "No time, if we hurry up. I've got 6 days before I rejoin, and perhaps the chief will give me another week if I tell him." "Poor Daddy. Kiss me again, a long one." When the long one was over, she said, "Then I can come and be near you till you go out." "Oh, Cyril." "Oh, Noel." "Perhaps you won't go so soon. Don't go if you can help it." "Not if I can help it, darling. But I shan't be able." "No, of course not. I know." Young Morland clutched his hair. "Everyone's in the same boat, but it can't last forever. And now we're engaged, we can be together all the time, till I've got the licence or whatever it is, and then— Daddy won't like our not being married in a church, but I don't care." Looking down at her closed eyes, and their lashes resting on her cheeks, young Morland thought, "My God, I'm in heaven." Another short hour passed before she freed herself. "We must go, Cyril." Kiss me once more." It was nearly dinner time, and they ran down. 4. Edward Pierson, returning from the evening service, where he had read the lessons, saw them in the distance, and compressed his lips. Their long absence had vexed him. What ought he to do? In the presence of love's young dream, he felt strange and helpless. That night, when he opened the door of his room, he saw Noel in the window-seat, in her dressing-gown, with the moonlight streaming in on her. "Don't light up, Daddy. I've got something to say." She took hold of the little gold cross on his vest and turned it over. "I'm engaged to Cyril. We want to be married this week." It was exactly as if someone had punched him in the ribs, and at the sound he made she carried on, "You see, we must be. He may be going out any day." In the midst of his aching consternation, he admitted a kind of reason in her words, but he said, "My dear, you're only a child. Marriage is the most serious thing in life. You've only known him 3 weeks." "I know all that, Daddy." Her voice sounded so ridiculously calm. "But we can't afford to wait. He might never come back, you see, and then I should have missed him." "But, Noel, suppose he never did come back. It would only be much worse for you." She dropped the little cross and took hold of his hand, pressing it against her heart. But still her voice was calm. "No, much better, Daddy. You think I don't know my own feelings, but I do." The man in Pierson softened. The priest hardened. "Nolly, true marriage is the union of souls, and for that time is wanted. Time to know that you feel and think the same, and love the same things." "Yes, I know, but we do." "You can't tell that, my dear. No one could in 3 weeks." "But these aren't ordinary times, are they? People have to do things in a hurry." "Oh, Daddy, be an angel. Mother would have understood and let me, I know." Pierson drew away his hand. The words hurt from a reminder of his loss, from a reminder of the poor substitute he was. "Look, Nolly," he said, "after all these years since she left us, I'm as lonely as ever because we were really one. If you marry this young man without knowing more of your own hearts than you can in such a little time, you may regret it dreadfully. You may find it turn out, after all, nothing but a little empty passion. Or again, if anything happens to him before you've had any real married life together, you'll have a much greater grief and sense of loss to put up with than if you simply stayed engaged till after the war. Besides, my child, you're much too young." She sat so still that he looked at her in alarm. "But I must." He bit his lips and said sharply, "You can't, Nolly." She got up, and before he could stop her, was gone. With the closing of the door, his anger evaporated and distress took its place. Poor child! What to do with this wayward chicken just out of the egg and wanting to be full-fledged at once? The thought that she would be lying miserable, crying perhaps, beset him so that he went out into the passage and tapped on her door. Getting no answer, he went in. It was dark but for a streak of moonlight, and in that he saw her, lying on her bed, face down, and, stealing up, laid his hand on her head. She did not move, and stroking her hair, he said gently, "Nolly, dear, I didn't mean to be harsh. If I were your mother, I should know how to make you see, but I'm only an old bumble-daddy." She rolled over, scrambling into a cross-legged posture on the bed. He could see her eyes shining. But she did not speak. She seemed to know that in silence was her strength. He said, with a sort of despair, "You must let me talk it over with your aunt. She has a lot of good sense." "Yes." He bent over and kissed her hot forehead. "Good night, my dear. Don't cry. Promise me." She nodded and lifted her face. He felt her hot, soft lips on his forehead, and went away a little comforted. But Noel sat on her bed, hugging her knees, listening to the night, to the emptiness and silence. Each minute so much lost of the little time left that she might have been with him. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 3. Pierson woke after a troubled and dreamful night, in which he had thought himself wandering in heaven like a lost soul. After regaining his room last night, nothing had struck him more forcibly than the needlessness of his words, "Don't cry, Nolly," for he had realized with uneasiness that she had not been near crying. No, there was in her some emotion very different from the tearful. He kept seeing her cross-legged figure on the bed in that dim light, tense, enigmatic, almost Chinese, kept feeling the feverish touch of her lips. A good girlish burst of tears would have done her good, and been a guarantee. He had the uncomfortable conviction that his refusal had passed her by, as if unspoken. And since he could not go and make music at that time of night, he had ended on his knees in a long search for guidance which was not vouchsafed him. The culprits were demure at breakfast. No one could have told that for the last hour they had been sitting with their arms round each other, watching the river flow by, talking but little, through lips too busy. Pierson pursued his sister-in-law to the room where she did her flowers every morning. He watched her for a minute, dividing ramblers from pansies, cornflowers from sweet peas, before he said, "I'm very troubled, Thirza. Nolly came to me last night. Imagine, they want to get married, those two." Accepting life as it came, Thirza showed no dismay, but her cheeks grew a little pinker and her eyes a little rounder. She took up a sprig of mignonette and said placidly, "Oh, my dear." "Think of it, Thirza, that child! Why, it's only a year or two since she used to sit on my knee and tickle my face with her hair." Thirza went on arranging her flowers. "Noel is older than you think, Edward. She's more than her age, and real married life wouldn't begin for them till after, if it ever began." Pierson experienced a sort of shock. His sister-in-law's words seemed criminally light-hearted. But, he stammered, the union, Thirza. Who can tell what will happen before they come together again?" She looked at his quivering face and said gently, "I know, Edward, but if you refuse, I should be afraid in these days of what Noel might do. I told you there's a streak of desperation in her." "Noel will obey me." "I wonder. There's so many of these war marriages now." Pierson turned away. "I think they're dreadful. What do they mean? Just a momentary gratification of passion. They might just as well not be." "They mean pensions, as a rule," said Thirza calmly. "Thirza, that is cynical. Besides, it doesn't affect this case. I can't bear to think of my little Nolly giving herself for a moment which may come to nothing, or may turn out the beginning of an unhappy marriage. Who is this boy? What is he? I know nothing of him. How can I give her to him? It's impossible. If they had been engaged some time, and I knew something of him, yes, perhaps, even at her age. But this hasty passionateness, it isn't right. It isn't decent. I don't understand, I really don't, how a child like that can want it. The fact is, she doesn't know what she's asking, poor little Nolly. She can't know the nature of marriage, and she can't realize its sacredness. If only her mother were here. Talk to her, Thirza. You can say things that I can't." Thirza looked after the retreating figure. In spite of his cloth, perhaps a little because of it, he seemed to her like a child who had come to show her his sore finger. And having finished the arrangement of her flowers, she went out to find her niece. She had not far to go, for Noel was standing in the hall, quite evidently lying in wait. They went out together to the avenue. The girl began at once. "It isn't any use talking to me, Auntie. Cyril is going to get a license." "Oh, so you've made up your minds?" "Quite." "Do you think that's fair by me, Nolly? Should I have asked him here if I'd thought this was going to happen?" Noel only smiled. "Have you the least idea what marriage means?" Noel nodded. "Really?" "Of course. Gratian is married. Besides, at school—" "Your father is dead against it. This is a sad thing for him. He's a perfect saint, and you oughtn't to hurt him. Can't you wait, at least till Cyril's next leave? He might never have one, you see." The heart of her whose boys were out there too, and might also never have another leave, could not but be responsive to those words. She looked at her niece, and a dim appreciation of this revolt of life menaced by death, of youth threatened with extinction, stirred in her. Noel's teeth were clenched, her lips drawn back, and she was staring in front of her. "Daddy oughtn't to mind. Old people haven't to fight and get killed. They oughtn't to mind us taking what we can. They've had their good time." It was just such a little speech that Thurza answered, "Yes, perhaps he hasn't quite realized that. I want to make sure of Cyril, Auntie. I want everything I can have with him while there's the chance. I don't think it's much to ask when perhaps I'll never have any more of him again." Thurza slipped her hand through the girl's arm. "I understand," she said. "Only, Nolly, suppose when all this is over, and we breathe and live naturally once more, you find you've made a mistake?" Noel shook her head. "I haven't." "We all think that, my dear, but thousands of mistakes are made by people who no more dream they're making them than you do now. And then it's a very horrible business. It would be especially horrible for you. Your father believes heart and soul in marriage being forever." "Daddy's a darling, but I don't always believe what he believes, you know. Besides, I'm not making a mistake, Auntie. I love Cyril ever so." Thurza gave her waist a squeeze. "You mustn't make a mistake. We love you too much, Nolly. I wish we had Gratian here." "Gratian would back me up," said Noel. "She knows what the war is, and you ought to, Auntie. If Rex or Harry wanted to be married, I'm sure you'd never oppose them. And they're no older than Cyril. You must understand what it means to me, Auntie dear, to feel that we belong to each other properly before it all begins for him, and there may be no more. Daddy doesn't realize. I know he's awfully good, but he's forgotten." "My dear, I think he remembers only too well. He was desperately attached to your mother." Noel clenched her hands. "Was he? Well, so am I to Cyril, and he to me. We wouldn't be unreasonable if it wasn't necessary. Talk to Cyril, Auntie, then you'll understand. There he is, only don't keep him long, because I want him. Oh, Auntie, I want him so badly." She turned and slipped back into the house, and Thurza, conscious of having been decoyed to this young man, who stood there with his arms folded, like Napoleon before a battle, smiled and said, "Well, Cyril, so you've betrayed me." Even in speaking she was conscious of the really momentous change in this sunburnt, blue-eyed, and lazily impudent youth since the day he arrived, 3 weeks ago, in their little wagonette. He took her arm, just as Noel had, and made her sit down beside him on the rustic bench, where he had evidently been told to wait. "You see, Mrs. Pierson," he said, "it's not as if Noel were an ordinary girl in an ordinary time, is it? Noel is the sort of girl one would knock one's brains out for, and to send me out there knowing that I could have been married to her and wasn't, will take all the heart out of me. Of course I mean to come back, but chaps do get knocked over, and I think it's cruel that we can't take what we can while we can. Besides, I've got money, and that would be hers anyway. So do be a darling, won't you?" He put his arm round her waist, just as if he had been her son, and her heart, which wanted her own boy so badly, felt warmed within her. "You see, I don't know Mr. Pierson, but he seems awfully gentle and jolly, and if you could see into me, he wouldn't mind, I know. We don't mind risking our lives and all that, but we do think we ought to have the run of them while we're alive. I'll give him my dying oath or anything that I could never change towards Noel, and she'll do the same. Oh, Mrs. Pierson, do be a jolly brick and put in a word for me, quick. We've got so few days." "But my dear boy," said Thurza feebly, "do you think it's fair to such a child as Noel?" "Yes, I do. You don't understand. She's simply had to grow up. She is grown up, all in this week. She's quite as old as I am, really, and I'm 22. And you know it's got to be a young world from now on. People will begin doing things much earlier. What's the use of pretending it's like what it was and being cautious and all that? If I'm going to be killed, I think we've got a right to be married first. And if I'm not, then what does it matter?" "You've known each other 21 days, Cyril." "No, 21 years. Every day's a year when... Oh, Mrs. Pierson, this isn't like you, is it? You never go to meet trouble, do you?" At that shrewd remark, Thurza put her hand on the hand which still clasped her waist, and pressed it closer. "Well, my dear," she said softly, "we must see what can be done." Cyril Morland kissed her cheek. "I will bless you for ever," he said. "I haven't got any people, you know, except my 2 sisters. And something like tears started up on Thurza's eyelashes. They seemed to her like the babes in the wood, those 2. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of Saint's Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 4. 1. In the dining room of her father's house in that old London square between east and west, Gratian Laird, in the outdoor garb of a nurse, was writing a telegram. Reverend Edward Pierson, Kestrel, Tintern, Monmouthshire. George terribly ill. Please come if you can. Gratian. Giving it to a maid, she took off her long coat and sat down for a moment. She had been travelling all night after a full day's work, and had only just arrived to find her husband between life and death. She was very different from Noel, not quite so tall, but of a stronger build, with dark chestnut-coloured hair, clear hazel eyes, and a broad brow. The expression of her face was earnest, with a sort of constant spiritual inquiry, and a singularly truthful look. She was just 20, and of the year that she had been married, had only spent 6 weeks with her husband. They had not even a house of their own as yet. After resting 5 minutes, she passed her hand vigorously over her face, threw back her head, and walked upstairs to the room where he lay. He was not conscious, and there was nothing to be done but sit and watch him. If he dies, she thought, I shall hate God for his cruelty. I've had 6 weeks with George. Some people have 60 years. She fixed her eyes on his face, short and broad, with bumps of observation on the brows. He'd been sunburnt. The dark lashes of his closed eyes lay on deathly yellow cheeks. His thick hair grew rather low on his broad forehead. The lips were just open and showed strong white teeth. He had a little clipped moustache, and hair had grown on his clean-cut jaw. His pyjama jacket had fallen open. Gratian drew it close. It was curiously still for a London day, though the window was wide open. Anything to break this heavy stupor, which was not only George's, but her own, and the very world's. The cruelty of it, when she might be going to lose him for ever, in a few hours or days. She thought of their last parting. It had not been very loving, had come too soon after one of those arguments they were inclined to have, in which they could not as yet disagree with suavity. George had said there was no future life for the individual. She had maintained there was. They had grown hot and impatient. Even in the cab on the way to his train they had pursued the wretched discussion, and the last kiss had been from lips on lips, yet warm from disagreement. Ever since, as if in compunction, she had been wavering towards his point of view, and now when he was perhaps to solve the problem, find out for certain, she had come to feel that if he died, she would never see him after. It was cruel that such a blight should have come on her belief at this, of all moments. She laid her hand on his. It was warm, felt strong, although so motionless and helpless. George was so vigorous, so alive and strong-willed, it seemed impossible that life might be going to play him false. She recalled the unflinching look of his steel-bright eyes, his deep, queerly vibrating voice, which had no trace of self-consciousness or pretence. She slipped her hand onto his heart, and began, very slowly, gently rubbing it. He, as doctor, and she, as nurse, had both seen so much of death these last 2 years. Yet it seemed suddenly as if she had never seen death, and that the young faces she had seen, empty and white in the hospital wards, had just been a show. Death would appear to her for the first time if this face which she loved were to be drained for ever of light and colour, and movement and meaning. A humble-bee from the square garden boomed in and buzzed idly round the room. She caught her breath in a little sob. 2. Pierson received that telegram at midday, returning from a lonely walk after his talk with Thurzer. Coming from Gratian so self-reliant, it meant the worst. He prepared at once to catch the next train. Noel was out, no one knew where. So with a sick feeling he wrote, "Dearest child, I'm going up to Gratian. Poor George is desperately ill. If it goes badly, you should be with your sister. I will write tomorrow morning early. I leave you in your aunt's hands, my dear. Be reasonable and patient. God bless you. Your devoted Daddy." He was alone in his third-class compartment, and leaning forward watched the ruined abbey across the river till it was out of sight. Those old monks had lived in an age surely not so sad as this. They must have had peaceful lives, remote down here, in days when the church was great and lovely, and men laid down their lives for their belief in her, and built everlasting fanes to the glory of God. What a change to this age of rush and hurry, of science, trade, material profit, and this terrible war. He tried to read his paper, but it was full of horrors and hate. When will it end? He thought. And the train, with its rhythmic jolting, seemed grinding out the answer, never, never. At Chepstow a soldier got in, followed by a woman with a very flushed face and curious swimming eyes. Her hair was in disorder, and her lip bleeding as if she had bitten it through. So the soldier, too, looked strained and desperate. They sat down, far apart, on the seat opposite. Pierson, feeling that it was in their way, tried to hide himself behind his paper. When he looked again, the soldier had taken off his tunic and cap and was leaning out of the window. The woman, on the seat's edge, sniffing and wiping her face, met his glance with resentful eyes. Then, getting up, she pulled the man's sleeve. "Sit down, don't hang out of there." The soldier flung himself back on the seat and looked at Pierson. "The wife and me's had a bit of a row," he said companionably. "Gets on me nerves. I'm not used to it. She was in a raid and her nerves are all gone funny. Ain't they, old girl? Makes me feel me head. I've been wounded there, you know. Can't stand much now. I better do something if she's to go on like this for long." Pierson looked at the woman, but her eyes still met his resentfully. The soldier held out a packet of cigarettes. "Take one," he said. Pierson took one, and feeling that the soldier wanted him to speak, murmured, "We all have these troubles with those we're fond of. The fonder we are of people, the more we feel them, don't we? I had one with my daughter last night." "Ah," said the soldier, "that's right. The wife and me'll make it up. Here, come off it, old girl." From behind his paper he soon became conscious of the sounds of reconciliation. Reproaches because someone had been offered a drink, kisses mixed with mild slappings, and abuse. When they got out at Bristol, the soldier shook his hand warmly, but the woman still gave him her resentful stare, and he thought dreamily, "The war, how it affects everyone." His carriage was invaded by a swarm of soldiers, and the rest of the journey was past him, making himself small. When at last he reached home, Gratian met him in the hall. "Just the same, the doctor says we shall know in a few hours now. How sweet of you to come. You must be tired in this heat. It's dreadful to spoil your holiday." "My dear, as if. May I go up and see him?" George Laird was still lying in that stupor, and Pierson stood gazing down at him compassionately. Like most parsons, he had a wide acquaintance with the sick and dying, and one remorseless fellowship with death. Death, the commonest thing in the world now, commoner than life. This young doctor must have seen many die in these last 2 years, saved many from death. And there he lay, not able to lift a finger to save himself. Pierson looked at his daughter. What a strong, promising young couple they were. And putting his arm round her, he led her away to the sofa, whence they could see the sick man. "If he dies, Dad," she whispered. "He would have died for the country, my love, as much as ever our soldiers do." "I know, but that's no comfort. I've been watching here all day. I've been thinking. Men will be just as brutal afterwards, more brutal. The world will go on the same." "We must hope not. Shall we pray, Gracie?" Gratian shook her head. "If I could believe that if I could believe anything. I've lost the power, Dad. I don't even believe in a future life. If George dies, we shall never meet again." Pierson stared at her without a word. Gratian went on. "The last time we talked I was angry with George because he laughed at my belief. Now that I really want belief, I feel that he was right." Pierson said tremulously, No, my dear, it's only that you're overwrought. God in his mercy will give back belief." "There is no God, Dad." "My darling child, what are you saying?" "No God who can help us. I feel it. If there were any God who could take part in our lives, alter anything without our will, knew or cared what we did, he wouldn't let the world go on as it does." "But, my dear, his purposes are inscrutable. We dare not say he should not do this or that, or try to fathom to what ends he is working. Then he's no good to us. It's the same as if he didn't exist. Why should I pray for George's life to one whose ends are just his own? I know George oughtn't to die. If there's a God who can help, it would be a wicked shame if George dies. If there's a God who can help, it's a wicked shame when babies die and all these millions of poor boys. I would rather think there's no God than a helpless or a wicked God. Her father had suddenly thrown up his hands to his ears. She moved closer and put her arms round him. Dad, dear, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Pierson pressed her face down to his shoulder and said in a dull voice, What do you think would have happened to me, Gracie, if I had lost belief when your mother died? I have never lost belief. Pray God I never shall. Gratian murmured, George would not wish me to pretend I believe. He would want me to be honest. If I'm not honest, I shan't deserve that he should live. I don't believe, and I can't pray. My darling, you're ever tired. No, Dad. She raised her head from his shoulder, and clasping her hands round her knees, looked straight before her. We can only help ourselves, and I can only bear it if I rebel. Pierson sat with trembling lips, feeling that nothing he could say would touch her just then. The sick man's face was hardly visible now in the twilight, and Gratian went over to his bed. She stood looking down at him a long time. Go and rest, Dad. The doctor's coming again at 11. I'll call you if I want anything. I shall lie down a little beside him. Pierson kissed her and went out. To lie there beside him would be the greatest comfort she could get. He went to the bare, narrow little room he had occupied ever since his wife died, and, taking off his boots, walked up and down, with a feeling of almost crushing loneliness. Both his daughters in such trouble, and he of no use to them. It was as if life were pushing him utterly aside. He felt confused, helpless, bewildered. Surely if Gratian loved George, she had not left God's side, whatever she might say. Then, conscious of the profound heresy of this thought, he stood still at the open window. Earthly love, heavenly love, was there any analogy between them? From the square gardens the indifferent whisper of the leaves answered, and a news vendor at the far end bawling his nightly tale of murder. 3. George Laird passed the crisis of his illness that night, and in the morning was pronounced out of danger. He had a splendid constitution, and, Scotsman on his father's side, a fighting character. He came back to life very weak, but avid of recovery, and his first words were, "I've been hanging over the edge, Gracie." A very high cliff, and his body half over, balancing. 1 inch, the merest fraction of an inch more, and over he would have gone. Deuced rum situation, but not so horrible as it would have been in real life. With the slip of that last inch he felt he would have passed at once into oblivion, without the long horror of a fall. So this was what it was for all the poor fellows he'd seen slip in the past 2 years. Mercifully, at the end, one was not alive enough to be conscious of what one was leaving, not alive enough even to care. If he'd been able to take in the presence of his young wife, able to realize that he was looking at her face, touching her for the last time, it would have been hell. If he'd been up to realizing sunlight, moonlight, the sound of the world's life outside, the softness of the bed he lay on, it would have meant the most poignant anguish of defraudment. Life was a rare good thing, and to be squashed out of it with your powers at full, a wretched mistake in nature's arrangements, a wretched villainy on the part of man. For his own death, like all these other millions of premature deaths, would have been due to the idiocy and brutality of men. He could smile now, with Gratian looking down at him, but the experience had heaped fuel on a fire which had already smouldered in his doctor's soul against that half-emancipated breed of apes, the human race. Well, now he would get a few days off from his death carnival. And he lay, feasting his returning senses on his wife. She made a pretty nurse, and his practised eye judged her a good one, firm and quiet. George Laird was 30, At the opening of the war he was in an East End practice and had volunteered at once for service with the army. For the first 9 months he'd been right up in the thick of it. A poisoned arm, rather than the authorities, had sent him home. During that leave he married Gratian. He had known the Piersons some time, and, made conscious of the instability of life, had resolved to marry her at the first chance he got. For his father-in-law he had respect and liking, ever mixed with what was not quite contempt and not quite pity. The blend of authority with humility, cleric with dreamer, monk with artist, mystic with man of action, in Pierson, excited in him an interested but often irritated wonder. He saw things so differently himself, and had little of the humorous curiosity which enjoys what is strange simply because it is strange. They could never talk together without soon reaching a point when he wanted to say, "If we're not to trust our reason and our senses for what they're worth, sir, will you kindly tell me what we are to trust? How can we exert them to the utmost in some matters, and in others suddenly turn our backs on them?" Once, in one of their discussions, which often bordered on acrimony, he had expounded himself at length. "I grant," he had said, "that there's a great ultimate mystery, that we shall never know anything for certain about the origin of life and the principle of the universe. But why should we suddenly shut up our inquiring apparatus and deny all the evidence of our reason, say about the story of Christ, or the question of a future life, or our moral code? If you want me to enter a temple of little mysteries, leaving my reason and senses behind, as a Mohammedan leaves his shoes, it won't do to say to me simply, 'There it is, enter.' You must show me the door, and you can't. And I'll tell you why, sir, because in your brain there's a little twist which is not in mine, or the lack of a little twist which is in mine. Nothing more than that divides us into the two main species of mankind, one of whom worships and one of whom doesn't. Oh yes, I know you won't admit that, because it makes your religions natural instead of what you call supernatural. But I assure you there's nothing more to it. Your eyes look up or they look down. They never look straight before them. Well, mine do just the opposite." That day Pierson had been feeling very tired, and though to meet his attack was vital, he had been unable to meet it. His brain had stammered. He had turned a little away, leaning his cheek on his hand, as if to cover that momentary break in his defences. Some days later he had said, "I am able now to answer your questions, George. I think I can make you understand." Laird had answered, "All right, sir, go ahead. You begin by assuming that the human reason is the final test of all things. What right have you to assume that? Suppose you were an ant. You would take your ant's reason as the final test, wouldn't you? Would that be the truth?" And a smile had fixed itself on his lips above his little grave beard. George Laird also had smiled. "That seems a good point, sir," he said, "until you recognise that I don't take the human reason as the final test in any absolute sense. I only say it's the highest test we can apply, and that, behind that test, all is quite dark and unknowable." "Revelation, then, means nothing to you?" "Nothing, sir." "I don't think we can usefully go on, George." "I don't think we can, sir. In talking with you, I always feel like fighting a man with one hand tied behind his back." "And I perhaps feel that I am arguing with one who was blind from birth." For all that, they had argued often since, but never without those peculiar smiles coming on their faces. Still, they respected each other, and Pierson had not opposed his daughter's marriage to this heretic, whom he knew to be an honest and trustworthy man. It had taken place before Laird's arm was well, and the two had snatched a month's honeymoon before he went back to France, and she to her hospital in Manchester. Since then, just one February fortnight by the sea had been all their time together. In the afternoon he had asked for beef tea, and having drunk a cup said, "I've got something to tell your father." But warned by the pallor of his smiling lips, Gratian answered, "Tell me first, George." "Our last talk, Gracie, well, there's nothing on the other side. I looked over, it's as black as your hat." Gratian shivered. "I know. While you were lying here last night, I told father." He squeezed her hand and said, "I also wanted to tell him." "Dad will say the motive for life is gone." "I say it leaps out all the more, Gracie. What a mess we make of it, we angel apes. When shall we be men, I wonder? You and I, Gracie, will fight for a decent life for everybody. No hands-upping about that. Bend down. It's good to touch you again. Everything's good. I'm going to have a sleep. After the relief of the doctor's report in the early morning, Pierson had gone through a hard struggle. What should he wire to Noel? He longed to get her back home, away from temptation to the burning indiscretion of this marriage. But ought he to suppress reference to George's progress? Would that be honest? At last he sent this telegram. George out of danger but very weak. Come up. By the afternoon post, however, he received a letter from Thirza. I've had 2 long talks with Noel and Cyril. It is impossible to budge them. And I really think, dear Edward, that it will be a mistake to oppose it rigidly. He may not go out as soon as we think. How would it be to consent to their having banns published? That would mean another 3 weeks anyway, and in absence from each other they might be influenced to put it off. I'm afraid this is the only chance, for if you simply forbid it, I feel they will run off and get married somewhere at a registrar's. Pierson took this letter out with him into the square garden for painful cogitation. No man can hold a position of spiritual authority for long years without developing the habit of judgment. He judged Noel's conduct to be headlong and undisciplined, and the vein of stubbornness in his character fortified the father and the priest within him. Thirza disappointed him. She did not seem to see the irretrievable gravity of this hasty marriage. She seemed to look on it as something much lighter than it was, to consider that it might be left to chance, and that if chance turned out unfavourable, there would still be a way out. To him there would be no way out. He looked up at the sky as if for inspiration. It was such a beautiful day, and so bitter to hurt his child, even for her good. What would her mother have advised? Surely Agnes had felt at least as deeply as himself the utter solemnity of marriage. And sitting there in the sunlight, he painfully hardened his heart. He must do what he thought right, no matter what the consequences. So he went in and wrote that he could not agree, and wished Noel to come back home at once. End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 5. 1. But on the same afternoon, just about that hour, Noel was sitting on the river bank with her arms folded tight across her chest, and by her side Cyril Morland, with despair in his face, was twisting a telegram. "Rejoin tonight. Regiment leaves tomorrow." What consolation that 1,000,000 such telegrams had been read and sorrowed over these last 2 years. What comfort that the sun was daily blotted dim for hundreds of bright eyes, the joy of life poured out and sopped up by the sands of desolation. "How long have we got, Cyril?" "I've engaged a car from the inn, so I needn't leave till midnight. I've packed already, to have more time." "Let's have it to ourselves, then. Let's go off somewhere. I've got some chocolate." Morland answered miserably. "I can send the car up here for my things and have it pick me up at the inn, if you'll say good-bye to them for me afterwards. We'll walk down the line, then we shan't meet anyone." And in the bright sunlight they walked hand in hand on each side of a shining rail. About 6 they reached the Abbey. "Let's get a boat," said Noel. "We can come back here when it's moonlight. I know a way of getting in after the gate's shut." They hired a boat, rowed over to the far bank, and sat on the stern seat side by side under the trees where the water was stained deep green by the high woods. If they talked, it was but a word of love now and then, or to draw each other's attention to a fish, a bird, a dragonfly. What use making plans, for lovers the chief theme? Longing paralysed their brains. They could do nothing but press close to each other, their hands enlaced, their lips meeting now and then. On Noel's face was a strange fixed stillness, as if she were waiting, expecting. They ate their chocolates. The sunset dew began to fall. The river changed and grew whiter. The sky paled to the colour of an amethyst. Shadows lengthened, dissolved slowly. It was past 9 already. A water-rat came out. A white owl flew over the river towards the abbey. The moon had come up, but shed no light as yet. They saw no beauty in all this. Too young, too passionate, too unhappy. Noel said, "When she's over those trees, Cyril, let's go. It'll be half dark." They waited, watching the moon, which crept with infinite slowness up and up, brightening ever so little every minute. "Now," said Noel, and Morland rowed across. They left the boat, and she led the way past an empty cottage to a shed with a roof sloping up to the abbey's low outer wall. "We can get over here," she whispered. They clambered up and over to a piece of grassy courtyard, and passed on to an inner court under the black shadow of the high walls. "What's the time?" said Noel. 10:30. "Already? Let's sit here in the dark and watch for the moon." They sat down close together. Noel's face still had on it that strange look of waiting, and Morland sat obedient with his hand on her heart, and his own heart beating almost to suffocation. They sat, still as mice, and the moon crept up. It laid a first vague greyness on the high wall, which spread slowly down, and brightened till the lichen and the grasses up there were visible, then crept on, silvering the dark above their heads. Noel pulled his sleeve and whispered, "See?" There came the white owl, soft as a snowflake, drifting across in that unearthly light as if flying to the moon. And just then the top of the moon itself looked over the wall, a shaving of silvery gold. It grew, became a bright spread fan, then balanced there, full and round, the colour of pale honey. "Ours," Noel whispered. 2. From the side of the road Noel listened till the sound of the car was lost in the folds of the valley. She did not cry, but passed her hands over her face and began to walk home, keeping to the shadow of the trees. How many years had been added to her age in those 6 hours since the telegram came? Several times in that 1.5 miles she stepped into a patch of brighter moonlight to take out and kiss a little photograph, then slip it back next to her heart, heedless that so warm a place must destroy any effigy. She felt not the faintest compunction for the recklessness of her love. It was her only comfort against the crushing loneliness of the night. It kept her up, made her walk on with a sort of pride, as if she got the best of fate. He was hers for ever now, in spite of anything that could be done. She did not even think what she would say when she got in. She came to the avenue and passed up it, still in a sort of dream. Her uncle was standing before the porch. She could hear his mutterings. She moved out of the shadow of the trees, went straight up to him, and, looking in his perturbed face, said calmly, "Cyril asked me to say good-bye to you all, uncle. Good night." "But I say, Nolly, look here, you." She passed on. She went up to her room. There, by the door, her aunt was standing, and would have kissed her. She drew back. "No, auntie, not tonight." And slipping by, she locked her door. Bob and Thirza Pierson, meeting in their own room, looked at each other askance. Relief at their niece's safe return was confused by other emotions. Bob Pierson expressed his first. "Oh, I was going to think we should have to drag the river. What girls are coming to?" "It's the war, Bob." "I didn't like her face, old girl. I don't know what it was, but I didn't like her face." Neither did Thirza, but she would not admit it, and encouraged Bob to take it to heart. He took things so hardly, and with such a noise. She only said, "Poor young things. I suppose it will be a relief to Edward." "I love Nolly," said Bob Pierson suddenly. "She's an affectionate creature. Damn it, I'm sorry about this. It's not so bad for young Morland. He's got the excitement, though I shouldn't like to be leaving Nolly if I were young again. Thank God neither of our boys is engaged. By George, when I think of them out there, and myself here, I feel as if the top of my head would come off. And those politician chaps spouting away in every country, how they can have the cheek." Thirza looked at him anxiously. "And no dinner," he said suddenly. "What do you think they've been doing with themselves?" "Holding each other's hands, poor dears. Do you know what time it is, Bob? Nearly 1 o'clock. Well, all I can say is I've had a wretched evening. Get to bed, old girl. You'll be fit for nothing. He was soon asleep, but Thirza lay awake, not exactly worrying, for that was not her nature, but seeing Noel's face, pale, languid, passionate, possessed by memory. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 6. 1. Noel reached her father's house next day, late in the afternoon. There was a letter in the hall for her. She tore it open and read, "My darling love, I got back all right, and am posting this at once to tell you that we shall pass through London and go from Charing Cross, I expect about 9 o'clock tonight. I shall look out for you there, in case you are up in time. Every minute I think of you and of last night. Oh, Noel, your devoted lover, C." She looked at the wristwatch, which, like every other little patriot, she possessed. 7:30. If she waited, Gratian or her father would seize on her. "Take my things up, Dinah. I've got a headache from travelling. I'm going to walk it off. Perhaps I shan't be in till 9:30 or so. Give my love to them all." "Oh, Miss Noel, you can't." But Noel was gone. She walked towards Charing Cross, and to kill time went into a restaurant and had that simple repast, coffee and a bun, which those in love would always take if society did not forcibly feed them on other things. Food was ridiculous to her. She sat there in the midst of a perfect hive of creatures eating hideously. The place was shaped like a modern prison, having tiers of gallery round an open space, and in the air was the smell of viands and the clatter of plates and the music of a band. Men in khaki everywhere, and Noel glanced from form to form to see if by chance one might be that which represented for her life and the British Army. At 8:30 she went out and made her way, through the crowd still mechanically searching khaki for what she wanted, and it was perhaps fortunate that there was that about her face and walk, something which touched people. At the station she went up to an old porter, and putting a shilling into his astonished hand, asked him to find out for her whence Morland's regiment would start. He came back presently and said, "Come with me, miss." Noel went. He was rather lame, had grey whiskers, and a ghostly thin resemblance to her Uncle Bob, which perhaps had been the reason why she had chosen him. "Brother going out, miss?" Noel nodded. "Oh, it's a cruel war. I shan't be sorry when it's over. Going out and coming in, we see some sad sights here. Wonderful spirits they've got, too. I never look at the clock now but what I think, there you go, slow coach. I'd like to set you on to the day the boys come back. When I puts a bag in, another for hell, I thinks. And so it is, miss, from all I can hear. I've got a son out there myself. It's here they'll come along. You stand quiet and keep a look out, and you'll get a few minutes with him when he's done with his men. I wouldn't move if I were you. He'll come to you all right. Can't miss you there." And looking at her face, he thought, astonishing what a lot of brothers go. What poor little missy. Little lady, too. Wonderful collector she is. It's hard. And trying to find something consoling to say, he mumbled out, "You couldn't be in a better place for seeing him off. Good night, miss. Anything else I can do for you?" "No, thank you. You've been very kind." He looked back once or twice at her blue-clad figure standing very still. He had left her against a little oasis of piled-up empty milk cans, far down the platform where a few civilians in similar case were scattered. The trainway was empty as yet. In the grey immensity of the station and the turmoil of its noise, she felt neither lonely nor conscious of others waiting, too absorbed in the one thought of seeing him and touching him again. The empty train began backing in, stopped, and telescoped with a series of little clattering bangs, backed on again, and subsided to rest. Noel turned her eyes towards the station archways. Already she felt tremulous, as though the regiment was sending before it the vibration of its march. She had not as yet seen a troop train start, and vague images of brave array, of a flag fluttering, and the stir of drums beset her. Suddenly she saw a brown swirling mass down there at the very edge, out of which a thin brown trickle emerged towards her. No sound of music, no waved flag. She had a longing to rush down to the barrier, but remembering the words of the porter, stayed where she was, with her hands tightly squeezed together. The trickle became a stream, a flood, the head of which began to reach her. With a turbulence of voices, sunburnt men, burdened up to the nose, passed, with rifles jutting at all angles. She strained her eyes, staring into that stream as one might into a walking wood, to isolate a single tree. Her head reeled with the strain of it, and the effort to catch his voice among the hubbub of all those cheery, common, happy-go-lucky sounds. Some who saw her clucked out their tongues, some went by silence. Others seemed to scan her as though she might be what they were looking for. And ever the stream and the hubbub melted into the train, and yet came pouring on. And still she waited motionless, with an awful fear. How could he ever find her, or she him? Then she saw that others as those waiting had found their men, and the longing to rush up and down the platform almost overcame her, but still she waited. And suddenly she saw him, with 2 other officer boys, close to the carriages, coming slowly down towards her. She stood with her eyes fixed on his face. They passed, and she nearly cried out. Then he turned, broke away from the other 2, and came straight to her. He'd seen her before she had seen him. He was very flushed, had a little fixed frown between his blue eyes, and a set jaw. They stood looking at each other, their hands hard gripped. All the emotion of last night welling up within them, so that to speak would have been to break down. The milk cans formed a kind of shelter, and they stood so close together that none could see their faces. Noel was the first to master her power of speech. Her words came out, dainty as ever, through trembling lips. "Write to me as much as ever you can, Cyril. I'm going to be a nurse at once, and the first leave you get, I shall come to you. Don't forget." "Forget? Move a little back, darling. They can't see us here. Kiss me." She moved back, thrust her face forward so that he need not stoop, and put her lips up to his. Then, feeling that she might swoon and fall over among the cans, she withdrew her mouth, leaving her forehead against his lips. He murmured, "Was it all right when you got in last night?" "Yes, I said good-bye for you." "Oh, Noel, I've been afraid. I oughtn't. I oughtn't. Yes, nothing can take you from me now." "You have got pluck, more than." A long whistle sounded. Morland grasped her hands convulsively. "Good-bye, my little wife. Don't fret. Good-bye. I must go. God bless you, Noel." "I love you." They looked at each other just another moment. Then she took her hands from his and stood back in the shadow of the milk cans, rigid, following him with her eyes till he was lost in the train. Every carriage window was full of those brown figures and red-brown faces. Hands were waving vaguely, voices calling vaguely. Here and there one cheered. Someone leaning far out started to sing, "If old acquaintance." But Noel stood quite still in the shadow of the milk cans, her lips drawn in, her hands hard clenched in front of her. And young Morland at his window gazed back at her. 2. How she came to be sitting in Trafalgar Square she did not know. Tears had formed a mist between her and all that seething summer evening crowd. Her eyes mechanically followed the wandering searchlights, those new milky ways, quartering the heavens and leading nowhere. All was wonderfully beautiful, the sky a deep dark blue, the moonlight whitening the spire of St. Martin's, and everywhere endowing the great blacked-out buildings with dream life. Even the lions had come to life and stared out over this moonlit desert of little human figures, too small to be worth the stretching out of a paw. She sat there, aching dreadfully, as if the longing of every bereaved heart in all the town had settled in her. She felt it tonight 1,000 times worse, for last night she had been drugged on the new sensation of love triumphantly fulfilled. Now she felt as if life had placed her in the corner of the huge silent room, blown out the flame of joy, and locked the door. A little dry sob came from her. The hayfields and Cyril, with shirt unbuttoned at the neck, pitching hay and gazing at her while she dabbled her fork in the thin leavings. The bright river, and their boat grounded on the shallows, and the swallows flitting over them. And that long dance with the feel of his hand between her shoulder-blades. Memories so sweet and sharp that she almost cried out. She saw again their dark grassy courtyard in the Abbey, and the white owl flying over them. The white owl, flying there again tonight, with no lovers on the grass below. She could only picture Cyril now as a brown atom in that swirling brown flood of men flowing to a huge brown sea. Those cruel minutes on the platform, when she had searched and searched the walking wood for her one tree, seemed to have burned themselves into her eyes. Cyril was lost. She could not single him out, all blurred among those 1,000 other shapes. And suddenly she thought, and I'm lost to him. He's never seen me at home, never seen me in London. He won't be able to imagine me. It's all in the past, only the past, for both of us. Is there anyone so unhappy? And the town's voices, wheels and passing feet, whistles, talk, laughter, seemed to answer callously, not one. She looked at her wristwatch, like his, it had luminous hands. 10:30 was greenishly imprinted there. She got up in dismay. They would think she was lost, or run over, or something silly. She could not find an empty taxi, and began to walk, uncertain of her way at night. At last she stopped a policeman and said, "Which is the way towards Bloomsbury, please? I can't find a taxi." The man looked at her and took time to think it over. Then he said, "They're lining up for the theatres," and looked at her again. Something seemed to move in his mechanism. "I'm going that way, miss. If you like, you can step along with me." Noel stepped along. "The streets aren't what they ought to be," the policeman said. "What with the darkness and the war turning the girls' heads, you'd be surprised at the number of them that comes out. It's the soldiers, of course." Noel felt her cheeks burning. "I dare say you wouldn't have noticed it," the policeman went on, "but the war's a funny thing. The streets are gayer and more crowded at night than they've ever seen them. It's a fair picnic all the time. What we're going to settle down to when peace comes, I don't know. I suppose you find it quiet enough up your way, miss?" "Yes," said Noel, "quite quiet." "No soldiers up in Bloomsbury. You got anybody in the army, miss?" Noel nodded. "Oh, it's anxious times for ladies. What with the Zepps and their brothers and all in France, it's harassing. I've lost a brother myself, and I've got a boy out there in the Garden of Eden. His mother carries on dreadful about him. What we shall think of it when it's all over, I can't tell. These Huns are a wicked tough lot." Noel looked at him. A tall man, regular and orderly, with one of those perfectly decent faces so often seen in the London police. "I'm sorry you've lost someone," she said. "I haven't lost anyone very near, yet." "Well, let's hope you won't, miss. These times make you feel for others, and that's something. I've noticed a great change in folks you'd never think would feel for anyone. Yet I've seen some wicked things, too. We do in the police. Some of these English wives of aliens and harmless little German bakers and Austrians and what not, they get a cruel time. It's their misfortune, not their fault, that's what I think. And the way they get served, why, it makes you ashamed of being English sometimes, it does straight. And the women are the worst. I said to my wife only last night, I said, they call themselves Christians, I said, but for all the charity that's in them, they might as well be Huns. She couldn't see it, not she. Well, why do they drop bombs, she says. What, I said. Those English wives and bakers drop bombs? Don't be silly, I said. They're as innocent as we. It's the innocent that gets punished for the guilty. But they're all spies, she says. Oh, I said, old lady, now really, at your time of life. There it is, you can't get a woman to see reason. It's reading the papers. I often think they must be written by women, begging your pardon, miss. But really the hysterics and the hatred, they're a fair knockout. Do you find much hatred in your household, miss? Noel shook her head. No, my father's a clergyman, you see. Ah, said the policeman. And in the glance he bestowed on her could be seen an added respect. Of course, he went on, you're bound to have a sense of justice against these Huns. Some of their ways of going on have been above the limit. But what I always think is, of course I don't say these things, no use to make yourself unpopular, but to myself I often think, take 'em man for man, and you find 'em much the same as we are, I dare say. It's the vicious way they're brought up, of acting in the mass, that's made 'em such a cruel lot. I see a good bit of crowds in my profession, and I've a very low opinion of them. Crowds are the most blundering, blighted things that ever was. They're like an angry woman with a bandage over her eyes, and you can't have anything more dangerous than that. These Germans, it seems, are always in a crowd. They get a state of mind read out to them by Bill Kaiser and all that bloody-minded lot, and they never stop to think for themselves." "I suppose they'd be shot if they did," said Noel. "Well, there is that," said the policeman reflectively. "They brought discipline to an high pitch, no doubt. And if you ask me," he lowered his voice till it was almost lost in his chin-strap, "we'll be running 'em a good second here before long. The things we've had to protect now are getting beyond a joke. There's the city against lights, there's the streets against darkness, there's the aliens' shops, there's the Belgians, there's the British wives, there's the soldiers against the women, there's the women against the soldiers, there's the peace party, there's horses against cruelty, there's a cabinet minister every now and then. And now we've got these conches. Mind you, they haven't raised our pay. No war wages in the police. So far as I can see, there's only one good result of the war. The burglaries are off. But there again, you wait a bit and see if we don't have a prize crop of 'em, or my name's not Harris." "You must have an awfully exciting life," said Noel. The policeman looked down at her sideways, without lowering his face, as only a policeman can, and said indulgently, "We're used to it, you see. There's no excitement in what you're used to. They find that in the trenches, I'm told. Take our seamen. Lots of them been blown up over and over again, and there they go and sign on again next day. That's where the Germans make their mistake. England in wartime. I think a lot, you know, on my go. You can't help it. The mind will work. The more I think, the more I see the fighting spirit in the people. We don't make a fuss about it like Bill Kaiser. But you watch a little shopman, one of those fellows who've had his house bombed. You watch the way he looks at the mess, sort of disgusted. You watch his face, and you see he's got his teeth into it. You watch one of our Tommies on his crutches, with the sweat pouring off his forehead and his eyes all strainy, stumping along. That gives you an idea. I pity these peace fellows. Really, I pity them. They don't know what they're up against. I expect there's times when you wish you was a man, don't you, miss? I'm sure there's times when I feel I'd like to go in the trenches. That's the worst of my job. You can't be a human being, not in the full sense of the word. You mustn't let your passions rise. You mustn't drink. You mustn't talk. It's a narrow walk of life. Well, here you are, miss. Your square's the next turning to the right. Good night, and thank you for your conversation." Noel held out her hand. "Good night," she said. The policeman took her hand with a queer, flattered embarrassment. "Good night, miss," he said again. "I see you've got a trouble, and I'm sure I hope it'll turn out for the best." Noel gave his huge hand a squeeze. Her eyes had filled with tears, and she turned quickly up towards the square, where a dark figure was coming towards her, in whom she recognized her father. His face was worn and harassed. He walked irresolutely, like a man who has lost something. "Nolly," he said, "thank God!" In his voice was an infinite relief. "My child, where have you been?" "It's all right, Daddy. Cyril's just gone to the front. I've been seeing him off from Charing Cross." Pierson slipped his arm round her. They entered the house without speaking. 3. By the rail of his transport, as far, about 2 feet, as he could get from anyone, Cyril Morland stood watching Calais, a dream city, brighten out of the heat and grow solid. He could hear the guns already, the voice of his new life talking in the distance. It came with its strange excitement into a being held by soft and marvellous memories, by one long vision of Noel and the moonlit grass under the dark abbey wall. This moment of passage from wonder to wonder was quite too much for a boy unused to introspection, and he stood staring stupidly at Calais, while the thunder of his new life came rolling in on that passionate, moonlit dream. End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 7. After the emotions of those last 3 days, Pierson woke with the feeling a ship must have when it makes landfall. Such reliefs are natural and as a rule delusive, for events are as much the parents of the future as they were the children of the past. To be at home with both his girls and resting, for his holiday would not be over for 10 days, was like old times. Now George was going on so well, Gratian would be herself again. Now Cyril Morland was gone, Noel would lose that sudden youthful love fever. Perhaps in 2 or 3 days, if George continued to progress, one might go off with Noel somewhere for one's last week. In the meantime, the old house, wherein was gathered so much remembrance of happiness and pain, was just as restful as anywhere else, and the companionship of his girls would be as sweet as on any of their past rambling holidays in Wales or Ireland. And that first morning of perfect idleness, for no one knew he was back in London, pottering and playing the piano in the homely drawing-room where nothing to speak of was changed since his wife's stay, was very pleasant. He had not seen the girls, for Noel did not come down to breakfast, and Gratian was with George. Discovery that there was still a barrier between him and them came but slowly in the next 2 days. He would not acknowledge it, yet it was there, in their voices, in their movements, rather an absence of something old than the presence of something new. It was as if each had said to him, "We love you, but you are not in our secrets, and you must not be, for you would try to destroy them." They showed no fear of him, but seemed to be pushing him unconsciously away, lest he should restrain or alter what was very dear to them. They were both fond of him, but their natures had set foot on definitely diverging paths. The closer the affection, the more watchful they were against interference by that affection. Noel had a look on her face, half dazed, half proud, which touched, yet vexed him. What had he done to forfeit her confidence? Surely she must see how natural and right his opposition had been. He made one great effort to show the real sympathy he felt for her, but she only said, "I can't talk of Cyril, Daddy, I simply can't." And he, who easily shrank into his shell, could not but acquiesce in her reserve. With Gratian it was different. He knew that an encounter was before him, a struggle between him and her husband, for characteristically he set the change in her, the defection of her faith, down to George, not to spontaneous thought and feeling in herself. He dreaded, and yet looked forward to, this encounter. It came on the 3rd day, when Laird was up, lying on that very sofa where Pierson had sat listening to Gratian's confession of disbelief. Except for putting in his head to say good morning, he had not yet seen his son-in-law. The young doctor could not look fragile, the build of his face with that law and those heavy cheekbones with too much against it, but there was about him enough of the look of having come through a hard fight to give Pierson's heart a squeeze. "Well, George," he said, "you gave us a dreadful fright. I thank God's mercy." With that half-mechanical phrase he had flung an unconscious challenge. Laird looked up whimsically. "So you really think God merciful, sir?" "Don't let us argue, George. You're not strong enough." "Oh, I'm pining for something to bite on." Pierson looked at Gratian and said softly, "God's mercy is infinite, and you know it is." Laird also looked at Gratian before he answered, "God's mercy is surely the amount of mercy man has succeeded in arriving at. How much that is, this war tells you, sir." Pierson flushed. "I don't follow you," he said painfully. "How can you say such things, when you yourself are only just— No, I refuse to argue, George. I refuse." Laird stretched out his hand to his wife, who came to him and stood clasping it with her own. "Well, I'm going to argue," he said. "I'm simply bursting with it. I challenge you, sir, to show me where there's any sign of altruistic pity except in man. Mother love doesn't count. Mother and child are too much one." The curious smile had come already on both their faces. "My dear George, is not man the highest work of God, and mercy the highest quality in man?" "Not a bit. If geological time be taken as 24 hours, man's existence on earth so far equals just 2 seconds of it. After a few more seconds, when man has been frozen off the earth, geological time will stretch for as long again, before the earth bumps into something and becomes nebula once more. God's hands haven't been particularly full, sir, have they? 2 seconds out of 24 hours, if man is his pet concern? And as for mercy being the highest quality in man, that's only a modern fashion of talking. Man's highest quality is the sense of proportion, for that's what keeps him alive. And mercy, logically pursued, would kill him off. It's a sort of a luxury or by-product." "George, you can have no music in your soul. Science is such a little thing, if you could only see." Show me a bigger, sir. Faith. In what? In what has been revealed to us. Ah, there it is again. By whom? How? By God himself, through our Lord. A faint flush rose in Laird's yellow face, and his eyes brightened. Christ, he said, if he existed, which some people, as you know, doubt, was a very beautiful character. There have been others. To ask us to believe in his supernaturalness or divinity at this time of day is to ask us to walk through the world blindfold. And that's what you do, don't you? Again Pierson looked at his daughter's face. She was standing quite still, with her eyes fixed on her husband. Somehow he was aware that all these words of the sick man's were for her benefit. Anger and a sort of despair rose within him, and he said painfully, I cannot explain. There are things that I can't make clear because you are wilfully blind to all that I believe in. For what do you imagine we are fighting this great war, if it is not to re-establish the belief in love as the guiding principle of life? Laird shook his head. We are fighting to redress a balance which was in danger of being lost. The balance of power? Heavens, no, the balance of philosophy. Pierson smiled. That sounds very clever, George, but again I don't follow you. The balance between the sayings might is right and right is might. They're both half-truth, but the first was beating the other out of the field. All the rest of it is cant, you know. And by the way, sir, your church is solid for punishment of the evildoer. Where's mercy there? Either its God is not merciful, or else it doesn't believe in its God. Just punishment does not preclude mercy, George. It does in nature. Ah, nature, George, always nature. God transcends nature. Then why does he give it a free rein? A man too fond of drink or women, how much mercy does he get from nature? His overindulgence brings its exact equivalent of penalty. Let him pray to God as much as he likes. Unless he alters his way, he gets no mercy. If he does alter his ways, he gets no mercy either. He just gets nature's due reward. We English, who have neglected brain and education, how much mercy are we getting in this war? Mercy's a man-made ornament, disease or luxury, call it what you will. Except that I've nothing to say against it. On the contrary, I'm all for it. Once more Pierson looked at his daughter. Something in her face hurt him. The silent intensity with which she was hanging on her husband's words, the eager search of her eyes. And he turned to the door, saying, This is bad for you, George. He saw Gratian put her hand on her husband's forehead, and thought jealously, How can I save my poor girl from this infidelity? Are my 20 years of care to go for nothing against this modern spirit? Down in his study, the words went through his mind, Holy, 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 merciful and mighty. And going to the little piano in the corner, he opened it and began playing the hymn. He played it softly on the shabby keys of this 30-year-old friend, which had been with him since college days, and sang it softly in his worn voice. A sound made him look up. Gratian had come in. She put her hand on his shoulder and said, I know it hurts you, Dad, but we've got to find out for ourselves, haven't we? All the time you and George were talking, I felt that you didn't see that it's I who've changed. It's not what he thinks, but what I've come to think of my own accord. I wish you'd understand that I've got a mind of my own, Dad. Pierson looked up with amazement. Of course you have a mind. Gratian shook her head. No, you thought my mind was yours, and now you think it's George's. But it's my own. When you were my age, weren't you trying hard to find the truth yourself and differing from your father? Pierson did not answer. He could not remember. It was like stirring a stick amongst a drift of last year's leaves to awaken but a dry rustling, a vague sense of unsubstantiality. Searched? No doubt he had searched, but the process had brought him nothing. Knowledge was all smoke. Emotional faith alone was truth, reality. Ah, Gracie, he said, search if you must, but where will you find bottom? The world is too deep for us. You will come back to God, my child, when you're tired out. The only rest is there. I don't want to rest. Some people search all their lives and die searching. Why shouldn't I? You will be most unhappy, my child. If I'm unhappy, Dad, it'll be because the world's unhappy. I don't believe it ought to be. I think it only is because it shuts its eyes. Pierson got up. You think I shut my eyes? Gratian nodded. If I do, it is because there is no other way to happiness. Are you happy, Dad? As happy as my nature will let me be. I miss your mother. If I lose you and Noel... Oh, but we won't let you. Pierson smiled. My dear, he said, I think I have. End of Part 1, Chapter 7. Part 1, Chapter 8 of Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 8. 1. Some wag with a bit of chalk had written the word Peace on 3 successive doors of a little street opposite Buckingham Palace. It caught the eye of Jimmy Fort, limping home to his rooms from a very late discussion at his club, and twisted his lean, shaven lips into a sort of smile. He was one of those Rolling Stone Englishmen whose early lives are spent in all parts of the world and in all kinds of physical conflict. A man like a hickory stick, tall, thin, bolt upright, knotty, hard as nails, with a curved fighting back to his head and a straight fighting front to his brown face. His was the type which becomes, in a generation or so, typically colonial or American, but no one could possibly have taken Jimmy Fort for anything but an Englishman. Though he was nearly 40, there was still something of the boy in his face, something frank and curly-headed, gallant and full of steam, and his small, steady grey eyes looked out on life with a sort of combative humour. He was still in uniform, though they had given him up as a bad job after keeping him 9 months trying to mend a wounded leg which would never be sound again. And he was now in the War Office in connection with horses, about which he knew. He did not like it, having lived too long with all sorts and conditions of men who were neither English nor official, a combination which he found trying. His life in need just now bored him to distraction, and he would 10 times rather have been back in France. This was why he found the word peace so exceptionally tantalizing. Reaching his rooms, he threw off his tunic, to whose stiff regularity he still had a rooted aversion, and pulling out a pipe, filled it and sat down at his window. Moonshine could not cool the hot town, and it seemed sleeping badly, the 7 million sleepers in their million homes. Sound lingered on, never quite ceased. The stale odours clung in the narrow street below, though a little wind was creeping about to sweeten the air. Curse the war, he thought. What wouldn't I give to be sleeping out instead of in this damn city? They who slept in the open, neglecting morality, would certainly have the best of it tonight, for no more dew was falling than fell into Jimmy Fort's heart to cool the fret of that ceaseless thought. The war, the cursed war. In the unending rows of little grey houses, in huge caravanseries and the mansions of the great, in villas and high-slum tenements, in the government offices and factories and railway stations where they worked all night, in the long hospitals where they lay in rows, in the camp prisons of the interned, in barracks, workhouses, palaces, no head, sleeping or waking, would be free of that thought. The cursed war. A spire caught his eye, rising ghostly over the roofs. Churches alone, void of the human soul, would be unconscious. But for the rest, even sleep would not free them. Here a mother would be whispering the name of her boy. There a merchant would snore and dream he was drowning, weighted with gold. And a wife would be turning to stretch out her arms to no one. And a wounded soldier wake out of a dream drenched with sweat on his brow. And a news vendor in his garret mutter hoarsely. By thousands the bereaved would be tossing, stifling their moans. By thousands the ruined would be gazing into the dark future, and housewives struggling with sums, and soldiers sleeping like logs, for tomorrow they died, and children dreaming of them, and prostitutes lying in stale wonder of the busyness of their lives, and journalists sleeping the sleep of the just. And over them all, in the moonlight, the thought, the cursed war, flapped its black wings like an old crow. If Christ were real, he mused, He'd reach that moon down and go talking peace with it on every door of every house all over Europe. Christ's not real, and Hindenburg and Harmsworth are. As real as they were as two great bulls he had once seen in South Africa, fighting. He seemed to hear again the stamp and snort and crash of those thick skulls, to see the beasts recoiling and driving at each other, and the little red eyes of them. And pulling a letter out of his pocket, he read it again by the light of the moon. 15 Camelot Mansions at St. John's Wood. Dear Mr. Fort, I came across your club address tonight looking at some old letters. Did you know that I was in London? I left Steenbock when my husband died 5 years ago. I've had a simply terrific time since. While the German South-West campaign was on, I was nursing out there, but came back about a year ago to lend a hand here. It would be awfully nice to meet you again, if by any chance you are in England. I'm working in a VAD hospital in these parts, but my evenings are usually free. Do you remember that moonlit night and grape harvest? The nights here aren't scented quite like that. Listerine. Oh, this war. With all good remembrances, Lila Lynch. A terrific time. If he did not mistake, Lila Lynch had always had a terrific time. And he smiled, seeing again the stoop of an old Dutch house at High Constantia, and a woman sitting there under the white flowers of a sweet-scented creeper. A pretty woman, with eyes which could put a spell on you, a woman he would have got entangled with if he had not cut and run for it. 10 years ago, and here she was again, refreshing him out of the past. He sniffed the fragrance of the little letter. How everybody always managed to work into a letter what they were doing in the war. If he answered her, he would be sure to say, "Since I got lamed, I've been at the War Office working on remounts, and a dull job it is." Lila Lynch. Women didn't get younger, and he suspected her of being older than himself. But he remembered agreeably her white shoulders and that turn of her neck when she looked at you with those big grey eyes of hers. Only a 5-day acquaintanceship, but they crowded much into it as one did in a strange land. The episode had been a green and dangerous spot, like one of those bright mossy bits of bog when you were snipe shooting, to set foot on which was to let you down up to the neck at least. Well, there was none of that danger now, for her husband was dead, poor chap. It would be nice in these dismal days, when nobody spent any time whatever except in the service of the country, to improve his powers of service by a few hours' recreation in her society. What humbugs we are, he thought. To read the newspapers and the speeches, you believe everybody thought of nothing but how to get killed for the sake of the future. Drunk on verbiage. What heads and mouths we shall all have when we wake up some fine morning with peace shining in at the window. If only we could, and enjoy ourselves again. And he gazed at the moon. She was dipping already, reeling away into the dawn. Water carts and street sweepers had come out into the glimmer. Sparrows twittered in the eaves. The city was raising a strange, unknown face to the grey light, shuttered and deserted as Babylon. Jimmy Fort tapped out his pipe, sighed, and got into bed. 2. Coming off duty at that very moment, Lila Lynch decided to have her hour's walk before she went home. She was in charge of 2 wards, and as a rule took the day watches, but some slight upset had given her this extra spell. She was therefore at her worst, or perhaps at her best, after 18 hours in hospital. Her cheeks were pale, and about her eyes were little lines, normally in hiding. There was in this face a puzzling blend of the soft and hard, for the eyes, the rather full lips, and pale cheeks were naturally soft, but they were hardened by the self-containment which grows on women who have to face life for themselves, and, conscious of beauty, intend to keep it in spite of age. Her figure was contradictory also, its soft modelling a little too rigidified by stays. In this desert of the dawn she let her long blue overcoat flap loose and swung her hat on a finger, so that her light brown touched-up hair took the morning breeze with fluffy freedom. Though she could not see herself, she appreciated her appearance, swaying along like that past lonely trees and houses. A pity that there was no one to see her in that round of Regent's Park, which took her the best part of an hour, walking in meditation, enjoying the colour coming back into the world, as if especially for her. There was character in Lila Lynch, and she had lived an interesting life from a certain point of view. In her girlhood she had fluttered the hearts of many beside cousin Edward Pierson, and at 18 had made a passionate love match with a good-looking young Indian civilian named Fane. They had loved each other to a standstill in 12 months. Then had begun 5 years of petulance, boredom, and growing cynicism, with increasing spells of Simla and voyages home for her health, which was really harmed by the heat. All had culminated, of course, in another passion for a rifleman called Lynch. Divorce had followed, remarriage, and then the Boer War, in which he had been badly wounded. She had gone out and nursed him back to half his robust health, and at 28 taken up life with him on an up-country farm in Cape Colony. This middle period had lasted 10 years between the lonely farm and an old Dutch house at High Constantia. Lynch was not a bad fellow, but like most soldiers of the old army, had been quite carefully divested of an aesthetic sense, and it was Lila's misfortune to have moments when aesthetic sense seemed necessary. She had struggled to overcome this weakness, and that other weakness of hers, a liking for men's admiration, but there had certainly been intervals when she had not properly succeeded. Her acquaintance with Jimmy Fort had occurred during one of these intervals, and when he went back to England so abruptly, she had been feeling very tenderly towards him. She still remembered him with a certain pleasure. Before Lynch died, these intervals had been interrupted by a spell of returning warmth for the invalided man to whom she had joined her life under the romantic conditions of divorce. He had failed, of course, as a farmer, and his death left her with nothing but her own settled income of £150 a year. Faced by the prospect of having almost to make her living at 38, she felt but momentary dismay, for she had real pluck. Like many who have played with amateur theatricals, she fancied herself as an actress, but after much effort found that only her voice and her perfect preservation of her legs were appreciated by the discerning managers and public of South Africa, and for 3 checkered years she made face against fortune with the help of them, under an assumed name. What she did, keeping a certain bloom of refinement, was far better than the achievement of many more respectable ladies in her shoes. At least she never bemoaned her reduced circumstances, and if her life was irregular and had at least 3 episodes, it was very human. She bravely took the rough with the smooth, never lost the power of enjoying herself, and grew in sympathy with the hardship of others. But she became deadly tired. When the war broke out, remembering that she was a good nurse, she took her real name again and a change of occupation. For one who liked to please men and to be pleased by them, there was a certain attraction about that life in wartime. And after 2 years of it, she could still appreciate the way her Tommies turned their heads to look at her when she passed their beds. But in a hard school she had learned perfect self-control, and though the sour and puritanical perceived her attraction, they knew her to be 43. Besides, the soldiers liked her, and there was little trouble in her wards. The war moved her in simple ways, for she was patriotic in the direct fashion of her class. Her father had been a sailor, her husband an official and a soldier. The issue for her was uncomplicated by any abstract meditation. The country before everything. And though she had tended during those 2 years so many young, wrecked bodies, she had taken it as all in the day's work, lavishing her sympathy on the individual without much general sense of pity and waste. Yes, she had worked really hard, had done her bit, but of late she had felt rising within her the old vague craving for life, for pleasure, for something more than the mere negative admiration bestowed on her by her Tommies. Those old letters, to look them through then, had been a sure sign of this vague craving, had sharpened to poignancy the feeling that life was slipping away from her while she was still comely. She had been long out of England, and so hard worked since she came back that there were not many threads she could pick up suddenly. 2 letters out of that little budget of the past, with a far cry between them, had awakened within her certain sentimental longings. Dear Lady of the Starry Flowers, Exiturus, sic te saluto. The tender carries you this message of good-bye. Simply speaking, I hate leaving South Africa, and of all my memories, the last will live the longest. Grape harvest at Constantia, and you singing, If I Could Be the Falling Dew. If ever you and your husband come to England, do let me know, that I may try and repay a little the happiest 5 days I've spent out here. Your very faithful servant, Timmy Fort. She remembered a very brown face, a tall, slim figure, and something gallant about the whole of him. What was he like after 10 years? Grizzled, married, with a large family? An odious thing, time. And Cousin Edward's little yellow letter. Good heavens, 26 years ago, before he was a parson or married or anything. Such a good partner, really musical. A queer, dear fellow, devoted, absent-minded, easily shocked, yet with flame burning in him somewhere. Dear Lila, after our last dance I went straight off. I couldn't go in. I went down to the river and walked along the bank. It was beautiful, all grey and hazy, and the trees whispered and the cows looked holy, and I walked along and thought of you. And a farmer took me for a lunatic in my dress clothes. Dear Lila, you were so pretty last night, and I did love our dances. I hope you're not tired, and that I shall see you soon again. Your affectionate cousin, Edward Pierson. And then he had gone and become a parson, and married, and been a widower for 15 years. She remembered the death of his wife just before she left for South Africa, at that period of disgrace when she had so shocked her family by her divorce. Poor Edward, quite the nicest of her cousins. The only one she would care to see again. He would be very old and terribly good and proper by now. Her wheel of Regent's Park was coming full circle, and the sun was up behind the houses, but still no sound of traffic stirred. She stopped before a flower-bed where was some heliotrope, and took a long, luxurious sniff. She could not resist plucking a sprig too and holding it to her nose. A sudden want of love had run through every nerve and fibre of her. She shivered, standing there with her eyes half closed, above the pale violet blossom. Then, noting by her wristwatch that it was 4 o'clock, she hurried on to get to her bed, for she would have to be on duty again at noon. Oh, the war! She was tired. If only it were over and one could live. Somewhere by Twickenham the moon had floated down. Somewhere up from Kentish Town the sun came soaring. Wheels rolled again, and the 7 million sleepers in their million houses woke from morning sleep to that same thought. End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9 of Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 9. Edward Pierson, dreaming over an egg at breakfast, opened a letter in a handwriting which he did not recognise. VAD Hospital, Mulberry Road, St. John's Wood, N.W. Dear Cousin Edward, do you remember me, or have I gone too far into the shades of night? I was Lila Pierson once upon a time, and I often think of you and wonder what you are like now, and what your girls are like. I have been here nearly a year, working for our wounded, and for a year before that was nursing in South Africa. My husband died 5 years ago out there. Though we haven't met for I dare not think how long, I should awfully like to see you again. Would you care to come some day and look over my hospital? I have 2 wards under me. Our men are rather dears. Your forgotten but still affectionate cousin, Lila Lynch. P.S. I came across a little letter you once wrote me. It brought back old days. No, he had not forgotten. There was a reminder in the house, and he looked up at Noel sitting opposite. How like the eyes were! And he thought, I wonder what Lila has become. One mustn't be uncharitable. That man is dead. She's been nursing 2 years. She must be greatly changed. I should certainly like to see her. I will go. Again he looked at Noel. Only yesterday she had renewed her request to be allowed to begin her training as a nurse. I'm going to see a hospital today, Nolly, he said. If you like, I'll make inquiries. I'm afraid it'll mean you have to begin by washing up. I know, anything so long as I do begin. Very well, I'll see about it. And he went back to his egg. Noel's voice roused him. Do you feel the war much, Daddy? Does it hurt you, here? She put her hand on her heart. Perhaps it doesn't, because you live half in the next world, don't you? The words, God forbid, sprang to Pierson's lips. He did not speak them, but put his egg spoon down, hurt and bewildered. What did the child mean? Not feel the war? He smiled. I hope I am able to help people sometimes, Nolly. And was conscious that he had answered his own thoughts, not her words. He finished his breakfast quickly, and very soon went out. He crossed the square and passed east, down 2 crowded streets to his church. In the traffic of those streets, all slipshod and confused, his black-clothed figure and grave face, with its Vandyke beard, had a curious remote appearance, like a moving remnant of a past civilization. He went in by the side door. Only 5 days he had been away, but they had been so full of emotion that the empty, familiar building seemed almost strange to him. He had come there unconsciously, groping for anchorage and guidance in this sudden change of relationship between him and his daughters. He stood by the pale, brazen eagle, staring into the chancel. The choir were wanting new hymn-books. He must not forget to order them. His eyes sought the stained-glass window he put in the memory of his wife. The sun, too high to slant, was burnishing its base till it glowed of a deep sherry colour. In the next world, what strange words of Noel's! His eyes caught the glimmer of the organ-pipes, and mounting to the loft, he began to play soft chords wandering into each other. He finished, and stood gazing down. This space within high walls and a high-vaulted roof, where light was toned to a perpetual twilight, broken here and there by a little glow of colour from glass and flowers, metal and dark wood, was his home, his charge, his refuge. Nothing moved down there, and yet was not emptiness mysteriously living, the closed-in air imprinted in strange sort, as though the drone of music and voices in prayer and praise clung there still? Had not sanctity a presence? Outside, a barrel organ drove its tune along, a wagon staggered on the paved street, and the driver shouted to his horses. Some distant guns boomed out in practice, and the rolling of wheels on wheels formed a net of sound. But those invading noises were transmuted to a mere murmuring in here. Only the silence and the twilight were real to Pierson, standing there, a little black figure in a great empty space. When he left the church, it was still rather early to go to Lida's hospital, and having ordered the new hymn-books, he called in at the home of a parishioner whose son had been killed in France. He found her in her kitchen, an oldish woman who lived by charing. She wiped a seat for the vicar. "I was just making myself a cup of tea, sir." "What a comfort tea is, Mrs. Souls." And he sat down so that she should feel at home. "Yes, it gives me heartburn. I take 8 or 10 cups a day now. I take 'em strong, too. I don't seem able to get on without it. I hope the young ladies are well, sir?" "Very well, thank you. Miss Noel is going to begin nursing, too." "Dearie me, she's very young. But all the young girls are doing something these days. I've got a niece in munitions, making a pretty penny she is. I've been meaning to tell you, I don't come to church now, since my son was killed. I don't seem to have the heart to go anywhere. Haven't been to a picture palace these 3 months. Any excitement starts me crying." "I know, but you'd find rest in church." Mrs. Sells shook her head, and the small twisted bob of her discoloured hair wobbled vaguely. "I can't take any recreation," she said. "I'd rather sit here or be at work. My son was a real son to me. This tea's the only thing that does me any good. I can make you a fresh cup in a minute." "Thank you, Mrs. Souls, but I must be getting on. We must all look forward to meeting our beloved again, in God's mercy. And one of these days soon I shall be seeing you in church, shan't I?" Mrs. Souls shifted her weight from one slippered foot to the other. "Well, let's hope so," she said. "But I don't know when I shall have the spirit. Good day, sir, and thank you kindly for calling, I'm sure." Pierson walked away with a very faint smile. Poor queer old soul. She was no older than himself, but he thought of her as ancient, cut off from her son like so many, and how good and patient. The melody of an anthem began running in his head. His fingers moved on the air beside him, and he stood still waiting for an omnibus to take him to St. John's Wood. 1,000 people went by while he was waiting, but he did not notice them, thinking of that anthem, of his daughters, and the mercy of God. And on the top of his bus, when it came along, he looked lonely and apart, though the man beside him was so fat that there was hardly any seat left to sit on. Getting down at Lord's cricket ground, he asked his way of a lady in a nurse's dress. "If you'll come with me," she said, "I'm just going there." "Oh, do you happen to know a Mrs. Lynch, who nurses?" "I am Mrs. Lynch. Why, you're Edward Pierson." He looked into her face, which he had not yet observed. "Lila," he said. "Yes, Lila. How awfully nice of you to come, Edward." They continued to stand, searching each for the other's youth, till she murmured, "In spite of your beard, I should have known you anywhere." But he thought, "Poor Edward, he's old and monk-like." And Pierson in answer murmured, "You're very little changed, Lila. We haven't seen each other since my youngest girl was born. She's just a little like you." But he thought, "My Noddy, so much more dewy. Poor Lila." They walked on, talking of his daughters, till they reached the hospital. "If you wait here a minute, I'll take you over my wards." She had left him in a bare hall, holding his hat in one hand and touching his gold cross with the other. But she soon came back, and a little warmth crept about his heart. How works of mercy suited women! She looked so different, so much softer, beneath the white coif, with a white apron over the bluish frock. At the change in his face, a little warmth crept about Lila too, just where the bib of her apron stopped, and her eyes slid round at him while they went towards what had once been a billiard-room. "My men are dears," she said. "They love to be talked to." Under a skylight, 6 beds jutted out from a green distempered wall, opposite to 6 beds jutting out from another green distempered wall, and from each bed a face was turned towards them, young faces with but little expression in them. A nurse at the far end looked round and went on with her work. The sight of the wall was no more new to Pierson than to anyone else in these days. It was so familiar, indeed, that it had practically no significance. He stood by the first bed, and Lila stood alongside. The man smiled up when she spoke, and did not smile when he spoke, and that again was familiar to him. They passed from bed to bed with exactly the same result, till she was called away, and he sat down by a young soldier with a long, very narrow head and face, and a heavily bandaged shoulder. Touching the bandage reverently, Pierson said, "Well, my dear fellow, still bad?" "Ah," replied the soldier, "shrapnel wound. It's cut the flesh properly. But not the spirit, I can see." The young soldier gave him a quaint look, as much as to say, "Not half bad." And a gramophone close to the last bed began to play "God Bless Daddy at the War." "Are you fond of music?" "I like it well enough. Passes the time." "I'm afraid the time hangs heavy in hospital." "Yes, it hangs a bit heavy. It's just hospital life. I've been wounded before, you see. It's better than being out there. I expect I'll lose the proper use of this arm. I don't worry. I'll get me discharge." "You've got some good nurses here." "Yes, I like Mrs. Lynch. She's the lady I like." "My cousin." "I see you coming together. I see everything here. I think a lot, too. Passes the time." "Do they let you smoke?" "Oh, yes, they let us smoke." "Have one of mine." The young soldier smiled for the first time. "Thank you, I've got plenty." The nurse came by and smiled at Pierson. "He's one of our blasé ones. Been in before, haven't you, Simpson?" Pierson looked at the young man, whose long, narrow face, where one sandy-lashed eyelid drooped just a little, seemed armoured with a sort of limited omniscience. The gramophone had whirred and grunted into Sidi Ibrahim. The nurse passed on. "Sidi Abraham, Turquoise," said the young soldier. "The Frenchies sing it. They take it up one after the other, you know." "Ah," murmured Pierson, "it's pretty." And his fingers drummed on the counterpane, for the tune was new to him. Something seemed to move in the young man's face, as if a blind had been drawn up a little. "I don't mind France," he said abruptly. "I don't mind the shells and that. I can't stick the mud. There's a lot of wounded die in the mud. Can't get up. Smothered." His unwounded arm made a restless movement. "I was nearly smothered myself. Just managed to keep my nose up." Pierson shuddered. "Thank God you did." "Yes, I didn't like that. I told Mrs. Lynch about that one day when I had the fever. She's a nice lady. She's seen a lot of us boys. That mud's not right, you know. And again his unwounded arm made that restless movement, while the gramophone struck up The Boys in Brown. The movement of the arm affected Pierson horribly. He rose, and touching the bandaged shoulder, said, "Goodbye. I hope you'll soon be quite recovered." The young soldier's lip twisted in the semblance of a smile. His drooped eyelid seemed to try and raise itself. "Good eye, sir," he said. "Thank you." Pierson went back to the hall. The sunlight fell in a pool just inside the open door, and an uncontrollable impulse made him move into it so that it warmed him up to the waist. The mud. How ugly life was. Life and death, both ugly. Poor boys. Poor boys. A voice behind him said, "Oh, there you are, Edward. Would you like to see the other ward, or shall I show you our kitchen?" Pierson took her hand impulsively. "You're doing a noble work, Lila. I wanted to ask you, could you arrange for Noel to come and get trained here? She wants to begin at once. The fact is, a boy she's attracted to has just gone out to the front." "Ah," murmured Lila, and her eyes looked very soft. "Poor child. We shall be wanting an extra hand next week. I'll see if she could come now. I'll speak to our matron and let you know tonight." She squeezed his hand hard. "Dear Edward, I'm so glad to see you again. You're the first of our family I've seen for 16 years. I wonder if you bring Noel to have supper at my flat tonight. Just nothing to eat, you know. It's a tiny place. There's a Captain Fort coming, a nice man." Pierson accepted, and as he walked away he thought, "Dear Lila, I believe it was Providence. She wants sympathy. She wants to feel the past is the past. How good women are." And the sun, blazing suddenly out of a cloud, shone on his black figure and the little gold cross in the middle of Portland Place. End of Part 1, Chapter 9. Part 1, Chapter 10 of Saint's Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1, Chapter 10. Men, even if they are not artistic, who have been in strange places and know many nooks of the world, get the scenic habit, become open to pictorial sensation. It was as a picture or series of pictures that Jimmy Fort ever afterwards remembered his first supper at Lila's. He happened to have been all day in the open, motoring about to horse farms under a hot sun, and Lila's hock cup possessed a bland and subtle strength. The scenic sense derived therefrom had a certain poignancy, the more so because the tall child whom he met there did not drink it, and her father seemed but to wet his lips, so that Lila and he had all the rest. Rather a wonderful little scene it made in his mind, very warm, glowing, yet with a strange dark sharpness to it, which came perhaps from the black walls. The flat had belonged to an artist who was at the war. It was but a pocket dwelling on the 3rd floor. The 2 windows of the little square sitting-room looked out on some trees and a church. But Lila, who hated dining by daylight, had soon drawn curtains of a deep blue over them. The picture which Fort remembered was this: a little 4-square table of dark wood, with a Chinese mat of vivid blue in the centre, whereon stood a silver lustre bowl of clove carnations, some greenish glasses with hock cup in them. On his left, Lila, in a low lilac frock, her neck and shoulders very white, her face a little powdered, her eyes large, her lips smiling. Opposite him, a black-clothed padre, with a little gold cross, over whose thin darkish face, with its grave pointed beard, passed little gentle smiles, but whose deep-sunk grey eyes were burnt and bright. On his right, a girl in a high grey frock, almost white, just hollowed at the neck, with full sleeves to the elbow, so that her slim arms escaped. Her short fair hair a little tumbled, her big grey eyes grave, her full lips shaping with a strange daintiness round every word, and they not many. Brilliant red shades over golden lights dotting the black walls, a blue divan, a little black piano flush with the wall, a dark polished floor, 4 Japanese prints, a white ceiling. He was conscious that his own khaki spoiled something as curious and rare as some old Chinese tea-chest. He even remembered what they ate: lobster, cold pigeon pie, asparagus, St. Ivel cheese, raspberries and cream. He did not remember half so well what they talked of, except that he himself told them stories of the Boer War, in which he had served in the yeomanry, and while he was telling them, the girl, like a child listening to a fairy tale, never moved her eyes from his face. He remembered that after supper they all smoked cigarettes, even the tall child, after the padre had said to her mildly, "My dear," and she had answered, "I simply must, Daddy, just one." He remembered Lila brewing Turkish coffee, very good, and how beautiful her white arms looked, hovering about the cups. He remembered her making the padre sit down at the piano and play to them, and she and the girl on the divan together, side by side, a strange contrast, with just as strange a likeness to each other. He also remembered how fine and rare that music sounded in the little room, flooding him with a dreamy beatitude. Then he remembered Lila sang, the padre standing by, and the tall child on the divan bending forward over her knees with her chin on her hands. He remembered rather vividly how Lila turned her neck and looked up, now at the padre, now at him, and all through the delightful sense of colour and warmth, a sort of glamour over all the evening, and the lingering pressure of Lila's hand when he said good-bye and they went away, for they all went together. He remembered talking a great deal to the padre in the cab about the public school they had both been at, and thinking, "It's a good padre, this." He remembered how their taxi took them to an old square which he did not know, where the garden trees looked densely black in the starshine. He remembered that a man outside the house had engaged the padre in earnest talk, while the tall child and himself stood in the open doorway, where the hall beyond was dark. Very exactly he remembered the little conversation which then took place between them while they waited for her father. "Is it very horrid in the trenches, Captain Fort?" "Yes, Miss Pierson, it is very horrid as a rule." "Is it dangerous all the time?" "Pretty well." "Do officers run more risks than the men?" "Not unless there's an attack." "Are these attacks very often?" It had seemed to him so strangely primitive a little catechism that he had smiled. And though it was so dark, she had seen that smile, for her face went proud and close all of a sudden. He cursed himself and said gently, "Have you a brother out there?" She shook her head. "But someone?" "Yes." Someone. He had heard that answer with a little shock. This child, this fairy princess of a child, all ready to have someone. He wondered if she went about asking everyone these questions, with that someone in her thoughts. Poor child. And quickly he said, "After all, look at me. I was out there a year, and here I am with only half a game leg. Times were a lot worse then, too. I often wish I was back there. Anything's better than London and the War Office." But just then he saw the padre coming, and took her hand. "Good night, Miss Pierson. Don't worry. That does no good, and there isn't half the risk you think." Her hand stirred, squeezed his gratefully, as a child's would squeeze. "Good night," she murmured. "Thank you, awfully." And in the dark cab again he remembered thinking, "Fancy that child, a jolly lucky boy out there. Too bad, poor little fairy princess." End of Part 1, Chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 1 of Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 1. 1. To wash up is not an exciting operation. To wash up in August became for Noel a process which taxed her strength and enthusiasm. She combined it with other forms of instruction in the art of nursing, had very little leisure, and in the evenings at home would often fall asleep, curled up in a large chintz-covered chair. George and Gratian had long gone back to their respective hospitals, and she and her father had the house to themselves. She received many letters from Cyril, which she carried about with her and read on her way to and from the hospital, and every other day she wrote to him. He was not yet in the firing line. His letters were descriptive of his men, his food, or the natives, or reminiscent of Kestrel. Hers descriptive of washing up, or reminiscent of Kestrel. But in both there was always some little word of the longing within them. It was towards the end of August when she had the letter which said that he had been moved up. From now on he would be in hourly danger. That evening after dinner she did not go to sleep in the chair, but sat under the open window, clenching her hands and reading Pride and Prejudice without understanding a word. While she was so engaged, her father came up and said, "Captain Fortnolly, will you give him some coffee? I'm afraid I must go out." When he had gone, Noel looked at her visitor drinking his coffee. He'd been out there too, and he was alive, with only a little limp. The visitor smiled and said, "What were you thinking about when we came in?" "Only the war." "Any news of him?" Noel frowned. She hated to show her feelings. "Yes, he's gone to the front. Won't you have a cigarette?" "Thanks. Will you?" "I want one awfully. I think sitting still and waiting is more dreadful than anything in the world." "Except knowing that others are waiting. When I was out there I used to worry horribly over my mother. She was ill at the time. The cruelest thing in war is the anxiety of people about each other. Nothing touches that." The words exactly summed up Noel's hourly thought. He said nice things, this man with the long legs and the thin brown bumpy face. "I wish I were a man," she said. "I think women have much the worst time in the war. Is your mother old?" But of course she was old. Why, he was old himself. "She died last Christmas." "Oh, I'm so sorry." "You lost your mother when you were a babe, didn't you?" "Yes, that's her portrait." At the end of the room, hanging on a strip of black velvet, was a pastel, very faint in colouring, as though faded, of a young woman with an eager, sweet face, dark eyes, and bent a little forward, as if questioning her painter. Fort went up to it. "It's not a bit like you, but you must have been a very sweet woman." "It's a sort of presence in the room. I wish I were like her." Fort turned. "No," he said. "No, better as you are. It would only have spoiled a complete thing." "She was good." "And aren't you?" "Oh, no, I get a devil." "You? Why, you're out of a fairy tale." "Comes from Daddy, only he doesn't know because he's a perfect saint. But I know he's had a devil somewhere, or he couldn't be the saint he is." "Ah," said Fort, "that's very deep. And I believe it's true the saints did have devils." "Poor Daddy's devil has been dead ages. It's been starved out of him, I think." "Does your devil ever get away with you?" Noel felt her cheeks growing red under his stare, and she turned to the window. "Yes, it's a real devil." Vividly there had come before her the dark abbey, and the moon balancing over the top of the crumbling wall, and the white owl flying across. And speaking to the air, she said, "It makes you do things that you wanted to do." She wondered if he would laugh. It sounded so silly. But he did not. "And damn the consequences. I know. It's rather a jolly thing to have." Noel shook her head. "Here's Daddy coming back." Fort held out his hand. "I won't stay. Good night, and don't worry too much, will you?" He kept her hand rather a long time and gave it a hard squeeze. Don't worry. What advice! Ha! If you could see Cyril just for a minute. 2. In September 1916, Saturday still came before Sunday, in spite of the war. For Edward Pierson, this Saturday had been a strenuous day, and even now, at nearly midnight, he was still conning his just-completed sermon. A patriot of patriots, he had often a passionate longing to resign his parish and go like his curate for a chaplain at the front. It seemed to him that people must think his life idle and sheltered and useless. Even in times of peace he had been sensitive enough to feel the cold, draughty blasts which the Church encounters in a material age. He knew that 9 people out of 10 looked on him as something of a parasite, with no real work in the world. And since he was nothing if not conscientious, he always worked himself to the bone. Today he had risen at 6:30, and after his bath and exercises had sat down to his sermon. For even now he wrote a new sermon once a month, though he had the fruits of 26 years to choose from. True, these new sermons were rather compiled than written, because, bereft of his curate, he had not time enough for fresh thought on old subjects. At 8 he had breakfasted with Noel, before she went off to her hospital, whence she would return at 8 in the evening. 9 to 10 was his hour for seeing parishioners who had troubles or wanted help or advice, and he had received 3 today who all wanted help, which he had given. From 10 to 11 he had gone back to his sermon, and spent from 11 to 1 at his church, attending to small matters, writing notices, fixing hymns, holding the daily half-hour service instituted during wartime, to which but few ever came. He had hurried back to lunch, scamping it so that he might get to his piano for an hour of forgetfulness. At 3 he had christened a very noisy baby, and had been detained by its parents who wished for information on a variety of topics. At 4:30 he had snatched a cup of tea, reading the paper, and had spent from 5 to 7 visiting 2 parish clubs, and those whose war pension matters he had in hand, and filling up forms which would be kept in official places till such time as the cistern should be changed and a fresh set of forms issued. From 7 to 8 he was at home again, in case his flock wanted to see him. Today 4 sheep had come and gone away, he was afraid, but little the wiser. From 8:30 to 9:30 he had spent in choir practice, because the organist was on his holiday. Slowly, in the cool of the evening, he had walked home, and fallen asleep in his chair on getting in. At 11 he had woken with a start, and, hardening his heart, had gone back to his sermon. And now, at nearly midnight, it was still less than 20 minutes long. He lighted one of his rare cigarettes, and let thought wander. How beautiful those pale pink roses were in that old silver bowl, like a little strange poem, or a piece of Debussy music, or a Matthew Maris picture, reminding him oddly of the word Lila. Was he wrong in letting Noel see so much of Lila? But then she was so improved, dear Lila. The pink roses were just going to fall, and yet how beautiful. It was quiet tonight. He felt very drowsy. Did Nolly still think of that young man, or had it passed? She had never confided in him since. After the war it would be nice to take her to Italy, to all the little towns. They would see the Assisi of St. Francis, the little flowers of St. Francis, the little flowers. His hand dropped, the cigarette went out. He slept with his face in shadow. Slowly into the silence of his sleep little sinister sounds intruded, short concussions dragging him back out of that deep slumber. He started up. Noel was standing at the door in a long coat. She said in her calm voice, "Zeps, Daddy?" "Yes, my dear. Where are the maids?" An Irish voice answered from the hall. "Here, sir, trusting in God, but 'tis better on the ground floor." He saw a huddle of 3 figures queerly costumed against the stairs. Yes, Bridgie, you're safe down here." Then he noticed that Noel was gone. He followed her out into the square, alive with faces faintly luminous in the darkness, and found her against the garden railings. "You must come back in, Nolly." "Oh, no, Cyril has this every day." He stood beside her, not loath, for excitement had begun to stir his blood. They stayed there for some minutes, straining their eyes for sight of anything save the little zagged splashes of bursting shrapnel, while voices buzzed and muttered, "Look, there it is." But the seers had eyes of greater faith than Pierson's, for he saw nothing. He took her arm at last and led her in. In the hall she broke from him. "Let's go up on the roof, Daddy," and ran upstairs. Again he followed, mounting by a ladder through a trapdoor onto the roof. "It's splendid up here," she cried. He could see her eyes blazing, and thought, "How my child does love excitement. It's almost terrible." Over the wide, dark, star-strewn sky, travelling searchlights were lighting up the few little clouds. The domes and spars rose from among the spread-out roofs, all fine and ghostly. The guns had ceased firing, as though puzzled. One distant bang rumbled out. "A bomb! Oh, if we could only get one of the Zeps!" A furious outburst of firing followed, lasting perhaps a minute, then ceased as if by magic. They saw 2 searchlights converge and meet right overhead. "It's above us," murmured Noel. Pierson put his arm round her waist. "She feels no fear," he thought. The searchlights switched apart, and suddenly from far away came a confusion of weird sounds. "What is it? They're cheering! Oh, Daddy, look!" There, in the heavens, towards the east, hung a dull red thing, lengthening as they gazed. They've got it! It's on fire! Hooray!" Through the fiery firmament that dark orange shape began cunting downwards, and the cheering swelled in a savage frenzy of sound, and Pierson's arm tightened on her waist. "Thank God," he muttered. The bright oblong seemed to break and spread, tilted down below the level of the roofs, and suddenly the heavens flared as if some huge jug of crimson light had been flung out on them. Something turned over in Pierson's heart. He flung up his hands to his eyes. "The poor men in it," he said. "How terrible!" Noel's voice answered, hard and pitiless. "They needn't have come. They're murderers." Yes, they were murderers, but how terrible! And he stood quivering with his hands pressed to his face till the cheering had died out in silence. "Let's pray, Nolly," he whispered. "O God, who in thy great mercy have delivered us from peril, take into thy keeping the souls of these our enemies, consumed by thy wrath before our eyes. Give us the power to pity them, men like ourselves." But even while he prayed he could see Noel's face flame white in the darkness, and as that glow in the sky faded out, he felt once more the thrill of triumph. They went down to tell the maids, and for some time after sat up together, talking over what they had seen, eating biscuits and drinking milk, which they warmed on an Etna. It was nearly 2 o'clock before they went to bed. Pierson fell asleep at once, and never turned till awakened at 6:30 by his alarm. He had Holy Communion to administer at 8, and he hurried to get early to his church and see that nothing untoward had happened to it. There it stood in the sunlight, tall, grey, quiet, unharmed, with bell gently ringing. 3. And at that hour, Cyril Morland, under the parapet of his trench, tightening his belt, was looking at his wrist-watch for the 100th time, calculating exactly where he meant to put foot and hand for the going over. "I absolutely mustn't let those chaps get in front of me," he thought. So many yards before the first line of trenches, so many yards to the second line, and there stop. So his rehearsals had gone. It was the performance now. Another minute before the terrific racket of the drum fire, which would become the curtain fire, which would advance before them. He ran his eye down the trench. The man next to him was licking his 2 first fingers as he might be going to bowl at cricket. Further down, a man was feeling his puttees. A voice said, "What price the orchestra, eh?" He saw teeth gleam in faces burnt almost black. Then he looked up. The sky was blue beyond the brownish film of dust raised by the striking shells. Noel, Noel, Noel. He dug his fingers deep into the left side of his tunic till he could feel the outline of her photograph between his dispatch case and his heart. His heart fluttered just as it used when he was stretched out with hand touching the ground before the start of the 100 yards at school. Out of the corner of his eye he caught the flash of a man's briquet lighting a cigarette. All right for those chaps, but not for him. He wanted all his breath. This rifle and kit were a handicap enough. 2 days ago he had been reading in some paper how men fell just before an attack. And now he knew. He just felt nervous. If only the moment would come and get itself over. For all the thought he gave to the enemy there might have been none. Nothing but shells and bullets with lives of their own. He heard the whistle. His foot was on the spot he had marked down, his hand where he had seen it. He called out, "Now, boys!" His head was over the top, his body over. He was conscious of someone falling, and 2 men neck and neck beside him. Not to try and run, not to break out of a walk, to go steady and yet keep ahead. Damn these holes! A bullet tore through his sleeve, grazing his arm. A red-hot sensation like the touch of an iron. A British shell from close over his head burst 60 yards ahead. He stumbled, fell flat, picked himself up. 3 ahead of him now. He walked faster and drew alongside. 2 of them fell. What luck, he thought, and, gripping his rifle harder, pitched headlong into a declivity. Dead bodies lay there. The first German trench line, and nothing alive in it, nothing to clean up, nothing of it left. He stopped, getting his wind, watching the men panting and stumbling in. The roar of the guns was louder than ever again, barraging the second line. So far, good, and here was his captain. "Ready, boys. On, then." This time he moved more slowly still, over terrible going, all holes and hummocks. Half-consciously he took cover all he could. The air was alive with the whistle from machine-gun fire storming across a zigzag fashion. Alive it was with bullets, dust, and smoke. How should I tell her? He thought. There would be nothing to tell but just a sort of jagged brown sensation. He kept his eyes steadily before him, not wanting to see the men falling, not wanting anything to divert him from getting there. He felt the faint fanning of the passing bullets. The second line must be close now. Why didn't that barrage lift? Was this new dodge of firing till the last second going to do them in? Another 100 yards and he would be bang into it. He flung himself flat and waited. Looking at his wristwatch, he noted that his arm was soaked with blood. He thought, a wound. Now I shall go home, thank God. Oh, Noel. The passing bullets whirled about him. He could hear them even through the screech and thunder of the shell fire. The beastly things, he thought. A voice beside him gasped out, It's lifted, sir. He called, Come on, boys, and went forward, stooping. A bullet struck his rifle. The shock made him stagger and sent an electric shock spinning up his arm. Luck again, he thought. Now for it. I haven't seen a German yet. He leaped forward, spun round, flung up his arms, and fell on his back, shot through and through. The position was consolidated, as they say, and in the darkness stretcher-bearers were out over the half-mile. Like will-o'-the-wisps with their shaded lanterns they moved, hour after hour, slowly quartering the black honeycomb which lay behind the new British line. Now and then, in the light of some star-shell, their figures were disclosed, bending and raising the forms of the wounded, or wielding pick and shovel. Officer. Dead? Sure. Hurt. From the shaded lantern, lured to just above the body, a yellowish glare fell on face and breast. The hands of the searcher moved in that little pool of light. The bearer, who was taking notes, bent down. Another boy, he said. That all he has? The searcher raised himself. Just those, and a photo. Dispatch case, pound loose, cigarette case, wristwatch, photo. Let's see it. The searcher placed the photo in the pool of light. The tiny face of a girl stared up at them, unmoved from its short hair. Noel, said the searcher, reading. Take care of it, particularly in his case. Come on. The pool of light dissolved. A darkness for ever covered Cyril Morland. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of Saint's Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 2. When those four took their seats in the grand circle at Queen's Hall, the programme was already at the second number, which, in spite of all the efforts of patriotism, was of German origin, a Brandenburg concerto by Bach. More curious still, it was encored. Pierson did not applaud. He was too far gone in pleasure, and sat with a rapt smile on his face, oblivious of his surroundings. He remained thus removed from mortal joys and sorrows till the last applause had died away, and Lida's voice said in his ear, Isn't it a wonderful audience, Edward? Look at all that khaki. Who'd have thought those young men cared for music? Good music. German music, too. Pierson looked down at the patient mass of standing figures in straw hats and military caps, with faces turned all one way, and sighed. I wish I could get an audience like that in my church. A smile crept out at the corner of Lila's lips. She was thinking, Your church is out of date, my dear, and so are you. Your church, with its smell of mould and incense, its stained glass and narrowed length and droning organ. Poor Edward, so out of the world. But she only pressed his arm and whispered, Look at Noel. The girl was talking to Jimmy Fort. Her cheeks were gushed, and she looked prettier than Pierson had seen her look for a long time now, ever since Kestrel, indeed. He heard Lila sigh. Does she get news of our boy? Do you remember that May weekend, Edward? We were very young then. Even you were young. That was such a pretty little letter you wrote me. I can see you still, wandering in your dress clothes along the river among the holy cows. But her eyes slid round again, watching her other neighbour and the girl. A violinist had begun to play the César Franck sonata. It was Pierson's favourite piece of music, bringing him, as it were, a view of heaven, a devotional blue air where devout stars were shining in a sunlit noon, above ecstatic trees and waters where ecstatic swans were swimming. Queer world, Mr. Pierson. Fancy those boys having to go back to barrack life after listening to that. What's your feeling? Are we moving back to the apes? Did we touch top note with that sonata? Pierson turned and contemplated his questioner shrewdly. No, Captain Fort, I do not think we are moving back to the apes, if we ever came from them. Those boys have the souls of heroes. I know that, sir, perhaps better than you do. Ah, yes, said Pierson humbly. I forgot, of course. But he still looked at his neighbour doubtfully. This Captain Fort, who was a friend of Lila's, and who had twice been to see them, puzzled him. He had a frank face, a frank voice, but queer opinions, or so it seemed to Pierson. Little bits of Muslimism, little bits of the backwoods and the veldt, queer, unexpected cynicisms, all sorts of side views on England had lodged in him, and he did not hide them. They came from him like bullets in that frank voice, and drilled little holes in the listener. Those critical sayings flew so much more poignantly from one who had been through the same educational mill as himself than if they had merely come from some rough diamond, some artist, some foreigner, even from a doctor like George. And they always made him uncomfortable, like the touch of a prickly leaf. They did not amuse him. Certainly Edward Pierson shrank from the rough touches of a knockabout philosophy. After all, it was but natural that he should. He and Noel left after the first part of the concert, parting from the other two at the door. He slipped his hand through her arm, and following out those thoughts of his in the concert hall, asked, "Do you like Captain Fort, Nolly?" "Yes, he's a very nice man." "He seems a nice man, certainly. He has a nice smile, but strange views, I'm afraid." "He thinks the Germans are not much worse than we are. He says that a good many of us are bullies too." "Yes, that is the sort of thing I mean." "But are we, Daddy?" "Surely not. A policeman I talked to once said the same. Captain Fort says that very few men can stand having power put into their hands without being spoiled. He told me some dreadful stories. He says we have no imagination, so that we often do things without seeing how brutal they are." "We're not perfect, Nolly, but on the whole I think we're a kind people." Noel was silent a moment, then said suddenly, "Kind people often think others are kind too, when they really aren't. Captain Fort doesn't make that mistake." "I think he's a little cynical, and a little dangerous." "Are all people dangerous who don't think like others, Daddy?" Pierson, incapable of mockery, was not incapable of seeing where he was being mocked. He looked at his daughter with a smile. "Not quite so bad as that, Nolly, but Mr. Fort is certainly subversive. I think perhaps he's seen too many queer sides of life." "I like him the better for that." "Well, well," Pierson answered absently. He had work to do in preparation for a confirmation class, and sought his study on getting in. Noel went to the dining-room to drink her hot milk. The curtains were not drawn, and bright moonlight was coming in. Without lighting up, she set the Etna going, and stood looking at the moon full for the second time since she and Cyril had waited for it in the Abbey. And pressing her hands to her breast, she shivered. If only she could summon him from the moonlight out there. If only she were a witch, could see him, know where he was, what doing. For a fortnight now she had received no letter. Every day since she had left she had read the casualty lists, with the superstitious feeling that to do so would keep him out of them. She took up the Times. There was just enough light, and she read the Roll of Honour, till the moon shone in on her, lying on the floor with the dropped journal. But she was proud, and soon took grief to her room, as on that night after he left her she had taken love. No sign betrayed to the house her disaster. The journal on the floor, and the smell of the burnt milk which had boiled over, revealed nothing. After all, she was but one of 1,000 hearts which spent that moonlit night in agony. Each night, year in, year out, 1,000 faces were buried in pillows to smother that first awful sense of desolation, and grope for the secret spirit place where bereaved souls go, to receive some feeble touch of healing from knowledge of each other's trouble. In the morning she got up from her sleepless bed, seemed to eat her breakfast, and went off to her hospital. There she washed up plates and dishes with a stony face, dark under the eyes. The news came to Pierson in a letter from Thirza, received at lunchtime. He read it with a dreadful aching. Poor little Nolly. What an awful trouble for her. And he too went about his work with the nightmare thought that he had to break the news to her that evening. Never had he felt more lonely, more dreadfully in want of the mother of his children. She would have known how to soothe, how to comfort. On her heart the child could have sobbed away grief. And all that hour, from 7 to 8, when he was usually in readiness to fulfil the functions of God's substitute to his parishioners, he spent in prayer of his own for guidance how to inflict and heal this blow. When at last Noel came in, he opened the door to her himself, and putting back the hair from her forehead said, "Come in here a moment, my darling." Noel followed him into the study and sat down. "I know already, Daddy." Pierson was more dismayed by this stoicism than he would have been by any natural outburst. He stood, timidly stroking her hair, murmuring to her what he had said to Gratian, and to so many others in these days. "There is no death. Look forward to seeing him again. God is merciful." And he marvelled at the calmness of that pale face, so young. "You are very brave, my child," he said. "There's nothing else to be, is there?" "Isn't there anything I can do for you, Nolly?" "No, Daddy." "When did you see it?" "Last night." She had already known for 24 hours without telling him. "Have you prayed, my darling?" "No." "Try, Nolly." "No." "I'll try." "It would be ridiculous, Daddy. You don't know." Grievously upset and bewildered, Pierson moved away from her and said, "You look dreadfully tired. Would you like a hot bath and your dinner in bed?" "I'd like some tea, that's all." And she went out. When he'd seen that the tea had gone up to her, he too went out, and, moved by a longing for woman's help, took a cab to Lila's flat. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of Saint's Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 3. On leaving the concert, Lila and Jimmy Fort had secured a taxi, a vehicle which at night in wartime had certain advantages for those who desire to become better acquainted. Vibration, sufficient noise, darkness are guaranteed, and all that is lacking for the furtherance of emotion is the scent of honeysuckle and roses, or even of the white-flowering creeper which on the stoop at High Constantia had smelled so much sweeter than petrol. When Lila found herself with Fort in that loneliness to which she had been looking forward, she was overcome by an access of nervous silence. She had been passing through a strange time for weeks past. Every night she examined her sensations without quite understanding them as yet. When a woman comes to her age, the world force is liable to take possession, saying, "You are young, you are beautiful, you still have beauty, you are not, cannot be, old. Cling to youth, cling to beauty. Take all you can get before your face gets lines and your hair grey. It's impossible that you've been loved for the last time." To see Jimmy Fort at the concert, talking to Noel, had brought this emotion to her head. She was not of a grudging nature, but the idea that Jimmy Fort might also admire disturbed her greatly. He must not. It was not fair. He was too old. Besides, the girl had her boy, and she had taken care that he should know it. So, leaning towards him, while a bare-shouldered young lady sang, she had whispered, "Penny?" And he whispered back, "Tell you afterwards." That had comforted her. She would make him take her home. It was time she showed her heart. And now, in the cab, resolved to make her feelings known, in sudden shyness she found it very difficult. Love, to which for quite 3 years she had been a stranger, was come to life within her. The knowledge was at once so sweet and so disturbing that she sat with face averted, unable to turn the precious minutes to account. They arrived at the flat without having done more than agree that the streets were dark and the moon bright. She got out with a sense of bewilderment, and said, rather desperately, You must come up and have a cigarette. It's quite early still." He went up. "Wait just a minute," said Lila. Sitting there with his drink and his cigarette, he stared at some sunflowers in a bowl, famille rose, and waited just 10, smiling a little, recalling the nose of the fairy princess and the dainty way her lips shaped the words she spoke. If she had not had that lucky young devil of a soldier boy, one would have wanted to buckle her shoes, lay one's coat in the mud for her, or whatever they did in fairy tales. One would have wanted... what would one not have wanted? Hang that soldier boy. Lila said he was 22. By George, how old it made a man feel who was rising 40 and tender on the off 4. No fairy princesses for him. Then a whiff of perfume came to his nostrils, and looking up he saw Lila standing before him in a long garment of dark silk, whence her white arms peeped out. "Another penny? Do you remember these things, Jimmy? The Malay women used to wear them in Cape Town. You can't think what a relief it is to get out of my slave's dress. I'm so sick of nursing. Jimmy, I want to live again a little." The garment had taken 15 years off her age, and a gardenia, just where the silk crossed on her breast, seemed no whiter than her skin. He wondered whimsically whether it had dropped to her out of the dark. "Live?" he said. "Why, don't you always?" She raised her hands so that the dark silk fell back from the whole length of those white arms. "I haven't lived for 2 years. Oh, Jimmy, help me to live a little. Life's so short now." Her eyes disturbed him, strained and pathetic. The sight of her arms, the scent of the flower, disturbed him. He felt his cheeks growing warm and looked down. She slipped suddenly forward onto her knees at his feet, took his hand, pressed it with both of hers, and murmured, "Love me a little? What else is there? Oh, Jimmy, what else is there?" And with the scent of the flower crushed by their hands, stirring his senses, thought, what else is there in these forsaken days? To Jimmy Fort, who had a sense of humour and was in some sort a philosopher, the haphazard way life settled things seldom failed to seem amusing. But when he walked away from Lila's, he was pensive. She was a good sort, a pretty creature, sportswoman, an enchantress, but she was decidedly mature. And here he was, involved in helping her to live, involved almost alarmingly, for there had been no mistaking the fact that she had really fallen in love with him. This was flattering and sweet. Times were sad and pleasures scarce, but the rolling instinct which had kept him from his youth up, rolling about the world, shied instinctively at bonds, however present, the strength and thickness of which he could not gauge. Or was it that perhaps for the first time in his life he had been peeping into fairyland of late, and this affair with Lila was by no means fairyland? He had another reason, more unconscious, for uneasiness. His heart, for all his wanderings, was soft. He had always found it difficult to hurt anyone, especially anyone who did him the honour to love him. A sort of presentiment weighed on him when he walked the moonlit streets at this most empty hour, when even the late taxis had ceased to run. Would she want him to marry her? Would it be his duty if she did? And then he found himself thinking of the concert and that girl's face, listening to the tales he was telling her. "Deuced queer world," he thought, "the way things go. I wonder what she would think of us if she knew. And that good padre. Phew." He made such very slow progress, for fear of giving way in his leg and having to spend the night on a doorstep, that he had plenty of time for rumination. But since it brought him no confidence whatever, he began at last to feel, well, it might be a lot worse. Take the goods the gods send you, and don't fuss. And suddenly he remembered with extreme vividness that night on the stoop at High Constantia, and thought with dismay, I could have plunged in over head and ears then. Now I can't. That's life all over. Poor Lila. May Miserum too, perhaps. Who knows? End of Part 2, Chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 4. When Lila opened her door to Edward Pierson, Her eyes were smiling, and her lips were soft. She seemed to smile and be soft all over, and she took both his hands. Everything was a pleasure to her that day, even the sight of this sad face. She was in love, and was loved again, had a present and a future once more, not only her own full past, and she must finish with Edward in half an hour, for Jimmy was coming. She sat down on the divan, took his hand in a sisterly way, and said, "Tell me, Edward, I can see you're in trouble. What is it?" "Noel. The boy she was fond of has been killed." She dropped his hand. "Oh, no, poor child, it's too cruel." Tears started up in her grey eyes, and she touched them with a tiny handkerchief. "Poor, poor little Noel. Was she very fond of him?" "A very sudden, short engagement, but I'm afraid she takes it desperately to heart. I don't know how to comfort her. Only a woman could. I came to ask her, do you think she ought to go on with her work? What do you think, Lila? I feel lost." Lila, gazing at him, thought, "Lost? Yes, you look lost, my poor Edward." "I should let her go on," she said. "It helps. It's the only thing that does help. I'll see if I can get them to let her come into the wards. She ought to be in touch with suffering and the men. That kitchen work will try her awfully just now." "Was he very young?" "Yes, they wanted to get married. I was opposed to it." Lila's lips curled ever so little. "You would be," she thought. "I couldn't bear to think of Nolly giving herself hastily like that. They'd only known each other 3 weeks. It was very hard for me, Lila. And then suddenly he was sent to the front." Resentment welled up in Lila. The killjoys! As if life didn't kill joy fast enough. Her cousin's face at that moment was almost abhorrent to her, its gentle, perplexed goodness darkened and warped by that monkish look. She turned away, glanced at the clock over the hearth, and thought, "Yes, and he would stop Jimmy and me. He would say, 'Oh, no, dear Lila, you mustn't love. It's sin.' How I hate that word." "I think the most dreadful thing in life," she said abruptly, "is the way people suppress their natural instincts. What they suppress in themselves, they make other people suppress too, if they can. And that's the cause of half the misery in this world." Then, at the surprise on his face at this little outburst, whose cause he could not know, she added hastily, "I hope Noel will get over it quickly, and find someone else." "Yes, if they'd been married, how much worse it would have been. Thank God they weren't." "I don't know. They would have had an hour of bliss. Even an hour of bliss is worth something in these days." "To those who only believe in this life, perhaps." 10 minutes more, she thought. Oh, why doesn't he go? But at that very moment he got up, and instantly her heart went out to him again. "I'm so sorry, Edward. If I can help it any way, I'll try my best with Noel tomorrow. And do come to me whenever you feel inclined." She took his hand in hers, afraid that he would sit down again. She yet could not help a soft glance into his eyes, and a little rush of pitying warmth in the pressure of her hand. Pierson smiled, the smile which always made her sorry for him. "Good-bye, Lila. You're very good and kind to me. Good-bye." Her bosom swelled with relief and compassion, and she let him out. Running upstairs again, she thought, "I've just time. What shall I put on? Poor Edward, poor Noel. What colour does Jimmy like? Oh, why didn't I keep him these 10 years ago? What utter waste!" And feverishly adorning herself, she came back to the window and stood there in the dark to watch, while some jasmine which grew below sent up its scent to her. "Would I marry him if he asked me?" she thought. "But he won't ask me. Why should he now? Besides, I couldn't bear him to feel I wanted position or money from him. I only want love, love, love." The silent repetition of that word gave her a wonderful sense of solidity and comfort. So long as she only wanted love, surely he would give it. A tall figure turned down past the church, coming towards her. It was he, and suddenly she bethought herself. She went to the little black piano, sat down, and began to sing the song she had sung to him 10 years ago. "If I could be the falling dew and fall on thee all day." She did not even look round when he came in, but continued to croon out the words, conscious of him just behind her shoulder in the dark. But when she had finished, she got up and threw her arms round him, strained him to her, and burst into tears on his shoulder. thinking of Noel and that dead boy, thinking of the millions of other boys, thinking of her own happiness, thinking of those 10 years wasted, of how short was life and love, thinking, hardly knowing what she thought. And Jimmy Fort, very moved by this emotion which he only half understood, pressed her tightly in his arms, and kissed her wet cheeks and her neck, pale and warm in the darkness. End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Part 2, Chapter 5 of Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 5. 1. Noel went on with her work for a month, and then, one morning, fainted over a pile of dishes. The noise attracted attention, and Mrs. Lynch was summoned. The sight of her lying there so deadly white taxed Lila's nerves severely. But the girl revived quickly, and a cab was sent for. Lila went with her and told the driver to stop at Camelot Mansions. Why take her home in this state? Why not save the jolting and let her recover properly? They went upstairs, arm in arm. Lila made her lie down on the divan and put a hot water bottle to her feet. Noel was still so passive and pale that even to speak to her seemed a cruelty. And going to her little sideboard, Lila stealthily extracted a pint bottle of some champagne which Jimmy Fort had sent in, and took it with 2 glasses and a corkscrew into her bedroom. She drank a little herself, and came out bearing a glass to the girl. Noel shook her head, and her eyes seemed to say, "Do you really think I'm so easily mended?" But Lila had been through too much in her time to despise earthly remedies, and she held it to the girl's lips until she drank. It was excellent champagne, and since Noel had never yet touched alcohol, had an instantaneous effect. Her eyes brightened, little red spots came up in her cheeks, and suddenly she rolled over and buried her face deep in a cushion. With her short hair she looked so like a child lying there that Lila knelt down, stroking her head and saying, "There, there, my love, there, there." At last the girl raised herself. Now that the pallid, mask-like despair of the last month was broken, she seemed on fire, and her face had a wild look. She withdrew herself from Lila's touch, and, crossing her arms tightly across her chest, said, "I can't bear it. I can't sleep. I want him back. I hate life. I hate the world. We haven't done anything, only just loved each other. God likes punishing, just because we loved each other. We only have 1 day to love each other. Only 1 day. Only one." Lila could see the long white throat above those rigid arms straining and swallowing. It gave her a choky feeling to watch it. The voice, uncannily dainty for all the wildness of the words and face, went on, "I won't. I don't want to live. If there's another life, I shall go to him. And if there isn't, it's just sleep." Lila put out her hands to ward off these wild wanderings. Like most women who live simply the life of their senses and emotions, she was orthodox, or rather never speculated on such things. "Tell me about yourself and him," she said. Noel fastened her great eyes on her cousin. "We loved each other, and children are born, aren't they, after you've loved? But mine won't be." From the look on her face rather than from her words, the full reality of her meaning came to Lila, vanished, came again. Nonsense! What an awful thing, if true! That which had always seemed to her such an exaggerated occurrence in the common walks of life, why, now it was a tragedy. Instinctively she raised herself and put her arms round the girl. "My poor dear," she said, "you're fancying things." The colour had faded out of Noel's face, and with her head thrown back and her eyelids half closed, she looked like a scornful young ghost. "If it is, I shan't live. I don't mean to. It's easy to die. I don't mean Daddy to know." "Oh, my dear, was all Lila could stammer. "Was it wrong, Lila?" "Wrong? I don't know. Wrong? If it really is so, it was unfortunate, but surely you're mistaken." Noel shook her head. "I did it so that we should belong to each other. Nothing could have taken him from me." Lila caught at the girl's words. "Then, my dear, he hasn't quite gone from you, you see." Noel's lips formed a no which was inaudible. "But, Daddy," she whispered. Edward's face came before Lila so vividly that she could hardly see the girl for the tortured shape of it. Then the hedonist in her revolted against that ascetic vision. Her worldly judgment condemned and deplored this calamity. Her instinct could not help applauding that hour of life and love snatched out of the jaws of death. "Need he ever know?" she said. "I could never lie to Daddy, but it doesn't matter. Why should one go on living when life is rotten?" Outside, the sun was shining brightly, though it was late October. Lila got up from her knees. She stood at the window, thinking hard. "My dear," she said at last, "you mustn't get morbid. Look at me. I've had 2 husbands, and a pretty stormy up-and-down time of it, and I dare say I've got lots of trouble before me. But I'm not going to cave in, nor must you. The Piersons have plenty of pluck. You mustn't be a traitor to your blood. That's the last thing. Your boy would have told you to stick it. These are your trenches. You're not going to be downed, are you?" After she had spoken, there was a long silence before Noel said, "Give me a cigarette, Lila." Lila produced the little flat case she carried. "That's brave," she said. "Nothing's incurable at your age. Only one thing's incurable, getting old." Noel laughed. "That's curable too, isn't it?" "Not without surrender." Again there was a silence, while the blue fume from 2 cigarettes, fast smoked, rose towards the low ceiling. Then Noel got up from the divan and went over to the piano. She was still in her hospital dress of lilac-covered linen, and while she stood there, touching the keys, playing a chord now and then, Lila's heart felt hollow from compassion. She was so happy herself just now, and this child so very wretched. "Play to me," she said. "No, don't. I'll play to you." And sitting down, she began to play and sing a little French song whose first line rang, "Si on est jolie, jolie comme vous." It was soft, gay, charming. If the girl cried, so much the better. But Noel did not cry. She seemed suddenly to have recovered all her self-possession. She spoke calmly, answered Lila's questions without emotion, and said she would go home. Lila went out with her and walked some way in the direction of her home, distressed, but frankly at a loss. At the bottom of Portland Place, Noel stopped and said, "I'm quite all right now, Lila. Thank you awfully. I shall just go home and lie down, and I shall come tomorrow the same as usual. Goodbye." Lila could only grasp the girl's hand and say, "My dear, that's splendid. There's many a slip. Besides, it's wartime." With that saying, enigmatic even to herself, she watched the girl moving slowly away, and turned back herself towards her hospital with a disturbed and compassionate heart. 2. But Noel did not go east. She walked down Regent Street. She had received a certain measure of comfort, been steadied by her experienced cousin's vitality, and the new thoughts suggested by those words, "He hasn't quite gone from you, has he? Besides, it's wartime." Lila had spoken freely, too, and the physical ignorance in which the girl had been groping these last weeks was now removed. Like most proud natures, she did not naturally think much about the opinion of other people. Besides, she knew nothing of the world, its feelings and judgments. Her nightmare was the thought of her father's horror and grief. She tried to lessen that nightmare by remembering his opposition to her marriage and the resentment she had felt. He had never realized, never understood, how she and Cyril loved. Now, if she were really going to have a child, it would be Cyril's son, Cyril over again. The instinct stronger than reason, refinement, tradition, upbringing, which had pushed her on in such haste to make sure of union, the irrepressible pulse of life faced with annihilation, seemed to revive within her and make her terrible secret almost precious. She had read about war babies in the papers, read with a dull curiosity. But now the atmosphere, as it were, of those writings was illumined for her. These babies were wrong, were a problem. And yet, behind all that, she seemed now to know that people were glad of them. They made up, they filled the gaps. Perhaps when she had one, she would be proud, secretly proud, in spite of everyone, in spite of her father. They had tried to kill Cyril, God and everyone, but they hadn't been able. He was alive within her. A glow came into her face, walking among the busy shopping crowd, and people turned to look at her. She had that appearance of seeing no one, nothing, which is strange and attractive to those who have a moment to spare from contemplation of their own affairs. Fully 2 hours she wandered thus, before going in, and only lost that exalted feeling when in her own little room she had taken up his photograph and was sitting on her bed gazing at it. She had a bad breakdown then. Locked in there, she lay on her bed, crying, dreadfully lonely, till she fell asleep exhausted, with the tear-stained photograph clutched in her twitching fingers. She woke with a start. It was dark, and someone was knocking on the door. "Miss Noel?" Childish perversity kept her silent. Why couldn't they leave her alone? They would leave her alone if they knew. Then she heard another kind of knocking, and her father's voice. "Nolly? Nolly?" She scrambled up and opened. He looked scared, and her heart smote her. "It's all right, Daddy. I was asleep." "My dear, I'm sorry, but dinner's ready." "I don't want any dinner. I think I'll go to bed." The frown between his brows deepened. "You shouldn't lock your door, Nolly. I was quite frightened. I went round to the hospital to bring you home, and they told me about your fainting. I want you to see a doctor." Noel shook her head vigorously. "Oh, no, it's nothing." "Nothing? To faint like that? Come, my child, to please me." He took her face in his hands. Noel shrank away. "No, Daddy, I won't see a doctor. Extravagance in wartime. I won't. It's no good trying to make me. I'll come down if you like. I shall be all right tomorrow." With this, Pierson had to be content, but often that evening she saw him looking at her anxiously. And when she went up, he came out of his study, followed to her room, and insisted on lighting her fire. Kissing her at the door, he said very quietly, "I wish I could be a mother to you, my child." For a moment it flashed through Noel. He knows. Then, by the puzzled look on his face, she knew that he did not. If only he did know, what a weight it would be off her mind. But she answered quietly too, "Good night, Daddy dear," kissed him, and shut the door. She sat down before the little new fire and spread her hands out to it. All was so cold and wintry in her heart. And the firelight flickered on her face, where shadows lay thick under her eyes for all the roundness of her cheeks, and on her slim, pale hands, and the supple grace of her young body. And out in the night, clouds raced over the moon, which had come full once more. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of Saint's Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 6. 1. Pierson went back to his study and wrote to Gratian. "If you can get leave for a few days, my dear, I want you at home. I am troubled about Nolly. Ever since that disaster happened to her, she's been getting paler, and today she fainted. She won't see a doctor, but perhaps you could get her to see George. If you come up, he will surely be able to run up to us for a day or two. If not, you must take her down to him at the sea. I've just seen the news of your second cousin Charlie Pierson's death. He was killed in one of the last attacks on the Somme. He was nephew of my cousin Lila, whom, as you know, Noel sees every day at her hospital. Bertram has the DSO. I've been less hard-pressed lately. Lauder has been home on leave and has taken some services for me. And now the colder weather has come, I am feeling much fresher. Try your best to come. I am seriously concerned for our beloved child. Your affectionate father, Edward Pierson. Gratian answered that she could get weekend leave and would come on Friday. He met her at the station, and they drove thence straight to the hospital to pick up Noel. Lila came to them in the waiting-room, and Pierson, thinking they would talk more freely about Noel's health if he left them alone, went into the recreation-room and stood watching a game of bagatelle between two convalescents. When he returned to the little sitting-room, they were still standing by the hearth, talking in low voices. Gratian must surely have been stooping over the fire, for her face was red, almost swollen, and her eyes looked as if she had scorched them. Lila said lightly, "Well, Edward, aren't the men delightful? When are we going to another concert together?" She too was flushed and looked almost young. "Ah, if we could do the things we want to." "That's very pretty, Edward, but you should, you know, for a tonic." He shook his head and smiled. "You're a temptress, Lila. Will you let Nolly know, please, that we can take her back with us? Can you let her off tomorrow?" "For as long as you like. She wants a rest. I've been talking to Gratian. We oughtn't to have let her go on after a shock like that. My fault, I'm afraid. I thought that work might be best." Pierson was conscious of Gratian walking past him out of the room. He held out his hand to Lila and followed. A small noise occurred behind him, such as a woman makes when she has put a foot through her own skirt or has other powerful cause for dismay. Then he saw Noel in the hall, and was vaguely aware of being the centre of a triangle of women whose eyes were playing catch-dance. His daughters kissed each other, and he became seated between them in the taxi. The most unobservant of men, he parted from them in the hall without having perceived anything except that they were rather silent, and going to his study he took up a life of Sir Thomas More. There was a passage therein which he itched to show George Laird, who was coming up that evening. Gratian and Noel had mounted the stairs with lips tight set and eyes averted. Both were very pale. When they reached the door of Gratian's room, the room which had been their mother's, Noel was for passing on, but Gratian caught her by the arm and said, "Come in." The fire was burning brightly in there, and the two sisters stood in front of it, one on each side, their hands clutching the mantel-shelf, staring at the flames. At last Noel put one hand in front of her eyes and said, "I asked her to tell you." Gratian made the movement of one who is gripped by two strong emotions and longs to surrender to one or to the other. "It's too horrible," was all she said. Noel turned towards the door. "Stop, Nolly." Noel stopped with her hand on the doorknob. "I don't want to be forgiven and sympathized with. I just want to be let alone." "How can you be let alone?" The tide of misery surged up in Noel, and she cried out passionately, "I hate sympathy from people who can't understand. I don't want anyone's. I can always go away and lose myself." The word "can't understand" gave Gratian a shock. "I can understand," she said. "You can't. You never saw him. You never saw—" Her lips quivered so that she had to stop and bite them to keep back a rush of tears. "Besides, you would never have done it yourself." Gratian went towards her, but stopped, and sat down on the bed. It was true. She would never have done it herself. It was just that which, for all her longing to help her sister, iced her love and sympathy. How terrible, wretched, humiliating! Her own sister, her only sister, in the position of all those poor, badly brought-up girls who forgot themselves. And her father, their father! Till that moment she had hardly thought of him, too preoccupied by the shock to her own pride. The word "Dad" was forced from her. Noel shuddered. "That boy," said Gratian suddenly, "I can't forgive him. If you didn't know, he did. It was... She stopped at the sight of Noel's face. "I did know," she said. "It was I. He was my husband as much as yours is. If you say a word against him, I'll never speak to you again. I'm glad, and you would be if you were going to have one. What's the difference, except that you've had luck and I haven't?" Her lips quivered again, and she was silent. Gratian stared up at her. She had a longing for George, to know what he thought and felt. "Do you mind if I tell George?" she said. Noel shook her head. "No, not now. Tell anybody." And suddenly the misery behind the mask of her face went straight to Gratian's heart. She got up and put her arms round her sister. "Nolly, dear, don't look like that." Noel suffered the embrace without response, and when it was over, went to her own room. Gratian stayed, sorry, sore, and vexed, uncertain, anxious. Her pride was deeply wounded, her heart torn. She was angry with herself. Why couldn't she have been more sympathetic? And yet, now that Noel was no longer there, she again condemned the dead, What he had done was unpardonable. Nolly was such a child. He had committed sacrilege. If only George would come and she could talk it all out with him. She, who had married for love and known passion, had insight enough to feel that Noel's love had been deep, so far as anything, of course, could be deep in such a child. Gratian was at the mature age of 20. But to have forgotten herself like that, and this boy. If she had known him, that feeling might have been mitigated by the personal element so important to all human judgment. But never having seen him, she thought of his conduct as caddish. And she knew that this was, and would be, the trouble between her and her sister. However she might disguise it, Noel would feel that judgment underneath. She stripped off her nurse's garb, put on an evening frock, and fidgeted about the room. Anything rather to go down and see her father again, before she must. This which had happened was beyond words terrible for him. She dreaded the talk with him about Noel's health which would have to come. She could say nothing, of course, until Noel wished. And, very truthful by nature, the idea of having to act a lie distressed her. She went down at last and found them both in the drawing-room already. Noel in a frilly evening frock, sitting by the fire with her chin on her hand, while her father was reading out the war news from the evening paper. At sight of that cool, dainty, girlish figure brooding over the fire, and of her father's worn face, the tragedy of this business thrust itself on her with redoubled force. Poor Dad, poor Nolly, awful. Then Noel turned and gave a little shake of her head, and her eyes said, almost as plainly as lips could have said it, "Silence." Gratian nodded, and came forward to the fire. And so began one of those calm domestic evenings which cover sometimes such depths of heartache. 2. Noel stayed up until her father went to bed, then went upstairs at once. She had evidently determined that they should not talk about her. Gratian sat on alone, waiting for her husband. It was nearly midnight when he came, and she did not tell him the family news till next morning. He received it with a curious little grunt. Gratian saw his eyes contract, as they might have perhaps looking at some bad and complicated wound, and then stare steadily at the ceiling. Though they had been married over a year, she did not yet know what he thought about many things, and she waited with a queer sinking at her heart. This skeleton in the family cupboard was a test of his affection for herself, a test of the quality of the man she had married. He did not speak for a little, and her anxiety grew. Then his hand sought hers and gave it a hard squeeze. "Poor little Nolly. This is a case for Mark Tapleyism. But cheer up, Joycey. We'll get her through somehow." "But, Father, it's impossible to keep it from him, and impossible to tell him. Oh, George, I never knew what family pride was till now. It's incredible. That wretched boy." "Day mortuis. Come, Gracie, in the midst of death we are in life. Nolly was a plumb little idiot, but it's the war, the war. Your father must get used to it. It's a rare chance for his Christianity." "Dad will be as sweet as anything. That's what makes it so horrible." George Laird redoubled his squeeze. "Quite right. The old-fashioned father could let himself go. But need he know? We can get her away from London, and later on we must manage somehow. If he does hear, we must make him feel that Nolly was doing her bit." Gratian withdrew her hand. "Don't," she said in a muffled voice. George Laird turned and looked at her. He was greatly upset himself, realizing perhaps more truly than his young wife the violence of this disaster. He was quite capable, too, of feeling how deeply she was stirred and hurt. But, a born pragmatist, confronting life always in the experimental spirit, he was impatient of the "how awful" attitude. And this streak of her father's ascetic traditionalism in Gratian always roused in him a wish to break it up. If she had not been his wife, he would have admitted at once that he might just as well try and alter the bone formation of her head as break down such a fundamental trait of character. But, being his wife, he naturally considered alteration as possible as putting a new staircase in a house, or throwing 2 rooms into one. And, taking her in his arms, he said, "I know, but it'll all come right if we put a good face on it. Shall I talk to Nolly?" Gratian assented, from the desire to be able to say to her father, George is seeing her, and so stay the need for a discussion. But the whole thing seemed to her more and more a calamity which nothing could lessen or smooth away. George Laird had plenty of cool courage, invaluable in men who have to inflict as well as to alleviate pain, but he did not like his mission a little bit, as he would have said, and he proposed a walk because he dreaded a scene. Noel accepted for the same reason. She liked George, and with the disinterested attachment of a sister-in-law and the shrewdness of extreme youth, knew him perhaps better than did his wife. She was sure, at all events, of being neither condemned nor sympathized with. They might, of course, have gone in any direction, but chose to make for the city. Such deep decisions are subconscious. They sought, no doubt, a dry, unemotional region, or perhaps one where George, who was in uniform, might rest his arm from the automatic toy game which the military play. They had reached Cheapside before he was conscious to the full of the bizarre nature of this walk with his pretty young sister-in-law among all the bustling, black-coated mob of money-makers. "I wish the devil we hadn't come out," he thought. "It would have been easier indoors after all." He cleared his throat, however, and squeezing her arm gently, began, "Gracian's told me, Nolly. The great thing is to keep your spirit up and not worry." "I suppose you couldn't cure me?" The words in that delicate, spurning voice absolutely staggered George, but he said quickly, "Out of the question, Nolly. Impossible. What are you thinking of?" "Daddy." The words, "Damn Daddy," rose to his teeth. He bit them off and said, "Bless him. We shall have to see to all that. Do you really want to keep it from him? It must be one way or the other. No use concealing it if it's come out later." "No." He stole a look at her. She was gazing straight before her. How damnably young she was! How pretty! A lump came up in his throat. "I shouldn't do anything yet," he said. "Too early. Later on, if you'd like me to tell him. But that's entirely up to you, my dear. He need never know." "No." He could not follow her thought. Then she said, "Gratian condemns Cyril. Don't let her. I won't have him badly thought of. It was my doing. I wanted to make sure of him." George answered stoutly, "Grace is upset, of course, but she'll soon be all right. You mustn't let it come between you. The thing you've got to keep steadily before you is that life's a huge, wide, adaptable thing. Look at all these people. There's hardly one of them who hasn't got now, or hasn't had, some personal difficulty or trouble before them as big as yours, almost bigger perhaps. And here they are as lively as fleas. That's what makes the fascination of life, the jolly irony of it all. It would do you good to have a turn in France and see yourself in proportion to the whole." He felt her fingers suddenly slip under his arm, and went on with greater confidence. "Life's going to be the important thing in the future, Nolly. Not comfort and cloistered virtue and security, but living and pressure to the square inch. Do you twig? All the old hard and fast traditions and drags on life are in the melting pot. Death's boiling their bones, and they make excellent stock for the new soup. When you prune and dock things, the sap flows quicker. Regrets and repinings and repressions are going out of fashion. We shall have no time or use for them in the future. You're going to make life, well, that's something to be thankful for anyway. You've kept Cyril Morland alive. And, well, you know, we've all been born, some of us properly, some improperly, and there isn't a ha'porth of difference in the value of the article, or the trouble of bringing it into the world. The cheerier you are, the better your child will be, and that's all you've got to think about. You needn't begin to trouble at all for another couple of months at least. After that, just let us know when you'd like to go, and I'll arrange it somehow." She looked round at him, and under that young, clear, brooding gaze he had a sudden uncomfortable feeling of having spoken like a charlatan. Had he really touched the heart of the matter? What good were his generalities to this young, fastidiously nurtured girl, brought up to tell the truth by a father so old-fashioned and devoted, whom she loved? It was George's nature, too, to despise words, and the conditions of his life these last 2 years had given him a sort of horror of those who act by talking. He felt inclined to say, "Don't pay the slightest attention to me, it's all humbug. What will be, and there's an end of it." Then she said quietly, "Shall I tell Daddy or not?" He wanted to say no, but somehow couldn't. After all, the straightforward course was probably the best, for this would have to be a lifelong concealment. It was impossible to conceal a thing forever. Sooner or later he would find out. But the doctor rose up in him, and he said, "Don't go to meet trouble, Molly. It'll be time enough in 2 months. Then tell him, or let me." She shook her head. "No, I will, if it is to be done." He put his hand on hers within his arm and gave it a squeeze. "What shall I do till then?" she asked. "Take a week's complete rest, and then go on where you are." Noel was silent a minute, then said, "Yes, I will." They spoke no more on the subject, and George exerted himself to talk about hospital experiences and that phenomenon, the British soldier. But just before they reached home he said, "Look here, Nolly, if you're not ashamed of yourself, no one will be ashamed of you. If you put ashes on your own head, your fellow beings will assist you, for of such is their charity." After receiving another of those clear, brooding looks, he left her with the thought, "A lonely child." End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 7. Noel went back to her hospital after a week's rest. George had done more for her than he suspected, for his saying, "Life's a huge, wide, adaptable thing," had stuck in her mind. Did it matter what happened to her? And she used to look into the faces of the people she met and wonder what was absorbing them. What secret griefs and joys were they carrying about with them? The loneliness of her own life now forced her to this speculation concerning others, for she was extraordinarily lonely. Gratian and George were back at work. Her father must be kept at bay. With Lila she felt ill at ease, for the confession had hurt her pride, and family, friends, and acquaintances of all sorts she shunned like the plague. The only person she did not succeed in avoiding was Jimmy Fort, who came in one evening after dinner, bringing her a large bunch of hothouse violets. But then he did not seem to matter. Too new an acquaintance, too detached. Something he said made her aware that he had heard of her loss, and that the violets were a token of sympathy. He seemed awfully kind that evening, telling her tales of Araby, and saying nothing which would shock her father. It was wonderful to be a man and roll about the world as he had, and see all life, and queer places and people, Chinamen and gauchos and Boers and Mexicans. It gave her a kind of thirst, and she liked to watch his brown, humorous face, which seemed made of dried leather. It gave her the feeling that life and experience were all that mattered, doing and seeing things. It made her own troubles seem smaller, less important. She squeezed his hand when she said good night. "Thank you for my violets and for coming. It was awfully kind of you. I wish I could have adventures." And he answered, "You will, my dear fairy princess." He said it queerly and very kindly. Fairy princess! What a funny thing to call her, if he had only known. There were not many adventures to be had in those regions where she washed up, not much wide and adaptable life to take her thoughts off herself. But on her journeys to and from the hospital she had more than one odd little experience. One morning she noticed a poorly dressed woman with a red and swollen face flapping along Regent Street like a wounded bird, and biting strangely at her hand. Hearing her groan, Noel asked her what was the matter. The woman held out the hand. "Oh," she moaned, "I was scrubbing the floor, and I got this great needle stuck through my hand, and it's broke off, and I can't get it out. Oh!" She bit at the needle end, not quite visible, but almost within reach of her teeth, and suddenly went very white. In dismay, Noel put an arm round her and turned her into a fine chemist's shop. Several ladies were in there buying perfumes, and they looked with acerbity at this disorderly, dirty female entering among them. Noel went up to a man behind the counter. "Please give me something quick for this poor woman. I think she's going to faint. She's run a needle through her hand and can't get it out." The man gave her something quick, and Noel pushed past two of the dames back to where the woman was sitting. She was still obstinately biting at her hand, and suddenly her chin flew up, and there between her teeth was the needle. She took it from them with her other hand, stuck it proudly in the front of her dress, and out tumbled the words, "Oh, there, I've got it!" When she had swallowed the draught, she looked round her bewildered, and said, "Thank you kindly, miss," and shuffled out. Noel paid for the draught and followed, and behind her the shining shop seemed to exhale a perfumed breath of relief. "You can't go back to work," she said to the woman. "Where do you live?" "Hornsey, miss." "You must take a bus and go straight home, and put your hand at once into weak Condy's fluid and water. It's swelling. Here's 5 shillings.
"Yes, miss. Thank you, miss. I'm sure it's very kind of you. It does ache cruel."
"If it's not better this afternoon, you must go to a doctor. Promise."
Oh dear, yes. Here's my bus. Thank you kindly, miss."
Noel saw her borne away, still sucking at her dirty, swollen hand. She walked on in a glow of love for the poor woman, and hate for the ladies in the chemist's shop, and forgot her own troubles till she had almost reached the hospital. Another November day, a Saturday, leaving early, she walked to Hyde Park. The plane trees were just at the height of their spotted beauty. Few, very few, yellow leaves still hung, and the slender, pretty trees seemed rejoicing in their freedom from summer foliage. All their delicate boughs and twigs were shaking and dancing in the wind, and their rain-washed, leopard-like bodies had a lithe, un-English gaiety. Noel passed down their line and seated herself on a bench. Close by an artist was painting. His easel was only some 3 yards away from her, and she could see the picture, a vista of the Park Lane houses through the gay plane-tree screen. He was a tall man, about 40, evidently foreign, with a thin, long, oval, beardless face, high brow, large grey eyes which looked as if he suffered from headaches and lived much within himself. He cast many glances at her, and pursuant of her new interest in life, she watched him discreetly. A little startled, however, when, taking off his broad-brimmed squash hat, he said in a broken accent, "Forgive me the liberty I take, mademoiselle, but would you be so very kindly allow me to make a sketch of you sitting there? I work very quick. I beg you will let me. I am Belgian, and have no manners, you see." And he smiled. "If you like," said Noel. "I thank you very much." He shifted his easel and began to draw. She felt flattered and a little fluttered. He was so pale and had a curious half-fed look which moved her. "Have you been long in England?" she said presently.
"Ever since the first months of the war."
"Do you like it?"
"I was very homesick at first, but I live in my pictures. There are wonderful things in London."
"Why did you want to sketch me?"
The painter smiled again. "Mademoiselle, youth is so mysterious. Those young trees I have been painting mean so much more than the old big trees. Your eyes are seeing things that have not yet happened. There is fate in them, and a look of defending us others from seeing it. We have not such faces in my country. We are simpler. We do not defend our expressions. The English are very mysterious. We are like children to them. Yet in some ways you are like children to us. You are not people of the world at all. You English have been good to us, but you do not like us.
And I suppose you do not like us either."
He smiled again, and she noticed how white his teeth were. "Well, not very much. The English do things from duty, but their hearts they keep to themselves. And their art, well, that is really amusing."
"I don't know much about art," Noel murmured.
"It is the world to me," said the painter, and was silent, drawing with increased pace and passion.
"It is so difficult to get subjects," he remarked abruptly. "I cannot afford to pay models, and they are not fond of me painting out of doors. If I had always a subject like you. You have a grief, have you not?" At that startling little question Noel looked up, frowning. "Everybody has now." The painter grasped his chin. His eyes had suddenly become tragical. "Yes," he said, "everybody. Tragedy is daily bread. I have lost my family. They are in Belgium. How they live I do not know." "I'm sorry. Very sorry too. We aren't nice to you here. We ought to be." He shrugged his shoulders. "What would you have? We are different. That is unpardonable.
An artist is always lonely too. He has a skin fewer than other people, and he sees things that they do not. People do not like you to be different. If ever in your life you act differently from others, you will find it so, mademoiselle." Noel felt herself flushing. Was he reading her secret? His eyes had such a peculiar, second-sighted look. "Have you nearly finished?" she asked. "No, mademoiselle, I could go on for hours, but I do not wish to keep you. It is cold for you sitting there." Noel got up. "May I look?" "Certainly." She did not quite recognize herself. Who does? But she saw a face which affected her oddly, of a girl looking at something which was, and yet was not, in front of her. "My name is Lavandy," the painter said. "My wife and I live here." And he gave her a card. Noel could not help answering. "My name is Noel Pierson. I live with my father. Here's the address." She found her case and fished out a card. "My father is a clergyman. Would you care to come and see him? He loves music and painting." "It would be a great pleasure, and perhaps I might be allowed to paint you. Alas, I have no studio." Noel drew back. "I'm afraid that I work in a hospital all day, and I don't want to be painted, thank you. But Daddy would like to meet you, I'm sure." The painter bowed again. She saw that he was hurt. "Of course I can see that you're a very fine painter," she said quickly. Only I don't want to, you see. Perhaps you'd like to paint Daddy. He's got a most interesting face." The painter smiled. "He is your father, mademoiselle. May I ask you one question? Why do you not want to be painted?" Because I don't, I'm afraid." She held out her hand. The painter bowed over it. "Au revoir, mademoiselle." "Thank you," said Noel. "It was awfully interesting." And she walked away. The sky had become full of clouds round the westerly sun, and the foreign crinkled tracery of the plane tree branches against that French grey, golden-edged mass was very lovely. Beauty and the trouble of others soothed her. She felt sorry for the painter, but his eyes saw too much. And his words, "If ever you act differently from others," made her feel him uncanny. Was it true that people always disliked and condemned those who acted differently? If her old schoolfellows now knew what was before her, how would they treat her? In her father's study hung a little reproduction of a tiny picture in the Louvre, a Rape of Europa by an unknown painter, a humorous, delicate thing, of an enraptured, fair-haired girl mounted on a prancing white bull, crossing a shallow stream, while on the bank all her white girl companions were gathered, turning half sour, half envious faces away from that too fearful spectacle, while one of them tried with timid desperation to mount astride of a sitting cow and follow. The face of the girl on the bull had once been compared by someone with her own. She thought of this picture now, and saw her schoolfellows, a throng of shocked and wondering girls. Suppose one of them had been in her position. Should I have been turning my face away, like the rest? I wouldn't, she thought. I should have understood. But she knew there was a kind of false emphasis in her thought. Instinctively she felt the painter right. One who acted differently from others was lost. She told her father of the encounter, adding, "I expect he'll come, Daddy." Pierson answered dreamily, "Poor fellow, I shall be glad to see him if he does." "And you'll sit to him, won't you?" "My dear, I?" "He's lonely, you know, and people aren't nice to him. Isn't it hateful that people should hurt others because they're foreign or different?" She saw his eyes open with mild surprise, and went on, "I know you think people are charitable, Daddy, but they aren't, of course." "That's not exactly charitable, Nolly." "You know they're not. I think sin often just means doing things differently. It's not real sin when it only hurts yourself, but that doesn't prevent people condemning you, does it?" "I don't know what you mean, Nolly." Noel bit her lips and murmured, "Are you sure we're really Christians, Daddy?" The question was so startling from his own daughter that Pierson took refuge in an attempt at wit. "I should like notice of that question, Nolly, as they say in Parliament." "That means you don't."
Pierson flushed. "We're fallible enough, but don't get such ideas into your head, my child. There's a lot of rebellious talk and writing in these days." Noel clasped her hands behind her head. "I think," she said, looking straight before her and speaking to the air, "that Christianity is what you do, not what you think or say. And I don't believe people can be Christians when they act like others. I mean, when they join together to judge and hurt people." Pierson rose and paced the room. "You have not seen enough of life to talk like that," he said. But Noel went on. "One of the men in her hospital told Gratian about the treatment of conscientious objectors. It was horrible. Why do they treat them like that just because they disagree? Captain Fort says it's fear which makes people bullies. But how can it be fear when there's hundreds to one? He says man has domesticated his animals, but has never succeeded in domesticating himself. Man must be a wild beast, you know, or the world couldn't be so awfully brutal. I don't see much difference between being brutal for good reasons and being brutal for bad ones." Pierson looked down at her with a troubled smile. There was something fantastic to him in this sudden philosophizing by one whom he had watched grow up from a tiny thing. Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings, sometimes. But then the young generation was always something of a sealed book to him. His sensitive shyness, and still more his cloth, placed a sort of invisible barrier between him and the hearts of others, especially the young. There were so many things in which he was compelled to disapprove, or which at least he couldn't discuss. And they knew it too well. Until these last few months he had never realized that his own daughters had remained as undiscovered by him as the interior of Brazil. And now that he perceived this, he was bewildered. He could not imagine how to get on terms with them. And he stood looking at Noel, intensely puzzled, suspecting nothing of the hard fact which was altering her, vaguely jealous, anxious, pained. And when she had gone up to her bed, he roamed up and down the room a long time, thinking. He longed for a friend to confide in and consult, but he knew no one. He shrank from them all as too downright, bluff and active, too worldly and anaesthetic, or too stiff and narrow. Amongst the younger men in his profession he was often aware of faces which attracted him, but one could not confide deep personal questions to men half one's age. But of his own generation or his elders, he knew not one to whom he could have gone. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8 of Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 8. Lila was deep in her new draught of life. When she fell in love, it had always been over head and ears, and so far her passion had always burnt itself out before that of her partner. This had been, of course, a great advantage to her. Not that Lila had ever expected her passions to burn themselves out. When she fell in love, she had always thought it was for always. This time she was sure it was, surer than she had ever been. Jimmy Fort seemed to her the man she had been looking for all her life. He was not so good-looking as either Fairy or Lynch, but beside him these others seemed to her now almost ridiculous. Indeed, they did not figure at all. They shrank, they withered, they were husks, together with the others for whom she had known passing weaknesses. There was only one man in the world for her now, and would be for evermore. She did not idealize him either. It was more serious than that. She was thrilled by his voice and his touch. She dreamed of him, longed for him when he was not with her. She worried too, for she was perfectly aware that he was not half as fond of her as she was of him. Such a new experience puzzled her, kept her instincts painfully on the alert. It was perhaps just this uncertainty about his affection which made him seem more precious than any of the others. But there was ever the other reason too, consciousness that time was after her, and this her last grand passion. She watched him as a mother cat watches her kitten, without seeming to, of course, for she had much experience. She began to have a curious secret jealousy of Noel, though why she could not have said. It was perhaps merely incidental to her age, or sprang from that vague resemblance between her and one who outrivalled even what she had been as a girl, or from the occasional allusions Fort made to what he called that little fairy princess. Something intangible, instinctive, gave her that jealousy. Until the death of her young cousin's lover she had felt safe, for she knew that Jimmy Fort would not hanker after another man's property. Had he not proved that in old days with herself by running away from her? And she had often regretted having told him of Cyril Morland's death. One day she determined to repair that error. It was at the zoo, where they often went on Sunday afternoons. They were standing before a creature called the meerkat, which reminded them both of old days on the veldt. Without turning her head, she said, as if to the little animal, "Do you know that your fairy princess, as you call her, is going to have what is known as a war baby?" The sound of his "What?" gave her quite a stab. It was so utterly horrified. She said stubbornly, "She came and told me all about it. The boy is dead, as you know." "Yes, terrible, isn't it?" And she looked at him. His face was almost comic, so wrinkled up with incredulity. "That lovely child, but it's impossible." "The impossible is sometimes true, Jimmy." "I refuse to believe it." "I tell you it is so," she said angrily. "What a ghastly shame." It was her own doing. She said so herself. And her father, the padre, my God! Lila was suddenly smitten with a horrible doubt. She thought it would disgust him, cure him of any little tendency to romanticize that child, and now she perceived that it was rousing in him instead a dangerous compassion. She could have bitten her tongue out for having spoken. When he got on the high horse of some championship, he was not to be trusted. She had found that out. Was even finding it out bitterly in her own relations with him, constantly aware that half her hold on him, at least, lay in his sense of chivalry, aware that he knew her lurking dread of being flung on the beach by age. Only 10 minutes ago he had uttered a tirade before the cage of a monkey which seemed unhappy. And now she had roused that dangerous side of him in favour of Noel. What an idiot she had been! "Don't look like that, Jimmy. I'm sorry I told you." His hand did not answer her pressure in the least, but he muttered, "Well, I do think that's the limit. What's to be done for her?" Lila answered softly, "Nothing, I'm afraid. Do you love me?" And she pressed his hand hard. "Of course." But Lila thought, if I were that meerkat, he'd have taken more notice of my paw. Her heart began suddenly to ache, and she walked on to the next cage with head up and her mouth hard set. Jimmy Fort walked away from Camelot Mansions that evening in extreme discomfort of mind. Lila had been so queer that he had taken leave immediately after supper. She had refused to talk about Noel, had even seemed angry when he had tried to. How extraordinary some women were! Did they think that a man could hear everything like that about such a dainty young creature without being upset? It was the most perfectly damnable news. What on earth would she do, poor little fairy princess? Down had come her house of cards with a vengeance. The whole of her life, the whole of her life. With her bringing up, and her father and all, seemed inconceivable that she could ever survive it. And Lila had been almost callous about the monstrous business. Women were hard to each other. Bad enough these things when it was a simple working girl, but this dainty, sheltered, beautiful child? No, it was altogether too strong, too painful. And following an impulse which he could not resist, he made his way to the old square. But having reached the house, he nearly went away again. While he stood hesitating with his hand on the bell, a girl and a soldier passed, appearing as if by magic out of the moonlit November mist, blurred and solid shapes embraced, then vanished into it again, leaving the sound of footsteps. Fort jerked the bell. He was shown into what seemed, to one coming out of that mist, to be a brilliant, crowded room, though in truth there were but 2 lamps and 5 people in it. They were sitting round the fire, talking, and paused when he came in. When he had shaken hands with Pierson and been introduced to my daughter Gratian and a man in khaki, my son-in-law George Leard, to a tall, thin-faced, foreign-looking man in a black stock and seemingly no collar, he went up to Noel, who had risen from a chair before the fire. No, he thought, I've dreamed it, or Lila has lied. She was so perfectly the self-possessed, dainty maiden he remembered. Even the feel of her hand was the same, warm and confident, and sinking into a chair he said, "Please go on and let me chip in." "We were quarrelling about the universe, Captain Fort," said the man in khaki. "Delighted to have your help. I was just saying that this particular world has no particular importance, no more than a newspaper seller would accord to it if it were completely destroyed tomorrow. Horrible catastrophe, total destruction of the world, 6 o'clock edition, Piper." "I said it will become again the nebula out of which it was formed, and by friction with other nebula reform into a fresh shape, and so on ad infinitum. But I can't explain why. My wife wonders if it exists at all, except in the human mind, but you can't explain what the human mind is. My father-in-law thinks that it is God's hobby, but he can't explain who or what God is. Nolly is silent, and Monsieur Lavendy hasn't yet told us what he thinks. What do you think, monsieur?" The thin-faced, big-eyed man put up his hand to his high-veined brow as if he had a headache, reddened, and began to speak in French, which Fort followed with difficulty. "For me, the universe is a limitless artist, monsieur, who from old time unto old time is ever expressing himself in differing forms, always trying to make a masterpiece and generally failing. For me, this world and all the worlds are like ourselves, and the flowers and trees, little separate works of art, more or less perfect, whose little lives run their course and are spilled or powdered back into this creative artist, whence issue ever fresh attempts at art. I agree with Monsieur Laird, if I understand him right, but I agree also with Madame Laird, if I understand her. You see, I think mind and matter are one, or perhaps there's no such thing as either mind or matter, only growth and decay and growth again, for ever and ever. But always conscious growth, an artist expressing himself in millions of ever-changing forms, decay and death, as we call them, being but rest and sleep, the ebbing of the tide, which must ever come between two rising tides, or the night which comes between 2 days. But the next day is never the same as the day before, nor the tide as the last tide. So the little shapes of the world and of ourselves, these works of art by the eternal artist, are never renewed in the same form, are never twice alike, but always fresh. Fresh worlds, fresh individuals, fresh flowers, fresh everything. I do not see anything depressing in that. To me, it would be depressing to think that I would go on living after death, or live again in a new body, myself, yet not myself. How stale that would be. When I finish a picture, it is inconceivable to me that this picture should ever become another picture, or that one can divide the expression from the mind, stuff it has expressed. The great artist, who is the whole of everything, is ever in fresh effort to achieve new things. He is as a fountain who throws up new drops, no two ever alike, which fall back into the water, flow into the pipe, and so are thrown up again in fresh-shaped drops. But I cannot explain where there should be this eternal energy, ever expressing itself in fresh individual shapes, this eternal working artist, instead of nothing at all, just empty dark for always, except indeed that it must be one thing or the other, either all or nothing. And it happens to be this and not that, the all and not the nothing. He stopped speaking, and his big eyes, which had fixed themselves on Fort's face, seemed to the latter not to be seeing him at all, but to rest on something beyond. The man in khaki, who had risen and was standing with his hand on his wife's shoulder, said, "Bravo, monsieur. Jolly well put from the artist's point of view. The idea is pretty, anyway. But is there any need for any idea at all? Things are, and we just have to take them." Fort had the impression of something dark and writhing, the thin black form of his host, who had risen and come close to the fire. "I cannot admit," he was saying, "the identity of the Creator with the created. God exists outside ourselves. Nor can I admit that there is no definite purpose and fulfillment. All is shaped to his great ends. I think we are too given to spiritual pride. The world has lost reverence. I regret it. I bitterly regret it." "I rejoice at it," said the man in khaki. "Now, Captain Fort, your turn to bat." Fort, who had been looking at Noel, gave himself a shake, and said,
"I think what Monsieur calls expression I call fighting. I suspect the universe of being simply a long fight, a sum of conquests and defeats. Conquests leading to defeats, defeats to conquests. I want to win while I'm alive, and because I want to win, I want to live on after death. Death is a defeat. I don't want to admit it. When I have that instinct, I don't think I shall really die. When I lose it, I think I shall."
He was conscious of Noel's face turning towards him. He had the feeling that she wasn't really listening.
"I suspect that what we call spirit is just the fighting instinct, that what we call matter is the mood of lying down. Whether, as Mr. Pierson says, God is outside us, or, as Monsieur thinks, we are all part of God, I don't know, I'm sure."
"Ah, there we are," said the man in khaki. "We all speak after our temperaments, and none of us know. The religions of the world are just the poetic expressions of certain strongly marked temperaments. Monsieur was a poet just now, and his is the only temperament which has never yet been rammed down the world's throat in the form of religion. Go out and proclaim your views from the housetops, Monsieur, and see what happens." The painter shook his head with a smile, which seemed to Fort very bright on the surface, and very sad underneath. "No, Monsieur," he said, "the artist does not wish to impose his temperament. Difference of temperament is the very essence of his joy and his belief in life. Without difference there would be no life for him. Tu cas, tu las. But change goes on for ever. We artists reverence change, Monsieur. We reverence that newness of each morning, of each night, of each person, of each expression of energy. Nothing is final for us. We are eager for all and always for more. We are in love, you see, even with death." There was a silence. Then Fort heard Pierson murmur, "That is beautiful, Monsieur, but oh, how wrong." "And what do you think, Nolly?" said the man in khaki suddenly. The girl had been sitting very still in her low chair, with her hands crossed in her lap, her eyes on the fire, and the lamplight shining down on her fair hair. She looked up startled, and her eyes met Fort's. "I don't know. I wasn't listening." Something moved in him, a kind of burning pity, a rage of protection. He said quickly, "There are times of action. Philosophy seems to mean nothing nowadays. The one thing is to hate tyranny and cruelty, and protect everything that's weak and lonely. It's all that's left to make life worth living, when all the packs of all the world are out for blood." Noel was listening now, and he went on fervently, "Why, even we who started out to fight this Prussian pack have caught the pack feeling, so that it's hunting all over the country, on every sort of scent. It's a most infectious thing." "I cannot see that we are being infected, Captain Fort." "Oh, I'm afraid we are, Mr. Pierson. The great majority of people are always inclined to run with the hounds. The pressure's great just now. The pack spirit's in the air." Pierson shook his head. "No, I cannot see it," he repeated. "It seems to me that we are all more brotherly and more tolerant." "Ah, Monsieur le Curé," Fort heard the painter say very gently, "it is difficult for a good man to see the evil round him. There are those whom the world's march leaves apart and really cannot touch. They walk with God, and the bestialities of us animals are fantastic to them. The spirit of the pack, as Monsieur says, is in the air. I see all human nature now, running with gaping mouths and red tongues lolling out, their breath and their cries spouting thick before them. On whom they will fall next, one never knows, the innocent with the guilty. Perhaps if you were to see someone dear to you devour before your eyes, Monsieur le Curé, you would feel it too. Yet I do not know." Fort saw Noel turn her face towards her father. Her expression at that moment was very strange, searching, half frightened. No, Lila had not lied, and he had not dreamed. That thing was true. When presently he took his leave and was out again in the square, he could see nothing but her face and form before him in the moonlight, its soft outline, fair colouring, slender delicacy, and the brooding of the big grey eyes. He had already crossed New Oxford Street and was some way down towards the Strand, when a voice behind him murmured, "Ah, c'est vous, monsieur." and the painter loomed up at his elbow.
"Are you going my way?" said Fort. "I go slowly, I'm afraid."
"The slower the better, monsieur. London is so beautiful in the dark. It is the despair of the painter, these moonlit nights. There are moments when one feels that reality does not exist. All is in dreams, like the face of that young lady."
Fort stared sharply round at him. "Oh, she strikes you like that, does she?"
Ah, what a charming figure! What an atmosphere of the past and future round her! And she will not let me paint her. Well, perhaps only Mathieu Marie." He raised his broad bohemian hat and ran his fingers through his hair.
"Yes," said Fort, "she'd make a wonderful picture. I'm not a judge of art, but I can see that."
The painter smiled and went on in his rapid French. "She has youth and age all at once. That is rare. Her father is an interesting man, too. I am trying to paint him. He is very difficult. He sits lost in some kind of vacancy of his own, a man whose soul has gone before him somewhere, like that of his church, escaped from this age of machines, leaving its body behind, is it not? He is so kind, a saint, I think. The other clergymen I see passing in the street are not at all like him. They look buttoned up and busy, with faces of men who might be schoolmasters or lawyers or even soldiers, men of this world. Do you know this, monsieur? It is ironical, but it is true. I think a man cannot be a successful priest unless he is a man of this world." I did not see any of that look of Monsieur Pierson, a little tortured within and not quite present. He is half an artist, really a lover of music, that man. I am painting him at the piano when he is playing. His face is alive, but even then so far away. To me, monsieur, he is exactly like a beautiful church which knows it is being deserted. I find him pathetic. Je suis socialiste, but I have always an aesthetic admiration for that old church which held its children by simple emotion. The times have changed. It can no longer hold them so. It stands in the dusk with its spire to a heaven which exists no more. Its bells, still beautiful, but out of tune with the music of the streets. It is something of that which I wish to get into my pictures of Monsieur Pierson. Sapristi, it is difficult." Fort granted assent. So far as he could make out the painter's words, it seemed to him a large order. "To do it, you see," went on the painter, "one should have the proper background, these currents of modern life and modern types passing him and leaving him untouched. There is no illusion and no dreaming in modern life. Look at this street. In the darkened Strand, hundreds of khaki-clad figures and girls were streaming by, and all their voices had a hard, half-jovial vulgarity. The motor-cabs and buses pushed along remorselessly. Newspaper sellers muttered their ceaseless invitations. Again the painter made his gesture of despair. "How am I to get into my picture this modern life, which washes round him as round that church there standing in the middle of the street? See how the currents sweep round it as if to wash it away. Yet it stands seeming not to see them. If I were a fantasist, it would be easy enough. But to be a fantasist is too simple for me. Those romantic gentlemen bring what they like from anywhere to serve their ends. Moi, je suis réaliste. So, monsieur, I have invented an idea. I am painting over his head while he sits there at the piano a picture hanging on the wall of one of these young town girls who have no mysteriousness at all, no youth, nothing but a cheap knowledge and defiance and good humour. He is looking up at it, but he does not see it. I will make the face of that girl the face of modern life, and he shall sit staring at it, seeing nothing. What do you think of my idea?" But Fort had begun to feel something of the revolt which the man of action so soon experiences when he listens to an artist talking.
"Sounds all right," he said abruptly. "All the same, monsieur, all my sympathy is with modern life. Take these young girls and these Tommies. For all their feather-pated vulgarity, they are damned vulgar, I must say. They're marvellous people. They do take the rough with the smooth. They're all doing their bit, you know, and facing this particularly beastly world. Aesthetically, I dare say, they're deplorable. But can you say that on the whole their philosophy isn't an advance on anything we've had up till now? They worship nothing, it's true, but they keep their heads up marvellously. The painter, who seemed to feel the wind blowing cold on his ideas, shrugged his shoulders. I am not concerned with that, monsieur. I set down what I see, better or worse. I do not know. But look at this. And he pointed down the darkened and moonlit street. It was all jewelled and enamelled with little spots and splashes of subdued red and green-blue light, and the downward orange glow of the high lamps, like an enchanted dream street peopled by countless moving shapes, which only came to earth reality when seen close to. The painter drew his breath in with a hiss. "Ah," he said, "what beauty! And they don't see it, not one in 1,000. Pity, isn't it? Beauty is the holy thing." Fort, in his turn, shrugged his shoulders. "Every man to his vision," he said. "My leg's beginning to bother me. I'm afraid I must take a cab. Here's my address. Any time you like to come, I'm often in about 7. Can't take you anywhere, I suppose?" "1,000 thanks, monsieur, but I go north. I loved your words about the pack. I often wake at night and hear the howling of all the packs of the world. Those who are by nature gentle nowadays feel they are strangers in a far land. Good night, monsieur." He took off his queer hat, bowed low, and crossed out into the Strand, like one who had come in a dream and faded out with the waking. Fort hailed a cab and went home, still seeing Noel's face. There was one, if you liked, waiting to be thrown to the wolves, waiting for the world's pack to begin howling round her, that lovely child. And the first, the loudest of all the pack, perhaps, must be her own father, the lean, dark figure with the gentle face and the burnt, bright eyes. What a ghastly business! His dreams that night were not such as Lila would have approved. End of Part 2, Chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9 of Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 9. When in the cupboard there is a real and very bony skeleton, carefully kept from the sight of a single member of the family, the position of that member is liable to become lonely. But Pierson, who had been lonely 15 years, did not feel it so much perhaps as most men would have. In his dreamy nature there was a curious self-sufficiency which only violent shocks disturbed, and he went on with his routine of duty, which had become for him as set as the pavements he trod on his way to and from it. It was not exactly true, as the painter had said, that this routine did not bring him into touch with life. After all, he saw people when they were born, when they were married, when they died. He helped them when they wanted money, and when they were ill. He told their children Bible stories on Sunday afternoons. He served those who were in need with soup and bread from his soup kitchen. He never spared himself in any way, and his ears were always at the service of their woes. And yet he did not understand them, and they knew that. It was as though he, or they, were colour-blind. The values were all different. He was seeing one set of objects, they another. One street of his parish touched a main line of thoroughfare, and formed a little part of the new hunting grounds of women, who, chased forth from their usual haunts by the authorities under pressure of the country's danger, now pursued their calling in the dark. This particular evil had always been a sort of nightmare to Pierson. The starvation which ruled his own existence inclined him to a particularly severe view, and severity was not his strong point. In consequence, there was ever within him a sort of very personal and poignant struggle going on beneath that seeming attitude of rigid disapproval. He joined the hunters, as it were, because he was afraid, not of course of his own instincts, for he was fastidious, a gentleman, and a priest, but of being lenient to a sin, to something which God abhorred. He was, as it were, bound to take a professional view of this particular offence. When in his walks abroad he passed one of these women, he would unconsciously purse his lips and frown. The darkness of the streets seemed to lend them such power, such unholy sovereignty over the night. They were such a danger to the soldiers, too, and in turn the soldiers were such a danger to the lambs of his flock. Domestic disasters in his parish came to his ears from time to time, cases of young girls whose heads were turned by soldiers so that they were about to become mothers. They seemed to him pitiful indeed.
but he could not forgive them for their giddiness, for putting temptation in the way of brave young men fighting or about to fight. The glamour which surrounded soldiers was not excuse enough. When the babies were born and came to his notice, he consulted a committee he had formed of 3 married and 2 maiden ladies, who visited the mothers, and if necessary took the babies into a crèche. For those babies had a new value to the country, and were not, poor little things, to be held responsible for their mother's faults. He himself saw little of the young mothers, shy of them, secretly afraid, perhaps, of not being censorious enough. But once in a way, life set him face to face with one. On New Year's Eve he was sitting in his study after tea, at that hour which he tried to keep for his parishioners, when a Mrs. Mitchett was announced, a small bookseller's wife, whom he knew for an occasional communicant. She came in, accompanied by a young, dark-eyed girl in a loose, mouse-coloured coat. At his invitation they sat down in front of the long bookcase on the 2 green leather chairs which had grown worn in the service of the parish, and, screwed round in his chair at the bureau, with his long musician's fingers pressed together, he looked at them and waited. The woman had taken out her handkerchief and was wiping her eyes, but the girl sat quiet as the mouse she somewhat resembled in that coat. "Yes, Mrs. Mitchett?" he said gently, at last. The woman put away her handkerchief, sniffed resolutely, and began. "It's Hilda, sir. Such a thing Mitchett and me never could have expected, coming on us so sudden. I thought it best to bring her round, poor girl. Of course it's all the war. I've warned her a dozen times, but there it is, coming next month, and the man in France." Pierson instinctively averted his gaze from the girl, who had not moved her eyes from his face, which she scanned with a seeming absence of interest, as if she had long ago given up thinking over her lot, and left it now to others. "That is sad," he said. "Very, very sad." "Yes," murmured Mrs. Mitchett. "That's what I tell Hilda." The girl's glance, lowered for a second, resumed its impersonal scrutiny of Pierson's face. "What is the man's name and regiment? Perhaps we can get leave for him to come home and marry Hilda at once." Mrs. Mitchett sniffed. "She won't give it, sir. Now, Hilda, give it to Mr. Pierson." And her voice had a real note of entreaty. The girl shook her head. Mrs. Mitchett murmured dolefully, "That's how she is, sir. Not a word will she say. And as I tell her, we could only think there must have been more than one. And that does put us to shame so." But still the girl made no sign. "You speak to her, sir. I'm ready at my wit's end." "Why won't you tell us?" said Pierson. "The man will want to do the right thing, I'm sure." The girl shook her head, and spoke for the first time. "I don't know his name." Mrs. Mitchett's face twitched. "Oh dear," she said. "Think of that. She's never said as much to us." "Not know his name?" Pierson murmured. "But how could you—" He stopped, but his face had darkened. "Surely you would never have done such a thing without affection. Come, tell me." "I don't know it," the girl repeated. "It's these parks," said Mrs. Mitchett from behind her handkerchief. "And to think that there shall be our first grandchild and all. Hilda is difficult, as quiet, but that stubborn—" Pierson looked at the girl, who seemed, if anything, less interested than ever. This impenetrability and something mulish in her attitude annoyed him. "I can't think," he said, "how you could have so forgotten yourself. It's truly grievous." Mrs. Mitchett murmured, "Yes, sir, the girls gets it into their heads that there's going to be no young men for them." "That's right," said the girl sullenly. Pierson's lip grew tighter. "Well, what can I do for you, Mrs. Mitchett?" he said. "Does your daughter come to church?" Mrs. Mitchett shook her head mournfully. "Ever since she had her bike." Pierson rose from his chair. The old story, control and discipline undermined, and these bitter apples the result. "Well," he said, "if you need our crèche, you have only to come to me." And he turned to the girl. "And you, won't you let this dreadful experience move your heart? My dear girl, we must all master ourselves, our passions, and our foolish wilfulness, especially in these times when our country needs us strong and self-disciplined, not thinking of ourselves. I'm sure you're a good girl at heart." The girl's dark eyes, unmoved from his face, roused in him a spasm of nervous irritation. "Your soul is in great danger, and you're very unhappy, I can see. Turn to God for help, and in his mercy everything will be made so different for you, so very different. Come." The girl said, with a sort of surprising quietness,
I don't want the baby." The remark staggered him, almost as if she had uttered a hideous oath. "Hilda was in musicians," said her mother in an explanatory voice, "earning him out of £4 a week. Oh dear, it is a waste and all." A queer, rather terrible little smile curled Pierson's lips. "A judgment," he said. "Good evening, Mrs. Mitchett. Good evening, Hilda. If you want me when the time comes, send for me." They stood up. He shook hands with them, and was suddenly aware that the door was open and Noel standing there. He had heard no sound, and how long she had been there he could not tell. There was a singular fixity in her face and attitude. She was staring at the girl, who, as she passed, lifted her face so that the dark eyes and the grey eyes met. The door was shut, and Noel stood there alone with him. "Aren't you early, my child?" said Pierson. "You came in very quietly." "Yes, I heard." A slight shock went through him at the tone of her voice. Her face had that possessed look which he always dreaded. "What did you hear?" he said. "I heard you say, 'a judgment.' You'll say the same to me, won't you? Only I do want my baby." She was standing with her back to the door, over which a dark curtain hung. Her face looked young and small against its stuff, her eyes very large. With one hand she plucked at her blouse just over her heart. Pierson stared at her, and gripped the back of the chair he had been sitting in. A lifetime of repression served him in the half-realized horror of that moment. He stammered out the single word, "Nolly." "It's quite true," she said, turned round, and went out. Pierson had a sort of vertigo. If he had moved, he must have fallen down. "Nolly." He slid round and sank into his chair, and by some horrible, cruel fiction of his nerves he seemed to feel Noel on his knee, as, when a little girl, she had been wont to sit with her fair hair fluffing against his cheek. He seemed to feel that hair tickling his skin. It used to be the greatest comfort he had known since her mother died. At that moment his pride shrivelled like a flower held to a flame. All that abundant, secret pride of a father who loves and admires, who worships still a dead wife in the children she has left him, who, humble by nature, yet never knows how proud he is till the bitter thing happens. All the long pride of the priest, who by dint of exhortation and remonstrance has coated himself in a superiority he hardly suspects. All this pride shrivelled in him. Then something writhed and cried within, as a tortured beast cries, at a loss to know why it is being tortured. How many times has not a man used these words? My God, why hast thou forsaken me?" He sprang up and tried to pace his way out of this cage of confusion. His thoughts and feelings made the strangest medleys, spiritual and worldly. Social ostracism, her soul in peril, a trial sent by God. The future. Imagination failed him. He went to his little piano, opened it, closed it again, took his hat and stole out. He walked fast without knowing where. It was very cold, a clear, bitter evening. Silent, rapid motion in the frosty air was some relief. As Noel had fled from him, having uttered her news, so did he fly from her. The afflicted walked fast. He was soon down by the river, and turned west along its wall. The moon was up, bright and nearly full, and the steel-like shimmer of its light burnished the ebbing water. A cruel night. He came to the obelisk and leaned against it, overcome by a spasm of realization. He seemed to see his dead wife's face staring at him out of the past, like an accusation. How have you cared for Nolly that she should have come to this? It became the face of the moonlit sphinx, staring straight at him, the broad dark face with wide nostrils, cruel lips, full eyes blank of pupils, all livened and whitened by the moonlight, an embodiment of the marvellous unseeing energy of life, twisting and turning hearts without mercy. He gazed into those eyes with a sort of scared defiance. The great clawed paws of the beast, the strength and remorseless serenity of that crouching creature with human head, made living by his imagination and the moonlight, seemed to him like a temptation to deny God, like a refutation of human virtue. Then the sense of beauty stirred in him. He moved where he could see its flanks coated in silver by the moonlight, the ribs and the great muscles, and the tail with tip coiled over the haunch,
like the head of a serpent. It was weirdly living, fine and cruel, that great man-made thing. It expressed something in the soul of man, pitiless and remote from love, or rather the remorselessness which men had seen lurking within man's fate. Pierson recoiled from it, and resumed his march along the embankment, almost deserted in the bitter cold. He came to where, in the opening of the underground railway, he could see the little forms of people moving, little orange and red lights glowing. The sight arrested him by its warmth and motion. Was it not all a dream? That woman and her daughter, had they really come? Had not Noel been but an apparition, her words a trick which his nerves had played him? Then, too vividly again, he saw her face against the dark stuff of the curtain, the curve of her hand plucking at her blouse, heard the sound of his own horrified "Nolly!" No illusion, no deception. The edifice of his life was in dust. And a queer and ghastly company of faces came about him, faces he had thought friendly, of good men and women whom he knew, yet at that moment did not know, all gathered round Noel, with fingers pointing at her. He staggered back from that vision, could not bear it, could not recognize this calamity. With a sort of comfort, yet an aching sense of unreality, his mind flew to all those summer holidays spent in Scotland, Ireland, Cornwall, Wales, by mountain and lake, with his two girls. What sunsets and turning leaves, birds, beasts, and insects they had watched together. From their youthful companionship, their eagerness, their confidence in him, he had known so much warmth and pleasure. If all those memories were true, surely this could not be true. He felt suddenly that he must hurry back, go straight to Noel, tell her that she had been cruel to him, or assure himself that for the moment she had been insane. His temper rose suddenly, took fire. He felt anger against her, against everyone he knew, against life itself. Thrusting his hands deep into the pockets of his thin black overcoat, he plunged into that narrow, glowing tunnel of the station booking office, which led back to the crowded streets. But by the time he reached home, his anger had evaporated. He felt nothing but utter lassitude. It was 9 o'clock, and the maids had cleared the dining table. In despair, Noel had gone up to her room. He had no courage left, and sat down supperless at his little piano, letting his fingers find soft, painful harmonies, so that Noel perhaps heard the faint, far thrumming of that music through uneasy dreams. And there he stayed, till it became time for him to go forth to the Old Year's midnight service. When he returned, Pierson wrapped himself in a rug and lay down on the old sofa in his study. The maid, coming in next morning to do the grate, found him still asleep. She stood contemplating him in awe, a broad-faced, kindly, fresh-coloured girl. He lay with his face resting on his hand, his dark, just grizzling hair unruffled, as if he had not stirred all night. His other hand clutched the rug to his chest, and his booted feet protruded beyond it. To her young eyes he looked rather appallingly neglected. She gazed with interest at the hollows in his cheeks, and the furrows in his brow, and the lips, dark moustached and bearded, so tightly compressed even in sleep. Being holy didn't make a man happy, it seemed. What fascinated her were the cindery eyelashes resting on the cheeks, the faint movement of face and body as he breathed, the gentle hiss of breath escaping through the twitching nostrils. She moved nearer, bending down over him, with a childlike notion of counting those lashes. Her lips parted in readiness to say, "Oh," if he waked. Something in his face and the little twitches which passed over it made her feel that sorry for him. He was a gentleman, had money, preached to her every Sunday, and was not so very old. What more could a man want? And yet he looked so tired with those cheeks. She pitied him. Helpless and lonely he seemed to her, asleep there instead of going to bed properly. And sighing, she tiptoed towards the door. "Is that you, Bessie?" The girl turned. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry I woke you, sir. Happy New Year, sir." Yes. Happy New Year, Bessie." She saw his usual smile, saw it die, and a fixed look come on his face. It scared her, and she hurried away. Pierson had remembered. For full 5 minutes he lay there staring at nothing. Then he rose, folded the rug mechanically, and looked at the clock. 8. He went upstairs, knocked at Noel's door, and entered. The blinds were drawn up, but she was still in bed. He stood looking down at her. "A happy New Year, my child," he said, and he trembled all over, shivering visibly. She looked so young and innocent, so round-faced and fresh after her night's sleep, that the thought sprang up in him again. It must have been a dream. She did not move, but a slow flush came up in her cheeks. No dream, dream. He said tremulously, I can't realize. I hoped. I'd heard wrong. Didn't I, Nolly? Didn't I? She just shook her head. "Tell me everything," he said, "for God's sake." He saw her lips moving, and caught the murmur. "There's nothing more. Gratian and George know, and Lila. It can't be undone, Daddy. Perhaps I wouldn't have wanted to make sure if you hadn't tried to stop Cyril and me. And I'm glad sometimes, because I shall have something of his." She looked up at him. "After all, it's the same, really, only there's no ring. It's no good talking to me now as if I hadn't been thinking of this for ages. I'm used to anything you can say. I've said it to myself, you see. There's nothing but to make the best of it." Her hot hand came out from under the bedclothes and clutched his very tight. Her flush had deepened, and her eyes seemed to him to glitter. "Oh, Daddy, you do look tired. Haven't you been to bed?" "Poor Daddy." That hot clutch, and the words, "poor Daddy," brought tears into his eyes. They rolled slowly down to his beard, and he covered his face with the other hand. Her grip tightened convulsively. Suddenly she dragged it to her lips, kissed it, and let it drop. "Don't," she said, and turned away her face. Pierson effaced his emotion, and said quite calmly, "Shall you wish to be at home, my dear, or to go elsewhere?" Noel had begun to toss her head on her pillow like a feverish child whose hair gets in its eyes and mouth. "Oh, I don't know. What does it matter?" "Kestrel, would you like to go there? Your aunt, I could write to her." Noel stared at him a moment. A struggle seemed going on within her. "Yes," she said, "I would. Only not Uncle Bob." "Perhaps your uncle would come up here and keep me company." She turned her face away, and that tossing movement of the limbs beneath the clothes began again. "I don't care," she said. "Anywhere. It doesn't matter." Pierson put his chilly hand on her forehead. "Gently," he said, and knelt down by the bed. "Merciful Father," he murmured, "give us strength to bear this dreadful trial. Keep my beloved child safe and bring her peace, and give me to understand how I have done wrong, how I have failed towards thee and her. In all things chasten and strengthen her, my child, and me." His thoughts moved on in the confused, inarticulate suspense of prayer, till he heard her say, "You haven't failed. Why do you talk of failing? It isn't true. And don't pray for me, Daddy." Pierson raised himself and moved back from the bed. Her words confounded him, yet he was afraid to answer. She pushed her head deep into the pillow and lay looking up at the ceiling. "I shall have a son. Cyril won't quite have died, and I don't want to be forgiven." He dimly perceived what long, dumb processes of thought and feeling had gone on in her to produce this hardened state of mind, which to him seemed almost blasphemous. And in the very midst of this turmoil in his heart, he could not help thinking how lovely her face looked, lying back so that the curve of her throat was bared, with the short tendrils of hair coiling about it. That flung-back head, moving restlessly from side to side in the heat of the soft pillow, had such a passion of protesting life in it. And he kept silence. "I want you to know it was all me, but I can't pretend. Of course I'll try and not let it hurt you more than I possibly can. I'm sorry for you, poor Daddy. Oh, I'm sorry for you." With a movement incredibly lithe and swift, she turned and pressed her face down in the pillow, so that all he could see was her tumbled hair, the bedclothes trembling about her shoulders. He tried to stroke that hair, but he shook her head free, and he stole out. She did not come to breakfast, and when his own wretched meal was over, the mechanism of his professional life caught him again at once. New Year's Day, he had much to do. He had, before all, to be of a cheerful countenance before his flock, to greet all and any with an air of hope and courage. End of Part 1, Chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of Saint's Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2, Chapter 10. 1. Thurza Pierson, seeing her brother-in-law's handwriting, naturally said, "Here's a letter from Ted." Bob Pierson, with a mouthful of sausage, as naturally responded, "What does he say?" In reading on, she found that to answer that question was one of the most difficult tasks ever set her. Its news moved and disturbed her deeply. Under her wing this disaster had happened. Down here had been wrought this most deplorable miracle, fraught with such a dislocation of lives. Noel's face, absorbed and passionate, outside the door of her room on the night when Cyril Morland went away. Her instinct had been right. "He wants you to go and stay with him, Bob." "Why not both of us?" "He wants Nolly to come down to me. She's not well." "Not well? What's the matter?" To tell him seemed disloyalty to her sex, not to tell him disloyalty to her husband. A simple consideration of fact and not of principle decided her. He would certainly say in a moment, "Yeah, pitch it over," and she would have to. She said tranquilly, "You remember that night when Cyril Morland went away, and Noel behaved so strangely? Well, my dear, she's going to have a child at the beginning of April. The poor boy's dead, Bob. He died for the country." She saw the red tide flow up into his face. "What?" "Poor Edward is dreadfully upset. We must do what we can. I blame myself." By instinct she used those words. "Blame yourself? Stuff! He stopped. Thurza said quietly, "No, Bob. Of the two, I'm sure it was Noel. She was desperate that day. Don't you remember her face? Oh, this war! It's turned the whole world upside down. That's the only comfort. Nothing's normal." Bob Pierson possessed beyond most men the secret of happiness, for he was always absorbed in the moment to the point of unself-consciousness. Eating an egg, cutting down a tree, sitting on a tribunal, making up his accounts, planting potatoes, looking at the moon, riding his cob, reading the lessons. No part of him stood aside to see how he was doing it, or wonder why he was doing it, or not doing it better. He grew like a cork tree, and acted like a sturdy and well-natured dog. His griefs, angers, and enjoyments were simple as a child's, or as his somewhat noisy slumbers. They were notably well-suited, for Thurza had the same secret of happiness, though her absorption in the moment did not, as become a woman, prevent her being conscious of others. Indeed, such formed the chief subject of her absorptions. One might say that they neither of them had philosophy, yet were as philosophic a couple as one could meet on this earth of the self-conscious. Daily life to these two was still a simple savour. To be absorbed in life, the queer, endless tissue of moments and things felt and done and said and made, the odd inspiriting conjunctions of countless people, was natural to them. But they never thought whether they were absorbed or not, or had any particular attitude to life or death. A great blessing at the epoch in which they were living. Bob Pierson, then, paced the room, so absorbed in his dismay and concern that he was almost happy. "By Jove," he said, "what a ghastly thing! Nolly, of all people! I feel perfectly wretched, Thurza. Wretched beyond words." With each repetition his voice grew cheerier, and Thurza felt that he was already over the worst. "Your coffee's getting cold," she said. "What do you advise? Shall I go up, eh?" "I think you'll be a godsend to poor Ted. You'll keep his spirits up. Eve won't get any leave till Easter, and I can be quite alone and see to Nolly here. The servants can have a holiday. Nurse and I will run the house together. I shall enjoy it." "You're a good woman, Thurza." Taking his wife's hand, he put it to his lips. "There isn't another woman like you in the world." Thurza's eyes smiled. "Pass me your cup. I'll give you some fresh coffee." It was decided to put the plan into operation at mid-month, and she bent all her wits to instilling into her husband the thought that a baby more or less was no great matter in a world which already contained 1,200 million people. With a man's keener sense of family propriety, he could not see that this baby would be the same as any other baby. "By heaven," he would say, "I simply can't get used to it. In our family, and Ted a parson. What the devil shall we do with it?" "If Nolly will let us, why shouldn't we adopt it? It'll be something to take my thoughts off the boys."
"That's an idea. But Ted's a funny fellow. He'll have some doctrine of atonement or other in his bonnet."
"Oh, bother," said Thirza with asperity. The thought of sojourning in town for a spell was not unpleasant to Bob Pierson. His tribunal work was over, his early potatoes in, and he had visions of working for the country, of being a special constable and dining at his club. The nearer he was to the front, and the more he could talk about the war, the greater the service he felt he would be doing. He would ask for a job where his brains would be of use. He regretted keenly that Thirza wouldn't be with him. A long separation like this would be a great trial. And he would sigh and run his fingers through his whiskers. Still, for the country and for Nolly, one must put up with it. When Thirza finally saw him into the train, tears stood in the eyes of both, for they were honestly attached, and knew well enough that this job, once taken in hand, would have to be seen through. A 3-month separation at least.
"I shall write every day."
"So shall I, Bob."
"You won't fret, old girl."
"Only if you do."
"I shall be up at 5:05, and she'll be down at 4:50. Give us a kiss. Damn the porters! God bless you. I suppose she'd mind if I were to come down now and then."
"I'm afraid she would. It's well, you know."
Yes, I do."
And he really did, for underneath he had true delicacy. Her last words, "You're very sweet, Bob," remained in his ears all the way to Severn Junction. She went back to the house, emptied of her husband, daughter, boys, and maids, only the dogs left, and the old nurse whom she had taken into confidence. Even in that sheltered, wooded valley it was very cold this winter. The birds hid themselves, not one flower bloomed, and the red-brown river was full and swift. The sound of trees being felled for trench props in the wood above the house resounded all day long in the frosty air. She meant to do the cooking herself, and for the rest of the morning and early afternoon she concocted nice things, and thought out how she herself would feel if she were Noel, and Noel she, so as to smooth out of the way anything which would hurt the girl. In the afternoon she went down to the station in the village car, the same which had borne Cyril Morland away that July night, for their coachman had been taken for the army, and the horses were turned out. Noel looked tired and white, but calm, too calm. Her face seemed to Thirza to have fined down, and with those brooding eyes to be more beautiful. In the car she possessed herself of the girl's hand and squeezed it hard, their only allusion to the situation, except Noel's formal, "Thank you so much, Auntie, for having me. It's most awfully sweet of you and Uncle Bob." "There's no one in the house, my dear, except old nurse. It'll be very dull for you, but I thought I'd teach you to cook. It's rather useful." The smile which slipped onto Noel's face gave Thirza quite a turn. She had assigned the girl a different room, and had made it extraordinarily cheerful with a log fire, chrysanthemums, bright copper candlesticks, warming pans, and such like. She went up with her at bedtime, and, standing before the fire, said, "You know, Nolly, I absolutely refuse to regard this as any sort of tragedy. To bring life into the world in these days, no matter how, ought to make anyone happy. I only wish I could do it again, then I should feel some use. Good night, dear, and if you want anything, knock on the wall. I'm next door. Bless you." She saw that the girl was greatly moved underneath her pale mask, and went out astonished at her niece's powers of self-control. But she did not sleep at all well, for in imagination she kept on seeing Noel turning from side to side in the big bed, and those great eyes of hers staring at the dark. 2. The meeting of the brothers Pierson took place at the dinner hour, and was characterized by a truly English lack of display. They were so extremely different, and had been together so little since early days in their old Buckinghamshire home, that they were practically strangers, with just the potent link of far-distant memories in common. It was of these they talked, and about the war. On this subject they agreed in the large and differed in the narrow. For instance, both thought they knew about Germany and other countries, and neither, of course, had any real knowledge of any country outside their own. For though both had passed through considerable tracts of foreign ground at one time or another, They had never remarked anything except its surface, its churches and its sunsets. Again, both assumed that they were democrats, but neither knew the meaning of the word, nor felt that the working man could be really trusted, and both revered church and king. Both disliked conscription, but considered it necessary. Both favoured Home Rule for Ireland, but neither thought it possible to grant it. Both wished for the war to end, but were prosecuting it to victory, and neither knew what they meant by that word. So much for the large. On the narrower issues, such as strategy and the personality of their country's leaders, they were opposed. Edward was a Westerner, Robert an Easterner, as was natural in one who had lived 25 years in Ceylon. Edward favoured the fallen government, Robert the risen. Neither had any particular reasons for their partisanship except what he had read in the journals. After all, what other reasons could they have had? Edward disliked the Harmsworth press. Robert thought it was doing good. Robert was explosive and rather vague. Edward dreamy and a little didactic. Robert thought poor Ted looking like a ghost. Edward thought poor Bob looking like the setting sun. Their faces were indeed as curiously contrasted as their views and voices. The pale, dark, hollow, narrow face of Edward, with its short pointed beard, and the red-skinned, broad, full-whiskered face of Robert. They parted for the night with an affectionate hand-clasp. So began a queer partnership, which consisted, as the days went on, of half an hour's companionship at breakfast, each reading the paper, and of dinner together perhaps 3 times a week. Each thought his brother very odd, but continued to hold the highest opinion of him. And behind it all, the deep tribal sense that they stood together in trouble grew. But of that trouble they never spoke, though not seldom Robert would lower his journal, and above the glasses perched on his well-shaped nose, contemplate his brother, and a little frown of sympathy would ridge his forehead between his bushy eyebrows. And once in a way he would catch Edward's eyes coming off duty from his journal, to look not at his brother, but at the skeleton. When that happened, Robert would adjust his glasses hastily, damn the newspaper type, and apologize to Edward for swearing. And he would think, "Poor Ted, he ought to drink port and enjoy himself and forget it. What a pity he's a parson." In his letters to Thirza he would deplore Edward's asceticism. "He eats nothing, he drinks nothing, he smokes a miserable cigarette once in a blue moon. He's as lonely as a coot. It's 1,000 pities he ever lost his wife. I expect to see his wings sprout any day. But, dash it all, I don't believe he's got the flesh to grow them on. Send him up some clotted cream. I'll see if I can get him to eat it." When the cream came, he got Edward to eat some the first morning, and at tea-time found that he had finished it himself. "We never talk about Nolly," he wrote. "I'm always meaning to have it out with him and tell him to buck up. But when it comes to the point, I dry up. Because, after all, I feel it too. Sticks in my gizzard horribly. We Piersons are pretty old, and we've always been respectable, ever since St. Bartholomew, when that Huguenot chap came over and founded us. The only black sheep I ever heard of is Cousin Lila. By the way, I saw her the other day. She came round here to see Ted. I remember going to stay with her and her first husband, young Fane, at Simla, when I was coming home, just before we were married. That was a queer menage, all the young chaps fluttering round her, and young Fane looking like a cynical ghost. Even now she can't help setting her cap a little at Ted, and he swallows her whole, thinks her a devoted creature reformed to the nines with her hospital and all that. Poor old Ted, he's the most dreamy chap that ever was. "We've had Gratian and her husband up for the weekend," he wrote a little later. "I don't like her so well as Nolly. Too serious and downright for me. Her husband seems a sensible fellow, though, but the devil of a free thinker. He and poor Ted are like cat and dog. We had Lila in to dinner again on Saturday, and a man called Fort came too. She's sweet on him. I could see with half an eye, but poor old Ted can't. The doctor and Ted talked up hill and down dale. The doctor said a thing which struck me. What divides us from the beasts? Willpower, nothing else. What's this war really but a death carnival of proof that man's will is invincible? I struck it down to tell you when I got upstairs. He's a clever fellow. I believe in God, as you know, but I must say when it comes to an argument, poor old Ted does seem a bit weak with his we're told this and we're told that. Nobody mentioned Nolly.
I must have the whole thing out with Ted. We must know how to act when it's all over.
But not till the middle of March, when the brothers had been sitting opposite each other at meals for 2 months, was the subject broached between them, and then not by Robert. Edward, standing by the hearth after dinner, in his familiar attitude, one foot on the fender, one hand grasping the mantel-shelf, and his eyes fixed on the flame, said, "I've never asked your forgiveness, Bob." Robert, lingering at the table over his glass of port, started, looked at Edward's back in its parson's coat, and answered, "My dear old chap." "It has been very difficult to speak of this."
Of course.
And there was a silence while Robert's eyes travelled round the walls for inspiration. They encountered only the effigies of past Pierson's very oily works, and fell back on the dining table. Edward went on speaking to the fire. "It still seems to me incredible. Day and night I think of what it's my duty to do."
"Nothing,"
ejaculated Robert.
"Leave the baby with Thirza. We'll take care of it. And when Nolly's fit, let her go back to work in a hospital again. She'll soon get over it."
He saw his brother shake his head and thought, "Ah, yes, now there's going to be some damned conscientious complication." Edward turned round on him. "That is very sweet of you both, but it would be wrong and cowardly for me to allow it." The resentment which springs up in fathers when other fathers dispose of young lives rose in Robert.
"Dash it all, my dear Ted, that's for Nolly to say. She's a woman now, remember."
A smile went straying about in the shadows of his brother's face. "A woman? Little Nolly? Bob, I've made a terrible mess of it with my girls." He hid his lips with his hand and turned again to the flames. Robert felt a lump in his throat.
"Oh, hang it, old boy, I don't think that. What else could you have done? You take too much on yourself. After all, they're fine girls. I'm sure Nolly's a darling. It's these modern notions and this war. Cheer up, it'll all dry straight."
He went up to his brother and put a hand on his shoulder. Edward seemed to stiffen under that touch. "Nothing comes straight," he said, "unless it's faced. You know that, Bob." Robert's face was a study at that moment. His cheeks filled and collapsed again like a dog's when it had been rebuked. His colour deepened, and he rattled some money in a trouser pocket.
"Something of that, of course," he said gruffly. "All the same, the decision's with Nolly. We'll see what Thirza says. Anyway, there's no hurry. It's 1,000 pities you're a parson. The trouble's enough without that."
Edward shook his head. "My position is nothing. It's the thought of my child, my wife's child. It's sheer pride, and I can't subdue it. I can't fight it down. God forgive me, I rebel."
And Robert thought, "By George, he does take it to heart. Well, so should I. I do, as it is."
He took out his pipe and filled it, pushing the tobacco down and down. "I'm not a man of the world," he heard his brother say. "I'm out of touch with many things. It's almost unbearable to me to feel that I'm joining with the world to condemn my own daughter. Not for their reasons, perhaps. I don't know. I hope not. But still, I'm against her."
Robert lit his pipe. "Steady, old man," he said. "It's a misfortune. But if I were you, I should feel she's done a wild, silly thing, but hang it, if anybody says a word against her, I'll wring his neck. What's more, you'll feel much the same when it comes to the point."
He emitted a huge puff of smoke which obscured his brother's face, and the blood, buzzing in his temples, seemed to thicken the sound of Edward's voice. "I don't know. I've tried to see clearly. I've prayed to be shown what her duty is, and mine. It seems to me that there can be no peace for her until she has atoned, by open suffering, that the world's judgment is her cross, and she must bear it, especially in these days when all the world is facing suffering so nobly. And then it seems so hard, so bitter. My poor little Nolly." There was a silence, broken only by the gurgling of Robert's pipe, till he said abruptly,
I don't follow you, Ted. No, I don't. I think a man should screen his children all he can. Talk to her as you like, but don't let the world do it. Dash it, the world's a rotten, gabbling place. I call myself a man of the world, but when it comes to private matters, then I draw the line. It seems to me inhuman. What does George Laird think about it? He's a knowing chap. I suppose you haven't.
for a peculiar smile had come on Edward's face. "No," he said, "I should hardly ask George Laird's opinion." Robert suddenly realized the stubborn loneliness of that thin, black figure whose fingers were playing with a little gold cross. "By Jove," he thought, "I believe old Ted's like one of those Eastern chaps who go into lonely places. He's got himself surrounded by visions of things that aren't there. He lives in unreality, something we can't understand. I shouldn't be surprised if he heard voices like... Who was it? Oh, what a pity." Ted was deceptive. He was gentle, and all that, a gentleman, of course, and that disguised him. But underneath, what was there? A regular ascetic, a fakir. And a sense of bewilderment, of dealing with something which he could not grasp, beset Bob Pierson, so that he went back to the table and sat down again beside his port. "Seems to me," he said rather gruffly, "that the chicken had better be hatched before we count it." And then, sorry for his brusqueness, emptied his glass. As the fluid passed over his palate, he thought, "Poor old Ted, he doesn't even drink, hasn't a pleasure in life so far as I can see, except doing his duty. Doesn't even seem to know what that is. There aren't many like him, luckily, and yet I love him. Pathetic chap." The pathetic chap was still staring at the flames. 3. And at this very hour, when the brothers were talking, for thought and feeling do pass mysteriously over the invisible wires of space, Cyril Morland's son was being born of Noel, a little before his time. End of Part 2, Chapter 10. Part 3, Chapter 1 of Saint's Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 1. Down by the River Wye, among plum trees in blossom, Noel had laid her baby in a hammock and stood reading a letter. "My dearest Nolly, now that you are strong again, I feel that I must put before you my feeling as to your duty in this crisis of your life. Your aunt and uncle have made the most kind and generous offer to adopt your little boy. I have known that this was in their minds for some time, and have thought it over day and night for weeks. In the worldly sense it would be the best thing, no doubt. But this is a spiritual matter. The future of our souls depends on how we meet the consequences of our conduct. And painful, dreadful, indeed, as they must be, I am driven to feel that you can only reach true peace by facing them in a spirit of brave humility. I want you to think and think, till you arrive at a certainty which satisfies your conscience. If you decide, as I trust you will, to come back to me here with your boy, I shall do all in my power to make you happy while we face the future together. To do as your aunt and uncle in their kindness wish would, I am sore afraid, end in depriving you of the inner strength and happiness which God only gives to those who do their duty and try courageously to repair their errors. I have confidence in you, my dear child. Ever your most loving father, Edward Pierson. She read it through a second time and looked at her baby. Daddy seemed to think that she might be willing to part from this wonderful creature. Sunlight fell through the plum blossom in an extra patchwork quilt over the bundle lying there, touched the baby's nose and mouth so that he sneezed. Noel laughed and put her lips close to his face. "Give you up?" she thought. "Oh, no, and I'm going to be happy too. They shan't stop me." In answer to the letter she said simply that she was coming up, and a week later she went, to the dismay of her uncle and aunt. The old nurse went too. Everything had hitherto been so carefully watched and guarded against by Thirza that Noel did not really come face to face with her position till she reached home. Gratian, who had managed to get transferred to a London hospital, was now living at home. She had provided the house with new maids against her sister's return, and though Noel was relieved not to meet her old familiars, she encountered with difficulty the stolid curiosity of new faces. That morning, before she left Kestrel, her aunt had come into her room while she was dressing, taken her left hand, and slipped a little gold band onto its third finger. "To please me, Nolly, now that you're going, just for the foolish who know nothing about you." Noel had suffered it with the thought, "It's all very silly." But now, when the new maid was pouring out her hot water, she was suddenly aware of the girl's round blue eyes wandering, as it were, mechanically to her hand. This little hoop of gold, then, had an awful power. A rush of disgust came over her. All life seemed suddenly a thing of forms and sham. Everybody then would look at that little ring, and she was a coward, saving herself from them. When she was alone again, she slipped it off and laid it on the washstand where the sunlight fell. Only this little shining band of metal, this little yellow ring, stood between her and the world's hostile scorn. Her lips trembled. She took up the ring and went to the open window to throw it out. But she did not, uncertain and unhappy, half realizing the cruelty of life. A knock at the door sent her flying back to the washstand. The visitor was Gratian. "I've been looking at him," she said softly. "He's like you, Nolly, except for his nose. He's hardly got one yet, but aren't his eyes intelligent? I think they're wonderful." She held up the ring. "What shall I do about this, Gratian?" Gratian flushed. "Wear it. I don't see why outsiders should know. For the sake of Dad, I think you ought. There's the parish." Noel slipped the ring back onto her finger. "Would you?" "I can't tell. I think I would." Noel laughed suddenly. "I'm going to get cynical. I can feel it in my bones. How is Daddy looking?" "Very thin. Mr. Lauder is back again from the front for a bit and taking some of the work now." "Do I hurt him very much still?" "He's awfully pleased that you've come. He's as sweet as he can be about you." "Yes," murmured Noel. "That's what's dreadful. And Daddy wasn't in when I came. Has he told anyone?" Gratian shook her head. "I don't think anybody knows, unless, perhaps, Captain Fort. He came in again the other night, and somehow—" Noel flushed. "Lila," she said enigmatically. "Have you seen her?" "I went to her flat last week with Dad. He likes her." "Delilah is her real name, you know. All men like her. And Captain Fort is her lover." Gratian gasped. Noel would say things sometimes which made her feel the younger of the two. "Of course he is," went on Noel in a hard voice. "She has no men friends. Her sort never have, only lovers. Why do you think he knows about me?" "When he asked after you, he looked—" "Yes, I've seen him look like that when he's sorry for anything. I don't care. Has Monsieur Lavendy been in lately?" "Yes, he looks awfully unhappy." "His wife drugs." "Oh, Nolly, how do you know?" "I saw her once. I'm sure she does. There was a smell, and she's got wandering eyes that go all glassy. He can paint me now if he likes. I wouldn't let him before. Does he know?" "Of course not." "He knows there was something. He's got second sight, I think. But I mind him less than anybody. Is his picture of Daddy good?" "Powerful, but it hurts somehow." "Let's go down and see it." The picture was hung in the drawing-room, and its intense modernity made that old-fashioned room seem lifeless and strange. The black figure, with long pale fingers touching the paler piano keys, had a frightening actuality. The face, three-quarters full, was raised as if for inspiration, and the eyes rested, dreamy and unseeing, on the face of a girl painted and hung on a background of wall above the piano. "It's the face of that girl," said Gratian, when they had looked at the picture for some time in silence. "No," said Noel, "it's the look in his eyes." "Why did he choose such a horrid, common girl? Isn't she fearfully alive, though? She looks as if she was saying, 'Cheerio.'" "She is. It's awfully pathetic, I think. Poor Daddy." "It's a libel," said Gratian stubbornly. "No, that's what hurts. He isn't quite all there. Will he be coming in soon?" Gratian took her arm and pressed it hard. "Would you like me at dinner or not? I can easily be out." Noel shook her head. "It's no good to funk it. He wanted me, and now he's got me." "Oh, why did he? It'll be awful for him." Gratian sighed. "I've tried my best, but he always said, 'I've thought so long about it all that I can't think any longer. I can only feel the braver course is the best. When things are bravely and humbly met, there will be charity and forgiveness.'" "There won't," said Noel. "Daddy's a saint, and he doesn't see." "Yes, he is a saint, but one must think for oneself. One simply must. I can't believe as he does any more. Can you, Nolly?" "I don't know. When I was going through it, I prayed, but I don't know whether I really believed.
I don't think I mind much about that, one way or the other." "I mind terribly," said Gratian. "I want the truth." "I don't know what I want," said Noel slowly, "except that sometimes I want life awfully." And the two sisters were silent, looking at each other with a sort of wonder. Noel had a fancy to put on a bright-coloured blue frock that evening, and at her neck she hung a Breton cross of old paste which had belonged to her mother. When she had finished dressing, she went into the nursery and stood by the baby's cot. The old nurse, who was sitting there beside him, got up at once and said, "She's sleeping beautiful, the lamb. I'll go down and get a cup of tea and come up, ma'am, when the gong goes." In the way peculiar to those who have never to initiate, but only to support positions in which they are placed by others, she had adopted for herself the theory that Noel was a real war widow. She knew the truth perfectly, for she had watched that honey little romance at Kestrel, but by dint of charity and blurred meditations it was easy for her to imagine the marriage ceremony which should have been taken place, and she was zealous that other people should imagine it too. It was so much more regular and natural like that, and her baby invested with his proper dignity. She went downstairs to get a cup of tea, thinking, "A picture they make, that they do, bless his little heart, and his pretty little mother, no more than a child, all said and done." Noel had been standing there some minutes in the falling light, absorbed in the face of the sleeping baby, when, raising her eyes, she saw in a mirror the reflection of her father's dark figure by the door. She could hear him breathing as if the ascent of the stairs had tired him, and moving to the head of the cot, she rested her hand on it and turned her face towards him. He came up and stood beside her, looking silently down at the baby. She saw him make the sign of the cross above it, and the movement of his lips in prayer. Love for her father, and rebellion against his intercession for her perfect baby, fought so hard in the girl's heart that she felt suffocated and glad of the dark, so that he could not see her eyes. Then he took her hand and put it to his lips, but still without a word. And for the life of her she could not speak either. In silence he kissed her forehead, and there mounted in Noel a sudden passion of longing to show him her pride and love for her baby. She put her finger down and touched one of his hands. The tiny sleeping fingers uncurled, and like some little sea anemone, clutched round it. She heard her father draw his breath in, saw him turn away quickly, silently, and go out. And she stayed, hardly breathing, with the hand of her baby squeezing her finger. End of Part 3, Chapter 1. Part 3, Chapter 2 of Saint's Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 2. 1. When Edward Pierson, afraid of his own emotion, left the twilit nursery, he slipped into his own room and fell on his knees beside his bed, absorbed in the vision he had seen. That young figure in Madonna blue, with the halo of bright hair, the sleeping babe in the fine dusk, the silence, the adoration in that white room. He saw, too, a vision of the past, when Noel herself had been the sleeping babe within her mother's arm, and he had stood beside them, wondering and giving praise. It passed with its otherworldliness and the fine holiness which belongs to beauty, passed and left the tormenting realism of life. Ah, to live with only the inner meaning, spiritual and beautified, in a rare wonderment such as he had experienced just now. His alarm clock, while he knelt in his narrow, monkish little room, ticked the evening hour away into darkness. And still he knelt, dreading to come back into it all, to face the world's eyes, and the sound of the world's tongue, and the touch of the rough, the gross, the unseemly. How could he guard his child? How preserve that vision in her life, in her spirit, about to enter such cold, rough waters? But the gong sounded. He got up and went downstairs. But this first family moment which all had dreaded was relieved, as dreaded moments so often are, by the unexpected appearance of the Belgian painter. He had a general invitation, of which he often availed himself, but he was so silent, and his thin, beardless face, which seemed all eyes and brow, so mournful, that all three felt in the presence of a sorrow deeper even than their own family grief.
During the meal he gazed silently at Noel. Once he said, "You will let me paint you now, mademoiselle, I hope?" And his face brightened a little when she nodded. There was never much talk when he came, for any depth of discussion, even of art, brought out at once too wide a difference. And Pierson could never avoid a vague irritation with one who clearly had spirituality, but of a sort which he could not understand. After dinner he excused himself and went off to his study. Monsieur would be happier alone with the two girls. Gratian, too, got up. She had remembered Noel's words. "I mind him less than anybody." It was a chance for Nolly to break the ice. 2. "I've not seen you for a long time, mademoiselle," said the painter when they were alone. Noel was sitting in front of the empty drawing-room hearth, with her arms stretched out as if there had been a fire there. "I've been away. How are you going to paint me, monsieur?" "In that dress, mademoiselle, just as you are now, warming yourself at the fire of life." "But it isn't there." "Yes, fires soon go out. Mademoiselle, will you come and see my wife? She is ill." "Now?" said Noel, startled. "Yes, now. She is really ill, and I have no one there. That is what I came to ask of your sister, but now you are here, it's even better. She likes you." Noel got up. "Wait 1 minute," she said, and ran upstairs. Her baby was asleep, and the old nurse dozing. Putting on a cloak and cap of grey rabbit's fur, she ran down again to the hall where the painter was waiting, and they went out together. "I do not know if I am to blame," he said. "My wife has been no real wife to me since she knew I had a mistress, and was no real husband to her." Noel stared round at his face, lighted by a queer smile. "Yes," he went on, "from that has come her tragedy. But she should have known before I married her. Nothing was concealed. Bon Dieu, she should have known. Why cannot a woman see things as they are? My mistress, mademoiselle, is not a thing of flesh. It is my art. It has always been first with me, and always will. She has never accepted that. She is incapable of accepting it. I am sorry for her. But what would you? I was a fool to marry her. Chère mademoiselle, no troubles are anything beside the trouble which goes on day and night, meal after meal, year after year, between two people who should never have married, because one loves too much and requires all, and the other loves not at all. No, not at all. Now it is long dead, and can give but little." "Can't you separate?" asked Noel, wondering. "It is hard to separate from one who craves for you as she craves her drugs. Yes, she takes drugs now, mademoiselle. It is impossible for one who has any compassion in his soul. Besides, what would she do? We live from hand to mouth in a strange land. She has no friends here, not one. How could I leave her while this war lasts? As well could two persons on a desert island separate. She is killing herself too with these drugs, and I cannot stop her." "Poor madame," murmured Noel. "Poor monsieur." The painter drew his hand across his eyes. "I cannot change my nature," he said in a stifled voice, "nor she hers. So we go on. But life will stop suddenly some day for one of us. After all, it is much worse for her than for me. Enter, mademoiselle. Do not tell her I am going to paint you. She likes you, because you refused to let me." Noel went up the stairs, shuddering. She had been there once before, and remembered that sickly scent of drugs. On the 3rd floor they entered a small sitting-room whose walls were covered with paintings and drawings. From one corner a triangular stack of canvases jutted out. There was little furniture save an old red sofa, and on this was seated a stoutish man in the garb of a Belgian soldier, with his elbows on his knees and his bearded cheeks resting on his doubled fists. Beside him, on the sofa, nursing a doll, was a little girl, who looked up at Noel. She had a most strange, attractive, pale little face, with pointed chin and large eyes, which never moved from this apparition in grey rabbit skins. "Ah, Barra, you are here," said the painter. "Mademoiselle, this is Monsieur Barra, a friend of ours from the front, and this is our landlady's little girl. A little refugee too, aren't you, Chica?" The child gave him a sudden brilliant smile, and resumed her grave scrutiny of the visitor. The soldier, who had risen heavily, offered Noel one of his podgy hands, with a sad and heavy giggle. "Sit down, mademoiselle," said Mavandy, placing a chair for her. "I will bring my wife in." and he went out through some double doors. Noel sat down. The soldier had resumed his old attitude, and the little girl her nursing of the doll, though her big eyes still watched the visitor. Overcome by strangeness, Noel made no attempt to talk, and presently through the double doors the painter and his wife came in. She was a thin woman in a red wrapper, with hollow cheeks, high cheekbones, and hungry eyes. Her dark hair hung loose, and one hand played restlessly with a fold of her gown. She took Noel's hand, and her uplifted eyes seemed to dig into the girl's face, to let go suddenly, and flutter. "How do you do?" she said in English. "So Pierre brought you to see me again. I remember you so well. You would not let him paint you. Ah, que c'est drôle. You are so pretty, too. Ah, Monsieur Barry, is not Mademoiselle pretty?" The soldier gave his heavy giggle and resumed his scrutiny of the floor. "Henriette," said Lavendy, "sit down beside Chica. You must not stand. Sit down, mademoiselle, I beg." "I'm so sorry you're not well," said Noel, and sat down again. The painter stood leaning against the wall, and his wife looked up at his tall, thin figure, with eyes which had in them anger and a sort of cunning. "A great painter, my husband, is he not?" she said to Noel. "You will not imagine what that man can do, and how he paints, all day long and all night in his head. And so you would not let him paint you, after all?" Lavendy said impatiently, "Voyons, Henriette, causez d'autre chose." His wife plucked nervously at a fold in her red gown, and gave him the look of a dog that had been rebuked. "I am a prisoner here, mademoiselle. I never leave the house. Here I live, day after day. My husband is always painting. Who would go out alone under this grey sky of yours, and the hatreds of the war in every face? I prefer to keep my room. My husband goes painting. Every face he sees interests him, except that which he sees every day. But I am a prisoner. Monsieur Barre is our first visitor for a long time." The soldier raised his face from his fists. "Prisonnier, madame, what would you say if you were out there?" And he gave his thick giggle. "We are the prisoners, we others. What would you say to imprisonment by explosion day and night, never a minute free? Bomb, bomb, bomb. Ah, l'étranger! It's not so free as all that there." "Every one has his own prison," said Lavendy prettily. "Mademoiselle even has her prison, and little Chica, and her doll. Every one has his prison, Barre. Monsieur Barre is also a painter, mademoiselle." "Moi," said Barre, lifting his heavy, hairy hand, "I paint puddles, star-bombs, horses' ribs. I paint holes and holes and holes, wire and wire and wire, and water, long, white, ugly water. I paint splinters, and men's souls naked, and men's bodies dead, and nightmare, nightmare, all day and all night. I paint them in my head." He suddenly ceased speaking, and relapsed into contemplation of the carpet, with his bearded cheeks resting on his fists. "And their souls as white as snow, les camarades," he added suddenly and loudly. "Millions of Belgians, English, French, even the Boche, with white souls. I paint those souls." A little shiver ran through Noel, and she looked appealingly at Lavendy. "Barre," he said, as if the soldier were not there, "is a great painter, but the front has turned his head a little. What he says is true, though. There is no hatred out there. It is here that we are prisoners of hatred, mademoiselle. Avoid hatreds. They are poison." His wife put out her hand and touched the child's shoulder. "Why should we not hate?" she said. "Who killed Chica's father and blew her home to rags? Who threw her out into this horrible England? Pardon, mademoiselle, but it is horrible. Ah, les Boches! If my hatred could destroy them, there would not be one left. Even my husband was not so mad about his painting when we lived at home. But here—" Her eyes darted at his face again, and then sank as if rebuked. Noel saw the painter's lips move. The sick woman's whole figure writhed. "It is mania, your painting." She looked at Noel with a smile. "Will you have some tea, mademoiselle? Monsieur Barre, some tea?" The soldier said thickly, "No, madame. In the trenches we have tea enough. It consoles us. But when we get away, give us wine, le bon vin, le bon petit vin." "Get some wine, Pierre?" Noel saw from the painter's face that there was no wine, and perhaps no money to get any, but he went quickly out. She rose and said, "I must be going, madame."
Madame Lavandie leaned forward and clutched her wrist. "Wait a little, mademoiselle. We shall have some wine, and Pierre shall take you back presently. You cannot go home alone. You are too pretty. Is she not, Monsieur Barras?" The soldier looked up.
"What would you say," he said, "to bottles of wine bursting in the air, bursting red and bursting white, all day long, all night long? Great steel bottles, large as shika, bits of bottles, carrying off men's heads. Boom, ga, and a house comes down, and little bits of people ever so small, tiny bits in the air, and all over the ground. Great souls out there, madame. But I will tell you a secret." And again he gave his heavy giggle. "Oh, a little mad. Nothing to speak of, just a little bit mad. Just like a watch, you know, what you can wind for ever. That is the discovery of this war, mademoiselle," he said, addressing Noel for the first time. "You cannot gain a great soul till you are a little mad." And lowering his piggy grey eyes at once, he resumed his former attitude. "It is that madness I shall paint some day," he announced to the carpet, "lurking in one tiny corner of each soul of all these millions, as it creeps, as it peeps, ever so sudden, ever so little when we all think it has been put to bed. Here, there, now, then, when you least think. In and out like a mouse with bright eyes. Millions of men with white souls, all a little mad," he added heavily. Involuntarily, Noel put her hand to her heart, which was beating fast. She felt quite sick. "How long have you been at the front, monsieur?" 2 years, mademoiselle. Time to go home and paint, is it not? But art—" He shrugged his heavy round shoulders, his whole bear-like body. "Little mad," he muttered once more. "I will tell you a story. Once in winter, after I had rested a fortnight, I go back to the trenches at night, and I want some earth to fill up a hole in the ground where I was sleeping. When one has slept in a bed, one becomes particular. Well, I scratch it from my parapet, and I come to something funny. I strike my briquet, and there is a Boche's face, all frozen and earthy and dead and greeny-white in the flame from my briquet." "Oh, no." "Oh, but yes, mademoiselle, true as I sit here. Very useful in the parapet, dead Boche. Once a man like me. But in the morning I could not stand him. We dug him out and buried him and filled the hole up with other things. But there I stood in the night, and my face as close to his as this." And he held his thick hand a foot before his face. "We talked of our homes. He had a soul, that man. He me disait les choses. But he had suffered. And I, too, told him my sufferings. Dear God, we know all. We shall never know more than we know out there, we others, for we are mad. Nothing to speak of, but just a little mad. When you see us, mademoiselle, walking the streets, remember that." And he dropped his face onto his fists again. A silence had fallen in the room, very queer and complete. The little girl nursed her doll, the soldier gazed at the floor, the woman's mouth moved stealthily, and in Noel the thought rushed continually to the verge of action. Couldn't I get up and run downstairs? But he sat on, hypnotized by that silence, till Lavandie reappeared with a bottle and 4 glasses. "To drink our health and wish us luck, mademoiselle," he said. Noel raised the glass he had given her. "I wish you all happiness." "And you, mademoiselle," the 2 men murmured. She drank a little and rose. "And now, mademoiselle," said Lavandie, "if you must go, I will see you home." Noel took Madame Lavandie's hand. It was cold and returned no pressure. Her eyes had the glazed look that she remembered. The soldier had put his empty glass down on the floor and was regarding it, unconscious of her. Noel turned quickly to the door. The last thing she saw was the little girl nursing her doll. In the street, the painter began at once in his rapid French. "I ought not to have asked you to come, mademoiselle. I did not know our friend Barras was there. Besides, my wife is not fit to receive a lady. Vous voyez qu'il y a de la magne sans cette pauvre toute. I shouldn't have asked you, but I was so miserable." "Oh," murmured Noel, "I know. In her home over there she had interests. In this great town she could only nurse her grief against me. Ah, this war! Seems to me we are all in the stomach of a great coiling serpent. We lie there being digested. In a way it is better out there in the trenches. They are beyond hate. They have attained a height that we have not. It is wonderful how they can still be for going on till they have beaten the Boche. That is curious, and it is very great."
Did Barra tell you how, when they come back, all these fighters, they're going to rule and manage the future of the world? But it would not be so. They will mix in with life, separate, be scattered, and they will be ruled as they were before. The tongue and the pen will rule them. Those who have not seen the war will rule them. Oh, cried Noel, surely they will be the bravest and strongest in the future. The painter smiled. War makes men simple, he said, elemental. Life in peace is neither simple nor elemental. It is subtle, full of changing environments to which man must adapt himself. The cunning, the astute, the adaptable will ever rule in times of peace. It is pathetic, the belief of those brave soldiers that the future is theirs. He said a strange thing, murmured Noel, that they were all a little mad. He is a man of queer genius, Barra. You should see some of his earlier pictures. Mad is not quite the word, but something is loosened, is rattling round in them. They have lost proportion. They have been forced in one direction. I tell you, mademoiselle, this war is one great forcing-house. Every living plant is being made to grow too fast. Each quality, each passion, hate and love, intolerance and lust and avarice, courage and energy, yes, and self-sacrifice. All are being forced and forced beyond their strength, beyond the natural flow of the sap, forced till there has come a great wild luxuriant crop, and then, zoom, presto, the change comes, and these plants will wither and rot and stink. But we who see life in forms of art are the only ones who feel that, and we are so few. The natural shape of things is lost. There is a mist of blood before all eyes. Men are afraid of being fair. See how we all hate not only our enemies, but those who differ from us. Look at the streets, too. See how men and women rush together, how Venus reigns in this forcing house. Is it not natural that youth about to die should yearn for pleasure, for love, for union, before death? Noel stared up at him. Now, she thought, I will. Yes, she said, I know that's true because I rushed myself. I'd like you to know. We couldn't be married, there wasn't time. And he was killed. But his son is alive. That's why I've been away so long. I want everyone to know. She spoke very calmly, but her cheeks felt burning hot. The painter had made an upward movement of his hands, as if they had been jerked by an electric current. Then he said quite quietly, My profound respect, mademoiselle, and my great sympathy. And your father? It's awful for him. The painter said gently, mademoiselle, I am not so sure. Perhaps he does not suffer so greatly. Perhaps not even your trouble can hurt him very much. He lives in a world apart. That, I think, is his true tragedy, to be alive and yet not living enough to feel reality. Do you know Anatole France's description of an old woman? Elle vivait, mais si peu. Would that not be well said of the Church in these days? Elle vivait, mais si peu. I see him always like a rather beautiful dark spire in the night time, when you cannot see how it is attached to the earth. He does not know, he never will know, life. Noel looked round at him. What do you mean by life, monsieur? I'm always reading about life, and people talk of seeing life. What is it? Where is it? I never see anything that you could call life. The painter smiled. To see life, he said. Ah, that is different. To enjoy yourself. Well, it is my experience that when people are seeing life, as they call it, they are not enjoying themselves. You know, when one is very thirsty, one drinks and drinks, but the thirst remains all the same. There are places where one can see life, as it is called, but the only persons you will see enjoying themselves at such places are a few humdrums like myself, who go there for a talk over a cup of coffee. Perhaps at your age, though, it is different. Noel clasped her hands, and her eyes seemed to shine in the gloom. I want music and dancing and light and beautiful things and faces, but I never get them. No, there does not exist in this town, or in any other, a place which will give you that. Foxtrots and ragtime and paint and powder and glare and half-drunken young men and women with red lips, you can get them in plenty.
but rhythm and beauty and charm, never. In Brussels, when I was younger, I saw much life, as they call it, but not one lovely thing unspoiled. It was all as ashes in the mouth. You may smile, but I know what I am talking of. Happiness never comes when you are looking for it, mademoiselle. Beauty is in nature and in real art, never in those false, silly make-believes. There is a place just here where we Belgians go. Would you like to see how true my words are? Oh, yes. Très bien. Let us go in. They passed into a revolving doorway with little glass compartments which shot them out into a shining corridor. At the end of this the painter looked at Noel and seemed to hesitate. Then he turned off from the room they were about to enter into a room on the right. It was large, full of gilt and plush and marble tables, where couples were seated, young men in khaki and older men in plain clothes, together or with young women. At these last Noel looked, face after face, while they were passing down a long way to an empty table. She saw that some were pretty, and some only trying to be, that nearly all were powdered and had their eyes darkened and their lips reddened, till she felt her own face to be dreadfully ungarnished. Up in a gallery a small band was playing an attractive, jingling, hollow little tune, and the buzz of talk and laughter was almost deafening. "What will you have, mademoiselle?" said the painter. "It is just 9 o'clock. We must order quickly." "May I have one of those green things?" "De crème d'amande," said Lavendie to the waiter. Noel was too absorbed to see the queer, bitter little smile hovering about his face. She was busy looking at the faces of women whose eyes, furtively cold and inquiring, were fixed on her, and at the faces of men with eyes that were furtively warm and wondering. "I wonder if Daddy was ever in a place like this," she said, putting the glass of green stuff to her lips. "Is it nice? It smells of peppermint." "A beautiful colour. Good luck, mademoiselle." And he chinked his glass with hers. Noel sipped, held it away, and sipped again. "It's nice, but awfully sticky. May I have a cigarette?" "Des cigarettes," said Lavendie to the waiter. "Et deux cafés noirs." "Now, mademoiselle," he murmured again when they were brought, "if we imagine that we have drunk a bottle of wine each, we shall have exhausted all the preliminaries of what is called vice. Amusing, isn't it?" He shrugged his shoulders. His face struck Noel suddenly as tarnished and almost sullen. "Don't be angry, monsieur. It's all new to me, you see." The painter smiled, his bright, skin-deep smile. "Pardon, I forget myself. Only it hurts me to see beauty in a place like this. It does not go well with that tune and these voices and these faces. Enjoy yourself, mademoiselle. Drink it all in. See the way these people look at each other. What love shines in their eyes. A pity, too, we cannot hear what they are saying. Believe me, their talk is most subtle, très spirituel. These young women are doing their bit, as you call it, bringing le plaisir to all these who are serving their country. Eat, drink, love, till tomorrow we die. Who cares for the world simple or the world beautiful in days like these? The house of the spirit is empty." He was looking at her sidelong as if he would enter her very soul. Noel got up. "I am ready to go, monsieur." He put her cloak on her shoulders, paid the bill, and they went out, threading again through the little tables, through the buzz of talk and laughter and the fumes of tobacco, while another hollow little tune jingled away behind them. "Through there," said the painter, pointing to another door. "They dance. So it goes. London in wartime. Well, after all, it is never very different. No great town is. Did you enjoy your sight of life, mademoiselle?" "I think one must dance to be happy. Is that where your friends go?" "Oh, no. To roam much rougher, and play dominoes, and drink coffee and beer, and talk. They have no money to throw away." "Why didn't you show me?" "Mademoiselle, in that room you might see someone perhaps whom one day you would meet again. In the place we visited you were safe enough. At least I hope so." Noel shrugged. "I suppose it doesn't matter now what I do." And a rush of emotion caught at her throat, a wave from the past. The moonlit night, the dark old abbey, the woods, and the river. 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. "I was thinking of something,"
she said in a muffled voice. "It's all right." "Chère mademoiselle," Lavendine murmured, and all the way home he was timid and distressed. Shaking his hand at the door, she murmured, "I'm sorry I was such a fool, and thank you awfully, monsieur. Good night." "Good night, and better dreams. There is a good time coming, peace and happiness once more in the world. It will not always be this forcing house. Good night, chère mademoiselle." Noel went up to the nursery and stole in. A night-light was burning. Nurse and baby were fast asleep. She tiptoed through into her own room. Once there, she felt suddenly so tired that she could hardly undress, and yet curiously rested, as if with that rush of emotion, Cyril and the past had slipped from her for ever. End of Part 3, Chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 3. Noel's first encounter with opinion took place the following day. The baby had just come in from its airing. She had seen it comfortably snoozing, and was on her way downstairs, when a voice from the hall said, "How do you do?" and she saw the khaki-clad figure of Adrian Lauder, her father's curate. Hesitating just a moment, she finished her descent and put her fingers in his. He was a rather heavy, dough-coloured young man of nearly 30, unsuited by khaki, with a round white collar buttoned behind. But his aspiring eyes redeemed him, proclaiming the best intentions in the world, and an inclination towards sentiment in the presence of beauty. "I haven't seen you for ages," he said rather fatuously, following her into her father's study. "No," said Noel. "How do you like being at the front?" "Ah," he said, "they're wonderful," and his eyes shone. "It's so nice to see you again." "Is it?" He seemed puzzled by that answer, stammered, and said, I didn't know your sister had a baby. A jolly baby." "She hasn't." Lauder's mouth opened. A silly mouth, she thought. "Oh," he said. "Is it a protégé, Belgian or something?" "No, it's mine, my own." And turning round, she slipped the little ring off her finger. When she turned back to him, his face had not recovered from her words. It had a hapless look, as of one to whom such a thing ought not to have happened. "Don't look like that," said Noel. "Didn't you understand? It's mine. Mine." She put out her left hand. "Look, there's no ring." He stammered. "I say, you oughtn't to... What? Joke about such things, ought you?" "One doesn't joke if one's had a baby without being married, you know." Lauder went suddenly slack. A shell might have burst a few paces from him. And then, just as one would in such a case, he made an effort, braced himself, and said in a curious voice, both stiff and heavy, "I can't. One doesn't. It's not." "It is," said Noel. "If you don't believe me, ask Daddy." He put his hand up to his round collar, and with a wild thought that he was going to tear it off, she cried, "Don't!" "You?" he said. "You, but... Noel turned away from him to the window. She stood looking out, but saw nothing whatever. "I don't want it hidden," she said without turning round. "I want everyone to know. It's stupid as it is. Stupid." She stamped her foot. "Can't you see how stupid it is, everybody's mouth falling open?" He uttered a little sound which had pain in it, and she felt a real pang of compunction. He had gripped the back of a chair. His face had lost its heaviness. A dull flush coloured his cheeks. Noel had a feeling as if she had been convicted of treachery. It was his silence, the curious look of an impersonal pain beyond power of words. She felt in him something much deeper than mere disapproval, something which echoed within herself. She walked quickly past him and escaped. She ran upstairs and threw herself on her bed. He was nothing. It was not that. It was in herself, the awful feeling, for the first time developed and poignant, that she betrayed her caste, forfeited the right to be thought a lady, betrayed her secret reserve and refinement, repaid with black ingratitude the love lavished on her upbringing, by behaving like any uncared-for common girl. She never felt this before, not even when Gratian first heard of it, and they stood one at each end of the hearth, unable to speak. Then she still had her passion and her grief for the dead. That was gone now, as if it had never been, and she had no defence, nothing between her and this crushing humiliation and chagrin. She'd been mad. She must have been mad. The Belgian baron was right. All a little mad in this forcing house of a war. She buried her face deep in the pillow till it almost stopped her power of breathing. Her head and cheeks and ears seemed to be on fire. If only he had shown disgust, done something which roused her temper, her sense of justice, her feeling that fate had been too cruel to her. But he just stood there, bewilderment incarnate, like a creature with some very deep illusion shattered. It was horrible. Then, feeling that she could not stay still, must walk, run, get away somehow from this feeling of treachery and betrayal, she sprang up. All was quiet below, and she slipped downstairs and out, speeding along with no knowledge of direction, taking the way she had taken day after day to her hospital. It was the last of April. Trees and shrubs were luscious with blossom and leaf. The dogs ran gaily. People had almost happy faces in the sunshine. If I could get away from myself, I wouldn't care, she thought. Easy to get away from people, from London, even from England perhaps, but from oneself, impossible. She passed her hospital and looked at it dully, at the Red Cross flag against its stucco wall, and a soldier in his blue slops and red tie coming out. She'd spent many miserable hours there, but none quite so miserable as this. She passed the church opposite to the flats where Lila lived, and running suddenly into a tall man coming round the corner, saw Fort. She bent her head and tried to hurry past, but his hand was held out. She could not help putting hers into it. And looking up hardily, she said, "You know about me, don't you?" His face, naturally so frank, seemed to clench up as if he were riding at a fence. He'd tell a lie, she thought bitterly, but he did not. "Yes, Lila told me." And she thought, "I suppose he'll try and pretend that I've not been a beast." "Admire your pluck," he said. "I haven't any." "We never know ourselves, do we? I suppose you wouldn't walk my pace a minute or two, would you? I'm going the same way." "I don't know which way I'm going." "That is my case, too." They walked on in silence. "I wish to God I were back in France," said Fort abruptly. "One doesn't feel clean here." Noel's heart applauded. Ah, to get away, away from oneself. But at the thought of her baby, her heart fell again. "Is your leg quite hopeless?" she said. "Quite." "That must be horrid." "Hundreds of thousands would look on it as splendid luck, and so it is if you count it better to be alive than dead, which I do, in spite of the blues." "How is Cousin Lila?" "Very well. She goes on pegging away at the hospital. She's a brick." But he did not look at her again, and again there was silence, till he stopped by Lord's cricket ground. "I mustn't keep you crawling along at this pace." "Oh, I don't mind." "I only wanted to say that if I can be of any service to you at any time, in any way whatever, please command me." He gave her hand a squeeze, took his hat off, and Noel walked slowly on. The little interview, with its suppressions and its implications, had but exasperated her restlessness, and yet in a way it had soothed the soreness of her heart. Captain Fort, at all events, did not despise her, and he was in trouble like herself. She felt that somehow by the look of his face and the tone of his voice when he spoke of Lila. She quickened her pace. George's words came back to her. "If you're not ashamed of yourself, no one will be of you." How easy to say. The old days, her school, the little half-grown-up dances she used to go to when everything was happy. Gone, all gone. But her meetings with Opinion were not over for the day, for turning again at last into the home square, tired out by her 3 hours' ramble, she met an old lady whom she and Gratian had known from babyhood, a handsome dame, the widow of an official, who spent her days, which showed no symptom of declining, in admirable works. Her daughter, the widow of an officer killed at the Marne, was with her, and the two greeted Noel with a shower of cordial questions. So she was back from the country, and was she quite well again, and working at her hospital, and how was her dear father? They thought him looking very thin and worn. But now Gratian was at home, how dreadfully the war kept husbands and wives apart! And whose was the dear little baby they had in the house? "Mine," said Noel, walking straight past them with her head up. In every fibre of her being she could feel the hurt, startled, utterly bewildered looks of those firm, friendly persons left there on the pavement behind her. Could feel the way they would gather themselves together and walk on, perhaps without a word, and then round the corner begin, "What has come to Noel? What does she mean?" And taking the little gold hoop out of her pocket, she flung it with all her might into the square garden. The action saved her from a breakdown, and she went on calmly. Lunch was long over, but her father had not gone out, for he met her in the hall and drew her into the dining-room. "You must eat, my child," he said. And while she was swallowing down what he had caused to be kept back for her, he stood by the hearth in that favourite attitude of his, one foot on the fender and one hand gripping the mantel-shelf. "You've got your wish, Daddy," she said dully. "Everybody knows now. I've told Mr. Lauder and Monsieur and the Dinnerfords." She saw his fingers uncrisp, then grip the shelf again. "I'm glad," he said. "Aunt Thirza gave me a ring to wear, but I've thrown it away." "My dearest child," he began, but could not go on for the quivering of his lips. "I wanted to say once more, Daddy, that I'm fearfully sorry about you, and I'm ashamed of myself. I thought I wasn't, but I am. Only I think it was cruel, and I'm not penitent to God, and it's no good trying to make me." Pierson turned and looked at her. For a long time after, she could not get that look out of her memory. Jimmy Fort had turned away from Noel, feeling particularly wretched. Ever since the day when Lila had told him of the girl's misfortune, he had been aware that his liaison had no decent foundation, save a sort of pity. One day, in a queer access of compunction, he had made Lila an offer of marriage. She had refused, and he had respected her the more, realizing by the quiver in her voice and the look in her eyes that she refused him not because she did not love him well enough, but because she was afraid of losing any of his affection. She was a woman of great experience. Today he had taken advantage of the luncheon interval to bring her some flowers, with a note to say that he could not come that evening. Letting himself in with his latchkey, he had carefully put those Japanese azaleas in the bowl, famille rose, taking water from the bedroom. Then he sat down on the divan with his head in his hands. Though he had rolled so much about the world, he never had much to do with women, and there was nothing in him of the Frenchman who takes what life puts in his way at so much enjoyment on the credit side, and accepts the ends of such affairs as they naturally and rather rapidly arrive. It had been a pleasure, and was no longer a pleasure, but this apparently did not dissolve it or absolve him. He felt himself bound by an obscure but deep instinct to go on pretending that he was not tired of her, so long as she was not tired of him. And he sat there, trying to remember any sign, however small, of such a consummation, quite without success. On the contrary, he had even the wretched feeling that if only he had loved her, she would have been much more likely to have tired of him by now. For her he was still the unconquered, in spite of his loyal endeavour to seem conquered. He made a fatal mistake that evening after the concert at Queen's Hall to let himself go on a mixed tide of desire and pity. His folly came to him with increased poignancy after he had parted from Noel. How could he have been such a base fool as to have committed himself to Lila on an evening when he had actually been in the company of that child? Was it the vague, unseizable likeness between them which had pushed him over the edge? "I've been an ass," he thought, "a horrible ass. I would always have given every hour I've ever spent with Lila for one real smile from that girl." This sudden sight of Noel, after months during which he had tried loyally to forget her existence, and not succeeded at all, made him realize, as he never had yet, that he was in love with her, so very much in love with her that the thought of Lila was becoming nauseating. And yet the instincts of a gentleman seemed to forbid him to betray that secret to either of them. It was an accursed coil. He hailed a cab, for he was late, and all the way back to the War Office he continued to see the girl's figure and her face with its short hair. And a fearful temptation rose within him. Was it not she who was now the real object for chivalry and pity? Had he not the right to consecrate himself to championship of one in such a deplorable position? Lila had lived her life, but this child's life, pretty well wrecked, was all before her. And then he grinned from sheer disgust, for he knew that this was Jesuitry. Not chivalry was moving him, but love. Love!
love of the unobtainable. And with a heavy heart indeed he entered the great building, where, in a small room, companioned by the telephone, and surrounded by sheets of paper covered with figures, he passed his days. The war made everything seem dreary, hopeless. No wonder he had caught at any distraction which came along, caught at it till it had caught him. End of Part 3, Chapter 3. Part 3, Chapter 4 of Saint's Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 4. 1. To find out the worst is, for human nature, only a question of time. But where the worst is attached to a family, haloed as it were by the authority and reputation of an institution like the Church, the process of discovery has to break through many a little hedge. Sheer unlikelihood, genuine respect, the defensive instinct in those identified with an institution who will themselves feel weaker if its strength be diminished, the feeling that the scandal is too good to be true, all these little hedges and more had to be broken through. To the Dinnerfords, the unholy importance of what Noel had said to them would have continued to keep them dumb out of self-protection. But its monstrosity had given them the feeling that there must be some mistake, that the girl had been overtaken by a wild desire to pull their legs, as dear Charlie would say. With the hope of getting this view confirmed, they lay in wait for the old nurse who took the baby out, and obtained the information, shortly imparted, "Oh yes, Miss Knowles. Her husband was killed, poor lamb." And they felt rewarded. They had been sure there was some mistake. The relief of hearing that word, husband, was intense. One of these hasty war marriages of which the dear vicar had not approved, and so it had been kept dark. Quite intelligible, but so sad. Enough misgiving, however, remained in their minds to prevent their going to condole with the dear vicar, but not enough to prevent their roundly contradicting the rumours and gossip already coming to their ears. And then, one day, when their friend Mrs. Curtis had said too positively, "Well, she doesn't wear a wedding ring, that I'll swear, because I took very good care to look," they determined to ask Mr. Lauder. He would, indeed must, know, and of course would not tell a story. When they asked him, it was so manifest that he did know that they almost withdrew the question. The poor young man had gone the colour of a tomato. I prefer not to answer," he said. The rest of a very short interview was passed in exquisite discomfort. Indeed, discomfort, exquisite and otherwise, within a few weeks of Noel's return, had begun to pervade all the habitual congregation of Pierson's church. It was noticed that neither of the two sisters attended service now. Certain people who went in the sincere hope of seeing Noel only fell off again when she did not appear. After all, she would not have the face, and Gratian was too ashamed, no doubt. It was constantly remarked that the vicar looked very grave and thin, even for him. As the rumours hardened into certainty, the feeling towards him became a curious medley of sympathy and condemnation. There was about the whole business that which English people especially resent. By the very fact of his presence before them every Sunday, and his public ministrations, he was exhibiting to them, as it were, the seamed and blushing face of his daughter's private life, besides affording one long and glaring demonstration of the failure of the Church to guide its flock. If a man could not keep his own daughter in the straight path, whom could he? Resign. The word began to be thought about, but not yet spoken. He'd been there so long, he'd spent so much money on the church and the parish. His gentle, dreamy manner was greatly liked. He was a gentleman, and had helped many people, and through his love of music and vestments had already caused heart-burnings, yet it had given a certain cachet to the church. The women, at any rate, were always glad to know that the church they went to was capable of drawing their fellow women away from other churches. Besides, it was war-time. A moral delinquency which in time of peace would have bulked too large to neglect was now less insistently dwelt on by minds preoccupied by food and air raids. Things, of course, could not go on as they were, but as yet they did go on. The talked about is always the last to hear the talk, and nothing concrete or tangible came Pierson's way. He went about his usual routine without seeming change. And yet there was a change,
secret and creeping. Wounded almost to death himself, he felt as though surrounded by one great wound in others. But it was some weeks before anything occurred to rouse within him the weapon of anger or the protective impulse. And then one day a little swift brutality shook him to the very soul. He was coming home from a long parish round and had turned into the square, when a low voice behind him said, "What price the little bastard?" A cold, sick feeling stifled his very breathing. He gasped and spun round to see two big, loutish boys walking fast away. With swift and stealthy passion he sprang after them, and putting his hands on their two neighbouring shoulders, wrenched them round so that they faced him, with mouths fallen open in alarm. Shaking them with all his force, he said, "How dare you use that word?" His face and voice must have been rather terrible, for the scare in their faces brought him to sudden consciousness of his own violence, and he dropped his hands. In 2 seconds they were at the corner. They stopped there for a second. One of them shouted, "Grandpa!" Then they vanished. He was left with lips and hands quivering, and a feeling that he had not known for years. The weak, white, empty feeling one has after yielding utterly to sudden murderous rage. He crossed over and stood leaning against the garden railings, with the thought, "God forgive me, I could have killed them. I could have killed them." There had been a devil in him. If he'd had something in his hand, he might now have been a murderer. How awful! Only one had spoken, but he could have killed them both. And the word was true, and was in all mouths, all low, common mouths, day after day, of his own daughter's child. The ghastliness of this thought, brought home so utterly, made him writhe and grasp the railings as if he would have bent them. From that day on, a creeping sensation of being rejected of men never left him. The sense of identification with Noel and her tiny outcast became ever more poignant, more real. The desire to protect them ever more passionate, and the feeling that round about them were whispering voices, pointing fingers, and a growing malevolence was ever more sickening. He was beginning, too, to realize the deep and hidden truth, how easily the breath of scandal destroys the influence and sanctity of those endowed therewith by vocation, how invaluable it is to feel untarnished, and how difficult to feel that when others think you tarnished. He tried to be with Noel as much as possible, and in the evenings they sometimes went walks together, without ever talking of what was always in their minds. Between 6 and 8 the girl was giving sittings to Lavendie in the drawing-room, and sometimes Pierson would come there and play to them. He was always possessed now by a sense of the danger Noel ran from companionship with any man. On 3 occasions Jimmy Fort made his appearance after dinner. He had so little to say that it was difficult to understand why he came. But, sharpened by this new dread for his daughter, Pierson noted his eyes always following her. He admires her, he thought, and often he would try his utmost to grasp the character of this man who had lived such a roving life. Can he be the sort of man I would trust Nolly to? He would think. Oh, that I should have to hope like this that some good man would marry her, my little Nolly, a child only the other day. In these sad, painful, lonely weeks, he found a spot of something like refuge in Lila's sitting-room, and would go there often for half an hour when she was back from her hospital. That little black-walled room with its Japanese prints and its flowers soothed him, and Lila soothed him, innocent as he was of any knowledge of her latest aberration, and perhaps conscious that she herself was not too happy. To watch her arranging flowers, singing her little French songs, or to find her beside him listening to his confidences, was the only real pleasure he knew in these days. And Lila, in turn, would watch him and think, "Poor Edward, he's never lived, and never will, now." But sometimes the thought would shoot through her, "Perhaps he's to be envied. He doesn't feel what I feel, anyway. Why did I fall in love again?" They did not speak of Noel as a rule, but one evening she expressed her views roundly. "It was a great mistake to make Noel come back, Edward. It was quixotic. You'll be lucky if real mischief doesn't come of it. She's not a patient character. One day she'll do something rash. And mind you, she'll be much more likely to break out if she sees the world treating you badly than if it happens to herself. I should send her back to the country before she makes bad worse." "I can't do that, Lila. We must live it down together." "Wrong, Edward. You should take things as they are." With a heavy sigh, Pierson answered, "I wish I could see her future. She's so attractive, and her defences are gone. She's lost faith and belief in all that a good woman should be. The day after she came back, she told me she was ashamed of herself, but since, she's not given a sign. She's so proud, my poor little Molly. I see how men admire her, too. Our Belgian friend is painting her. He's a good man, but he finds her beautiful, and who can wonder? And your friend Captain Fort. Fathers are supposed to be blind, but they see very clear sometimes." Lila rose and drew down a blind. "This sun," she says. "Does Jimmy Fort come to you often?" "Oh, no, very seldom, but still, I can see." "You bat, you blunderer," thought Lila. "See, you can't even see this beside you." "I expect he's sorry for her," she said in a queer voice. "Why should he be sorry? He doesn't know." "Oh, yes, he knows. I told him." "You told him?" "Yes," Lila repeated stubbornly, "and he's sorry for her." And even then this monk beside her did not see, and went blundering on. "No, it's not merely that he's sorry. By the way he looks at her, I know I'm not mistaken. I wonder, what do you think, Lila? He's too old for her, but he seems an honourable, kind man." "Oh, a most honourable, kind man." But only by pressing her hand against her lips had she smothered a burst of bitter laughter. He, who saw nothing, could yet notice Fort's eyes when he looked at Noel, and be positive that he was in love with her. How plainly those eyes must speak! Her control gave way. "All this is very interesting," she said, spurning her words like Noel, "considering that he's more than my friend, Edward." It gave her a sort of pleasure to see him wince. These blind bats, she thought, terribly stung that he should so clearly assume her out of the running. Then she was sorry. His face had become so still and wistful. And turning away, she said, "Oh, I shan't break my heart. I'm a good loser. And I'm a good fighter, too. Perhaps I shan't lose." And snapping off a sprig of geranium, she pressed it to her lips. "Forgive me," said Pierson slowly. "I didn't know. I'm stupid. I thought your love for your poor soldiers had left no room for other feelings." Lila uttered a shrill laugh. "What have they had to do with each other? Did you never hear of passion, Edward? Oh, don't look at me like that. Do you think a woman can't feel passion at my age? As much as ever, more than ever, because it's all slipping away." She took her hand from her lips, but a geranium petal was left clinging there like a bloodstain. "What has your life been all these years?" she went on vehemently. "Suppression of passion, nothing else. You monks twist nature up with holy words and try to disguise what the eeriest simpleton can see. Well, I haven't suppressed passion, Edward. That's all." "And are you happier for that?" "I was, and I shall be again." A little smile curled Pierson's lips. "Shall be," he said. "I hope so. It's just two ways of looking at things, Lila." "Oh, Edward, don't be so gentle. I suppose you don't think a person like me can ever really love." He was standing before her with his head down, and a sense that, naive and bat-like as he was, there was something in him she could not reach or understand, made her cry out, "I've not been nice to you. Forgive me, Edward. I'm so unhappy." There was a Greek who used to say, "God is the helping of man by man." It isn't true, but it's beautiful. Goodbye, dear Lila, and don't be sorrowful. She squeezed his hand and turned to the window. She stood there watching his black figure cross the road in the sunshine and pass round the corner by the railings of the church. He walked quickly, very upright. There was something unseeing even about that back view of him. Or was it that he saw another world? She had never lost the mental habits of her orthodox girlhood, and in spite of all impatience recognized his sanctity. When he had disappeared, she went into her bedroom. What he had said, indeed, was no discovery. She had known. Oh, she had known. Why didn't I accept Jimmy's offer? Why didn't I marry him? Is it too late? She thought. Could I? Would he, even now?
But then she started away from her own thought. Marry him, knowing his heart was with this girl? She looked long at her face in the mirror, studying with a fearful interest the little hard lines and markings there beneath their light coating of powder. She examined the cunning touches of colouring matter here and there in her front hair. Were they cunning enough? Did they deceive? They seemed to her suddenly to stare out. She fingered and smoothed the slight looseness and fullness of the skin below her chin. She stretched herself and passed her hands down over her whole form, searching, as it were, for slackness or thickness. And she had the bitter thought, I'm all out, I'm doing all I can. The lines of a little poem Ford had showed her went thrumming through her head. Time, ye old gypsy man, will you not stay? Put up your caravan just for a day? What more could she do? He did not like to see her lips reddened. She had marked his disapprovals, watched him wipe his mouth after a kiss when he thought she couldn't see him. I needn't, she thought. Noel's lips are no redder, really. What has she better than I? Youth, dew on the grass. That didn't last long, but long enough to do her in, as a soldier's men would say. And suddenly she revolted against herself, against Fort, against this chilled and foggy country, felt a fierce nostalgia for African sun and the African flowers, the happy-go-lucky hand-to-mouth existence of those 5 years before the war began. High Constantia grape harvest. How many years ago? 10 years, 11 years. Ah, to have before her those 10 years with him. 10 years in the sun. He would have loved her then, and gone on loving her. And she would not have tired of him, as she had tired of those others. In half an hour, she thought, he'll be here, sit opposite me. I shall see him struggling, forcing himself to seem affectionate. It's too humbling. But I don't care. I want him. She searched her wardrobe for some garment or touch of colour, novelty of any sort, to help her. But she tried them all, those little tricks, was bankrupt. And such a discouraged, heavy mood came on her that she did not even change, but went back in her nurse's dress and lay down on the divan, pretending to sleep, while the maid set out the supper. She lay there moody and motionless, trying to summon courage, feeling that if she showed herself beaten, she was beaten, knowing that she only held him by pity. But when she heard his footstep on the stairs, she swiftly passed her hands over her cheeks, as if to press the blood out of them, and lay absolutely still. She hoped that she was white, and indeed she was, with finger marks under the eyes, for she had suffered greatly this last hour. Through her lashes she saw him halt and look at her in surprise. Asleep or ill, which? She did not move. She wanted to watch him. He tiptoed across the room and stood looking down at her. There was a furrow between his eyes. Ah, she thought, it would suit you if I were dead, my kind friend. He bent a little towards her, and she wondered suddenly whether she looked graceful lying there, sorry now that she had not changed her dress. She saw him shrug his shoulders ever so faintly with a puzzled little movement. He had not seen that she was shamming. How nice his face was, not mean, secret, callous. She opened her eyes, which against her will had in them the despair she was feeling. He went on his knees, and lifting her hand to his lips, hid them with it. Jimmy, she said gently, I'm an awful bore to you. Poor Jimmy. No, don't pretend. I know what I know. Oh, God, what am I saying? She thought. It's fatal, fatal. I ought never. And drawing his head to her, she put it to her heart. Then, instinctively aware that this moment had been pressed to its uttermost, she scrambled up, kissed his forehead, stretched herself, and laughed. I was asleep, dreaming you loved me. Wasn't it funny? Come along, there are oysters for the last time this season. All that evening, as if both knew they had been looking over a precipice, they seemed to be treading warily, desperately anxious not to rouse emotion in each other, or touch on things which must bring a scene. And Lila talked incessantly of Africa. Don't you long for the sun, Jimmy? Couldn't you go? Oh, why doesn't this wretched war end? All that we've got here at home, every scrap of wealth and comfort and age and art and music, I'd give it all for the light and the sun out there, wouldn't you? And Fort said he would,
knowing well of one thing which he would not give, and she knew that as well as he. They were both gayer than they had been for a long time, so that when he had gone, she fell back once more onto the divan, and burying her face in a cushion, wept bitterly. End of Part 3, Chapter 4. Part 3, Chapter 5 of Saint's Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 5. 1. It was not quite disillusionment that Pierson felt while he walked away. Perhaps he had not really believed in Lila's regeneration. It was more an acute discomfort, an increasing loneliness. A soft and restful spot was now denied him. A certain warmth and allurement had gone out of his life. He had not even the feeling that it was his duty to try and save Lila by persuading her to marry Fort. He had always been too sensitive, too much, as it were, of a gentleman, for the robuster sort of evangelism. Such delicacy had been a stumbling block to him all through professional life. In the 8 years when his wife was with him, all had been more certain, more direct and simple, with the help of her sympathy, judgment, and companionship. At her death a sort of mist had gathered in his soul. No one had ever spoken plainly to him. To a clergyman, who does? No one had told him in so many words that he should have married again, that to stay unmarried was bad for him, physically and spiritually, fogging and perverting life. Not driving him, indeed, as it drove many, to intolerance and cruelty, but to that half-living dreaminess and the vague, unhappy yearnings which so constantly beset him. All these celibate years he had really only been happy in his music, or in far-away country places, taking strong exercise and losing himself in the beauties of nature. And since the war began, he had only once, for those 3 days at Kestrel, been out of London. He walked home, going over in his mind very anxiously all the evidence he had of Fort's feeling for Noel. How many times had he been to them since she came back? Only 3 times, 3 evening visits, and he had not been alone with her a single minute. Before this calamity befell his daughter, he would never have observed anything in Fort's demeanour. But in his new watchfulness he had seen the almost reverential way he looked at her, noticed the extra softness of his voice when he spoke to her, and once a look of sudden pain, a sort of dulling of his whole self, when Noel had got up and gone out of the room. And the girl herself? Twice he had surprised her gazing at Fort when he was not looking, with a sort of brooding interest. He remembered how, as a little girl, she would watch her grown up, and then suddenly one day attach herself to him, and be quite devoted. Yes, he must warn her, before she could possibly become entangled. In his fastidious chastity, the opinion he had held of Fort was suddenly lowered. He, already a free thinker, was now revealed as a free liver. Poor little Nolly, endangered again already. Every man a kind of wolf, waiting to pounce on her. He found Lavandie and Noel in the drawing-room, standing before the portrait which was nearing completion. He looked at it for a long minute, and turned away. "Don't you think it's like me, Daddy?" "It's like you, but it hurts me. I can't tell why." He saw the smile of a painter whose picture has been criticised come on Lavandie's face. "It is perhaps the colouring which does not please you, monsieur?" No, deeper, the expression. What is she waiting for?" The defensive smile died on Lavandie's lips. "It is as I see her, monsieur le curé." Pierson turned again to the picture and suddenly covered his eyes. "She looks fey," he said, and went out of the room. Lavandie and Noel remained staring at the picture. "Fey? What does that mean, mademoiselle? Possessed, or something?" And they continued to stare at the picture, till Lavandie said, "I think there is still a little too much light on that ear." The same evening, at bedtime, Pierson called Noel back. "Nolly, I want you to know something. In all but the name, Captain Fort is a married man." He saw her flush, and felt his own face darkening with colour. She said calmly, "I know, to Lila." "Do you mean she has told you?" Noel shook her head. "Then how?" "I guess, Daddy. Don't treat me as a child any more. What's the use now?" He sat down in the chair before the hearth and covered his face with his hands. By the quivering of those hands and the movement of his shoulders, she could tell that he was stifling emotion, perhaps even crying.
and sinking down on her knees, she pressed his hands and face to her, murmuring, "Oh, Daddy dear! Oh, Daddy dear!" He put his arms round her, and they sat a long time with their cheeks pressed together, not speaking a word. End of Part 3, Chapter 5. Part 3, Chapter 6 of Saint's Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 6. 1. The day after that silent outburst of emotion in the drawing-room was a Sunday, and, obeying the longing awakened overnight to be as good as she could to her father, Noel said to him, "Would you like me to come to church?" "Of course, Nolly." How could he have answered otherwise? To him church was the home of comfort and absolution, where people must bring their sins and troubles, a haven of sinners, the fount of charity, of forgiveness and love. Not to have believed that, after all these years, would have been to deny all his usefulness in life, and to cast a slur on the house of God. And so Noel walked there with him, for Gratian had gone down to George for the week-end. She slipped quietly up the side aisle to their empty pew under the pulpit. Never turning her eyes from the chancel, she remained unconscious of the stir her presence made during that hour and 20 minutes. Behind her the dumb currents of wonder, disapproval, and resentment ran a stealthy course. On her all eyes were fixed sooner or later, and every mind became the playground of judgments. From every soul, kneeling, standing, or sitting, while the voice of the service droned, sang, or spoke, a kind of glare radiated onto that one small devoted head, which seemed so ludicrously devout. She disturbed their devotions, this girl who had betrayed her father, her faith, her class. She ought to repent, of course, and church was the right place. Yet there was something brazen in her repenting there before their very eyes. She was too palpable a flaw in the crystal of the church's authority, too visible a rent in the raiment of their priest. Her figure focused all the uneasy amazement and heart-searchings of these last weeks. Mothers quivered with the knowledge that their daughters could see her, wives with the idea that their husbands were seeing her. Men experienced sensations varying from condemnation to a sort of covetousness. Young folk wondered and felt inclined to giggle. Old maids could hardly bear to look. Here and there a man or woman who had seen life face to face was simply sorry. The consciousness of all who knew her personally was at stretch how to behave if they came within reach of her in going out. For there were only half a dozen would actually rub shoulders with her. All knew that they might be, and many felt it their duty to be, of that half-dozen, so as to establish their attitude once for all. It was in fact too severe a test for human nature and the feelings which church ought to arouse. The stillness of that young figure, the impossibility of seeing her face and judging of her state of mind thereby, finally a faint lurking shame that they should be so intrigued and disturbed by something which had to do with sex in this house of worship, all combined to produce in every mind that herd feeling of defence which so soon becomes offensive. And half unconscious, half aware of it all, Noel stood and sat and knelt. Once or twice she saw her father's eyes fixed on her, and still in the glow of last night's pity and remorse felt a kind of worship for his thin, grave face. But for the most part her own wore the expression Lavandie had translated to his canvas, the look of one ever waiting for the extreme moments of life, for those few and fleeting poignancies which existence holds for the human heart. A look neither hungry nor dissatisfied, but dreamy and expectant, which might blaze into warmth and depth at any moment, and then go back to its dream. When the last notes of the organ died away, she continued to sit very still, without looking round. There was no second service, and the congregation melted out behind her, and had dispersed into the streets and squares long before she came forth. After hesitating whether or not to go to the vestry door, she turned away and walked home alone. It was this deliberate evasion of all contact which probably clenched the business. The absence of vent of any escape pipe for the feelings is always dangerous. They felt cheated. If Noel had come out amongst all those whose devotions her presence had disturbed, if in that exit some had shown and others had witnessed, one knows not what, of a manifest ostracism, the outraged sense of social decency might have been appeased, and sleeping dogs allowed to lie, for we soon get used to things. And after all, the war took precedence in every mind, even over social decency. But none of this had occurred, and a sense that Sunday after Sunday the same little outrage would happen to them moved more than a dozen quite unrelated persons, and caused the posting that evening of as many letters, signed and unsigned, to a certain quarter. London is no place for parish conspiracy, and a situation which in the country would have provoked meetings, more or less public, and possibly a resolution, could perhaps only thus be dealt with. Besides, in certain folk there is ever a mysterious itch to write an unsigned letter. A missive satisfies some obscure sense of justice, some uncontrollable longing to get even with those who have hurt or disturbed them, without affording the offenders chance for further hurt or disturbance. Letters which are posted often reach their destination. On Wednesday morning Pierson was sitting in his study at the hour devoted to the calls of his parishioners, when the maid announced, "Canon Rushbourne, sir," and he saw before him an old college friend whom he had met but seldom in recent years. His visitor was a short, grey-haired man of rather portly figure, whose round, rosy, good-humoured face had a look of sober goodness, and whose light blue eyes shone a little. He grasped Pierson's hand, and said in a voice to whose natural heavy resonance professional duty had added a certain unction, "My dear Edward, how many years is it since we met? Do you remember dear old Blakeway? I saw him only yesterday. He's just the same. I'm delighted to see you again." And he laughed, a little soft, nervous laugh. Then for a few moments he talked of the war and old college days, and Pierson looked at him and thought, "What has he come for?" "You've something to say to me, Alec," he said at last. Canon Rushbourne leaned forward in his chair and answered with evident effort, "Yes, I wanted to have a little talk with you, Edward. I hope you won't mind. I do hope you won't." "Why should I mind?" Canon Rushbourne's eyes shone more than ever. There was real friendliness in his face. "I know you've every right to say to me, 'Mind your own business,' but I made up my mind to come as a friend, hoping to save you from—" he stammered, and began again. "I think you ought to know of the feeling in your parish that your position is very delicate. Without breach of confidence, I may tell you that letters have been sent to headquarters. You can imagine, perhaps, what I mean. Do believe, my dear friend, that I am actuated by my old affection for you. Nothing else, I do assure you." In the silence his breathing could be heard, as of a man a little touched with asthma, while he continually smoothed his thick black knees, his whole face radiating an anxious kindliness. The sun shone brightly on those two black figures, so very different, and drew out of their well-worn garments the faint, latent green mossiness which underlies the clothes of clergymen. At last Pierson said, "Thank you, Alec. I understand." The canon uttered a resounding sigh. "You don't realize how very easily people misinterpret her being here with you. It seems to them a kind of challenge. They were bound, I think, to feel that, and I'm afraid, in consequence—" He stopped, moved by the fact that Pierson had closed his eyes. "I am to choose, you mean, between my daughter and my parish?" The canon seemed, with a stammer of words, to try and blunt the edge of that clear question. My visit is quite informal, my dear fellow. I can't say at all. But there is evidently much feeling. That is what I wanted you to know. You haven't quite seen, I think, that—" Pierson raised his hand. "I can't talk of this." The canon rose. "Believe me, Edward, I sympathize deeply. I felt I had to warn you." He held out his hand. "Good-bye, my dear friend. Do forgive me." And he went out. In the hall an adventure befell him so plump and awkward that he could barely recite it to Mrs. Rushbourne that night. "Coming out from my poor friend," he said, "I ran into a baby's perambulator, and that young mother, whom I remember as a little thing." He held his hand at the level of his thigh, arranging for it for going out. It startled me, and I fear I asked quite foolishly, "Is it a boy?" The poor young thing looked up at me. She has very large eyes, quite beautiful, strange eyes. "Have you been speaking to Daddy about me?" "My dear young lady," I said, "I'm such an old friend, you see, you must forgive me." And then she said, "Are you going to ask him to resign?" "That depends on you," I said. Why do I say these things, Charlotte? I ought simply to have held my tongue. Poor young thing, so very young, and the little baby. "She has brought it on herself, Alec," Mrs. Rushbourne replied. End of Part 3. Chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 7 of Saints' Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 7. 1. The moment his visitor had vanished, Pierson paced up and down the study, with anger rising in his heart. His daughter or his parish? The old saw, an Englishman's house is his castle, was being attacked within him. Must he not then harbour his own daughter, and help her by candid atonement to regain her inward strength and peace? Was he not thereby acting as a true Christian, in by far the hardest course he and she could pursue? To go back on that decision and imperil his daughter's spirit, or else resign his parish. The alternatives were brutal. This was the centre of his world, the only spot where so lonely a man could hope to feel even the semblance of home. 1,000 little threads tethered him to his church, his parishioners, and this house. For to live on here if he gave up his church was out of the question. But his chief feeling was bewildered anger that for doing what seemed to him his duty, he should be attacked by his parishioners. A passion of desire to know what they really thought and felt, these parishioners of his whom he had befriended and for whom he had worked so long, beset him now, and he went out. But the absurdity of his quest struck him before he had gone the length of the square. One could not go up to people and say, "Stand and deliver me your inmost judgments." And suddenly he was aware of how far away he really was from them. Through all his ministrations had he ever come to know their hearts? And now, in this dire necessity for knowledge, there seemed no way of getting it. He went at random into a stationer's shop. The shopman sang bass in his choir. They had met Sunday after Sunday for the last 7 years. But when, with this itch for intimate knowledge on him, he saw the man behind the counter, it was as if he were looking on him for the first time. The Russian proverb, "The heart of another is a dark forest," gashed into his mind, while he said, "Well, Hodson, what news of your son?" "Nothing more, Mr. Pierson, thank you, sir. Nothing more at present." And it seemed to Pierson, gazing at the man's face, clothed in a short grizzling beard, cut rather like his own, that he must be thinking, "Sir, but what news of your daughter?" No one would ever tell him to his face what he was thinking. And buying 2 pencils, he went out. On the other side of the road was a bird fancier's shop, kept by a woman whose husband had been taken for the army. She was not friendly towards him, for it was known to her that he had expostulated with her husband for keeping larks and other wild birds. And quite deliberately he crossed the road and stood looking in at the window, with the morbid hope that from this unfriendly one he might hear truth. She was in her shop and came to the door. "Have you any news of your husband, Mrs. Cherry?" "No, Mr. Pierson, no, I've not. Not this week." "He hasn't gone out yet?" "No, Mr. Pierson, he has not." There was no expression on her face. Perfectly blank it was. Pierson had a mad longing to say, "For God's sake, woman, speak up what's in your mind. Tell me what you think of me and my daughter. Never mind my cloth." But he could no more say it than the woman could tell him what was in her mind. And with a "good morning," he passed on. No man or woman would tell him anything, unless perhaps they were drunk. He came to a public house, and for a moment even hesitated before it, but the thought of insult aimed at Noel stopped him, and he passed that too. And then reality made itself known to him. Though he had come out to hear what they were thinking, he did not really want to hear it, could not endure it if he did. He had been too long immune from criticism, too long in the position of one who may tell others what he thinks of them. And, standing there in the crowded street, he was attacked by that longing for the country which had always come on him when he was hard-pressed. He looked at his memoranda. By stupendous luck it was almost a blank day. An omnibus passed close by which would take him far out. He climbed onto it and travelled as far as Hendon, then, getting down, set forth on foot. It was bright and hot, and the May blossom in full foam. He walked fast and on the perfectly straight road till he came to the top of Elstree Hill. There for a few moments he stood gazing at the school chapel, the cricket field, the wide land beyond. All was very quiet, for it was lunch-time. A horse was tethered there, and a strolling cat, as though struck by the tall black incongruity of his figure, paused in her progress, then, slithering under the wicket-gate, arched her back and rubbed herself against his leg, crinkling and waving the tip of her tail. Pierson bent down and stroked the creature's head, but uttering a faint meow, the cat stepped daintily across the road. Pierson too stepped on past the village and down over the stile into a field path. At the edge of the young clover, under a bank of hawthorn, he lay down on his back, with his hat beside him and his arms crossed over his chest, like the effigy of some crusader one may see carved on an old tomb. Though he lay quiet as that old night, his eyes were not closed, but fixed on the blue, where a lark was singing. Its song refreshed his spirit, its passionate light-heartedness stirred all the love of beauty in him, awoke revolt against a world so murderous and uncharitable. Oh, to pass up with that song into a land of bright spirits, which was nothing ugly, hard, merciless, and the gentle face of the Saviour radiated everlasting love. The scent of the mayflowers, borne down by the sunshine, drenched his senses. He closed his eyes, and at once, as if resenting that momentary escape, his mind resumed debate with startling intensity. This matter went to the very wellsprings, had a terrible and secret significance. If to act as conscience bade him rendered him unfit to keep his parish, all was built on sand, had no deep reality, was but rooted in convention. Charity, and the forgiveness of sins honestly atoned for, what became of them? Either he was wrong to espouse straightforward confession and atonement for her, or they were wrong in chasing him from that espousal. There could be no making those extremes to meet. But if he were wrong, having done the hardest thing already, where could he turn? His church stood bankrupt of ideals. He felt as if pushed over the edge of the world, with feet on space and head in some blinding cloud. I cannot have been wrong, he thought. Any other course was so much easier. I sacrificed my pride, and my poor girl's pride. I would have loved to let her run away. If for this we are to be stoned and cast forth, what living force is there in the religion I have loved? What does it all come to? Have I served a sham? I cannot and will not believe it. Something is wrong with me. Something is wrong, but where? What? He rolled over, lay on his face, and prayed. He prayed for guidance and deliverance from the gusts of anger which kept sweeping over him, even more from relief from the feeling of personal outrage and the unfairness of this thing. He had striven to be loyal to what he thought right, had sacrificed all his sensitiveness, all his secret fastidious pride in his child and himself. For that he was to be thrown out? Whether through prayer or in the scent and feel of the clever, he found presently a certain rest. Away in the distance he could see the spire of Harrow Church. The church. No, she was not, could not be at fault. The fault was in himself. I am unpractical, he thought. It is so, I know. Agnes used to say so. Bob and Thurza think so. They all think me unpractical and dreamy. Is it a sin, I wonder? There were lambs in the next field. He watched their gambollings, and his heart relaxed. Brushing the clover dust off his black clothes, he began to retrace his steps. The boys were playing cricket now, and he stood a few minutes watching them. He had not seen cricket played since the war began. It seemed almost otherworldly, with the click of the bats and the shrill young voices under the distant drone of that sky-hornet threshing along to Hendon. A boy made a good leg hit. "Well played," he called. Then, suddenly conscious of his own incongruity and strangeness in that green spot, he turned away on the road back to London. To resign, to await events, to send Noel away. Of those three courses, the last alone seemed impossible. Am I really so far from them, he thought, that they can wish me to go for this? If so, I'd better go. It will be just another failure. But I won't believe it yet. I can't believe it. The heat was sweltering, and he became very tired before at last he reached his omnibus and could sit with the breeze cooling his hot face. He did not reach home till 6, having eaten nothing since breakfast. Intending to have a bath and lie down till dinner, he went upstairs. Unwonted silence reigned. He tapped on the nursery door. It was deserted. He passed through to Noel's room, but that too was empty. The wardrobe stood open as if it had been hastily ransacked, and her dressing-table was bare. In alarm he went to the bell and pulled it sharply. The old-fashioned ring of it jingled out far below. The parlour-maid came up. "Where are Miss Noel and nurse, Susan?"
"I didn't know you were in, sir. Miss Noel left me this note to give you.
Pierson stopped her with his hand. "Thank you, Susan. Get me some tea, please." With the note unopened in his hand, he waited till she was gone. His head was going round, and he sat down on the side of Noel's bed to read. "Darling Daddy, the man who came this morning told me of what is going to happen. I simply won't have it. I'm sending nurse and baby down to Kestrel at once, and going to Lila's for the night, until I've made up my mind what to do. I knew it was a mistake, my coming back. I don't care what happens to me, but I won't have you hurt. I think it's hateful of people to try and injure you for my fault. I've had to borrow money from Susan, £6. Oh, Daddy dear, forgive me. Your loving Nolly." He read it with unutterable relief. At all events, he knew where she was. Poor, wilful, rushing, loving-hearted child, knew where she was and could get at her. After his bath and some tea, he would go to Lila's and bring her back. Poor little Nolly, thinking that by just leaving his house she could settle this deep matter. He did not hurry, feeling decidedly exhausted, and it was nearly 8 before he set out, leaving a message for Gratian, who did not as a rule come in from her hospital till past 9. The day was still glowing, and now in the cool of evening his refreshed senses soaked up its beauty. God has so made this world, he thought, that no matter what our struggles and sufferings, it's ever a joy to live when the sun shines, or the moon is bright, or the night starry. Even we cannot spoil it. In Regent's Park the lilacs and laburnums were still in bloom, though June had come, and he gazed at them in passing as a lover might at his lady. His conscience pricked him suddenly. Mrs. Mitchell and the dark-eyed girl she had brought to him on New Year's Eve, the very night he had learned of his own daughter's tragedy, had he ever thought of them since? How had that poor girl fared? He had been too impatient of her impenetrable mood. What did he know of the hearts of others when he did not even know his own, could not rule his feelings of anger and revolt, had not guided his own daughter into the waters of safety? And Lila, had he not been too censorious in thought? How powerful, how strange was this instinct of sex, which hovered and swooped on lives, seized them, bore them away, then dropped them exhausted and defenceless. Some munition wagons, painted a dull grey, lumbered past, driven by sunburned youths in drab. Life force, death force, was it all one? The great unknowable momentum from which there was but the one escape in the arms of their heavenly Father. Blake's little old stanzas came into his mind. And we are put on earth a little space, that we may learn to hear the beams of love, and these black bodies and this sunburnt face are but a cloud and like a shady grove. For when our souls have learned the heat to bear, the clouds will vanish, we shall hear his voice, saying, "Come out from the grove, my love and care, and round my golden tent like lambs rejoice." Learned the heat to bear. Those lambs he had watched in the field that afternoon, their sudden little leaps and rushes, their funny quivering, wriggling tails, their tiny nuzzling black snouts. What little miracles of careless joy among the meadow flowers! Lambs and flowers and sunlight. Famine, lust, and the great grey guns. A maze, a wilderness, and but for faith, what issue, what path for man to take which did not keep him wandering hopeless in its thicket? God preserve our faith in love, in charity, and the life to come, he thought. And a blind man with a dog to whose neck was tied a little deep dish for pennies ground a hurdy-gurdy as he passed. Pierson put a shilling in the dish. The man stopped playing. His whitish eyes looked up. "Thank you kindly, sir. I'll go home now. Come on, Dick." He tapped his way round the corner with his dog straining in front. A blackbird hidden among the blossoms of an acacia burst into evening song, and another great grey munition wagon rumbled out through the park gate. 2. The church clock was striking 9 when he reached Lila's flat, went up and knocked. Sounds from a piano ceased. The door was opened by Noel.
She recoiled when she saw who it was and said, "Why did you come, Daddy? It was much better not." "Are you alone here?" "Yes, Lila gave me her key. She has to be at the hospital till 10 tonight." "You must come home with me, my dear." Noel closed the piano and sat down on the divan. Her face had the same expression as when he had told her that she could not marry Cyril Morland. "Come, Nolly," he said, "don't be unreasonable. We must see this through together." "No." "My dear, that's childish. Do you think the mere accident of your being or not being at home can affect my decision as to what my duty is?" "Yes, it's my being there that matters. Those people don't care so long as it isn't an open scandal." "Nolly." "But it is so, Daddy. Of course it's so, and you know it. If I'm away, they'll just pity you for having a bad daughter. And quite right, too. I am a bad daughter." Pierson smiled. "Just like when you were tiny. I wish I were a tiny again, or 10 years older. It's this half-age. But I'm not coming back with you, Daddy, so it's no good." Pierson sat down beside her. "I've been thinking this over all day," he said quietly. "Perhaps in my pride I made a mistake when I first knew of your trouble. Perhaps I ought to have accepted the consequences of my failure then, and have given up and taken you away at once. After all, if a man is not fit to have the care of souls, he should have the grace to know it." "But you are fit," cried Noel passionately. "Daddy, you are fit." "I'm afraid not. There is something wanting in me. I don't know exactly what, but something very wanting." "There isn't it. It's only that you're too good. That's why." Pierson shook his head. "Don't, Nolly." "I will," cried Noel. "You're too gentle, and you're too good. You're charitable, and you're simple, and you believe in another world. That's what's the matter with you, Daddy. Do you think they do, those people who wanted to chase us out? They don't even begin to believe. Whatever they say or think. I hate them, and sometimes I hate the church. Either it's hard and narrow, or else it's worldly." She stopped at the expression on her father's face, the most strange look of pain and horror, as if an unspoken treachery of his own had been dragged forth for his inspection. "You're talking wildly," he said, but his lips were trembling. "You mustn't say things like that. They're blasphemous and wicked." Noel bit her lips, sitting very stiff and still against a high blue cushion. Then she burst out again. "You've slaved for those people years and years, and you've had no pleasure, and you've had no love, and they wouldn't care that if you broke your heart. They don't care for anything, so long as it all seems proper. Daddy, if you let them hurt you, I won't forgive you." "And what if you hurt me now, Nolly?" Noel pressed his hand against her warm cheek. Oh, no, don't I won't. Not again. I've done that already." "Very well, my dear. Then come home with me, and we'll see what's best to be done. It can't be settled by running away." Noel dropped his hand. "No. Twice I've done what you wanted, and it's been a mistake. If I hadn't gone to church on Sunday to please you, perhaps it would never have come to this. You don't see things, Daddy. I could tell, though I was sitting right in front. I knew what their faces were like and what they were thinking." "One must do right, Nolly, and not mind." "Yes, but what is right? It's not right for me to hurt you, and I'm not going to." Pierson understood all at once that it was useless to try and move her. "What are you going to do, then?" "I suppose I shall go to Kestrel tomorrow. Auntie will have me, I know. I shall talk to Lila." "Whatever you do, promise to let me know." Noel nodded. "Daddy, you look awfully tired. I'm going to give you some medicine." She went to a little three-cornered cupboard and bent down. Medicine? The medicine he wanted was not for the body. Knowledge of what his duty was, that alone could heal him. The loud popping of a cork roused him. "What are you doing, Nolly?" Noel rose with a flushed face, holding in one hand a glass of champagne, in the other a biscuit. "You're to take this, and I'm going to have some myself." "My dear," said Pierson, bewildered, "it's not yours." "Drink it. Daddy, don't you know that Lila would never forgive me if I let you go home looking like that? Besides, she told me I was to eat. Drink it. You can send her a nice present. Drink it." And she stamped her foot. Pierson took the glass and sat there nibbling and sipping. It was nice, very.
He had not quite realized how much he needed food and drink. Noel returned from the cupboard a second time. She too had a glass and a biscuit. "There, you look better already. Now you're to go home at once, in a cab if you can get one, and tell Gratian to make you feed up, or you won't have a body at all. You can't do your duty if you haven't one, you know." Pierson smiled and finished the champagne. Noel took the glass from him. "You're my child tonight, and I'm going to send you to bed. Don't worry, Daddy. It'll all come right." And taking his arm, she went downstairs with him and blew him a kiss from the doorway. He walked away in a sort of dream. Daylight was not quite gone, but the moon was up, just past its full, and the searchlights had begun their nightly wanderings. It was a sky of ghosts and shadows, fitting to the thought which came to him. The finger of Providence was in all this, perhaps. Why should he not go out to France? At last, why not? Some better man who understood men's hearts, who knew the world would take his place, and he could go where death made all things simple, and he could not fail. He walked faster and faster, full of an intoxicating relief. Thurzer and Gratian would take care of Nolly far better than he. Yes, surely it was ordained. Moonlight had the town now, and all was steel blue, the very air steel blue, a dream city of marvellous beauty through which he passed exalted. Soon he would be where that poor boy and a million others had given their lives, with the mud and the shells and the scarred grey ground and the jagged trees, where Christ was daily crucified, there where he had so often longed to be these 3 years past. It was ordained. And two women whom he met looked at each other when he had gone by, and those words, the blighted crow, which they had been about to speak, died on their lips. End of Part 3, Chapter 7. Part 3, Chapter 8 of Saint's Progress by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 3, Chapter 8. Noel felt light-hearted too, as if she had won a victory. She found some potted meat, spread it on another biscuit, ate it greedily, and finished the pint bottle of champagne. Then she hunted for the cigarettes, and sat down at the piano. She played old tunes. There is a tavern in the town. Once I loved a maiden fair, mowing the barley, Clementine, Lowlands, and sang to them such words as she remembered. There was a delicious running in her veins, and once she got up and danced. She was kneeling at the window, looking out, when she heard the door open, and without getting up, cried out, "Isn't it a gorgeous night? I've had Daddy here. I gave him some of your champagne and drank the rest." Then was conscious of a figure far too tall for Lila, and a man's voice saying, "I'm awfully sorry, it's only I, Jimmy Fort." Noel scrambled up. "Lila isn't in, but she will be directly. It's past 10. He was standing stock still in the middle of the room. "Won't you sit down? Oh, and won't you have a cigarette?" "Thanks." By the flash of his briquette she saw his face clearly. The look on it filled her with a sort of malicious glee. "I'm going now," she said. "Would you mind telling Lila that I found I couldn't stop?" She made towards the divan to get her hat. When she put it on, she found him standing just in front of her. "Noel, if you don't mind me calling you that." "Not a bit." "Don't go. I'm going myself." "Oh, no, not for worlds." She tried to slip past, but he took hold of her wrist. "Please, just 1 minute." Noel stayed motionless, looking at him while his hand still held her wrist. He said quietly, "Do you mind telling me why you came here?" "Oh, just to see Lila." "Things have come to a head at home, haven't they?" Noel shrugged her shoulders. "You came for refuge, didn't you?" "From whom?" "Don't be angry. From the need of hurting your father." She nodded. "I knew it would come to that. What are you going to do?" "Enjoy myself." She was saying something fatuous, yet she meant it. "That's absurd. Don't be angry. You're quite right. Only you must begin at the right end, mustn't you? Sit down." Noel tried to free her wrist. "No, sit down, please." Noel sat down, but as he loosed her wrist, she laughed. This was where he sat with Lila, where they would sit when she was gone. "It's awfully funny, isn't it?" she said. "Funny?" he muttered savagely. "Most things are in this funny world." The sound of a taxi stopping not far off had come to her ears, and she gathered her feet under her, planting them firmly. If she sprang up, could she slip by him before he caught her arm again and get that taxi? "If I go now," he said, "will you promise me to stop till you've seen Lila?" "No." "That's foolish. Come, promise." Noel shook her head. She felt a perverse pleasure at his embarrassment. "Lila's lucky, isn't she? No children, no husband, no father, no anything. Lovely." She saw his arm go up as if to ward off a blow. "Poor Lila," he said. "Why are you sorry for her? She has freedom, and she has you." She knew it would hurt, but she wanted to hurt him. "You needn't envy her for that." He had just spoken when Noel saw a figure over by the door. She jumped up and said breathlessly, "Oh, here you are, Lila. Father's been here, and we've had some of your champagne." "Capital. You're in the dark." Noel felt the blood rush into her cheeks. The light leaped up, and Lila came forward. She looked extremely pale, calm, and self-contained in her nurse's dress. Her full lips were tightly pressed together, but Noel could see her breast heaving violently. A turmoil of shame and wounded pride began raging in the girl. Why had she not flown long ago? Why had she let herself be trapped like this? Lila would think she'd been making up to him. Horrible, disgusting. Why didn't someone speak? Then Lila said, "I didn't expect you, Jimmy. I'm glad you haven't been dull. Noel is staying here tonight. Give me a cigarette. Sit down, both of you. I'm awfully tired." She sank into a chair, leaning back with her knees crossed, and at that moment Noel admired her. She'd said it beautifully. She looked so calm. Fort was lighting her cigarette. His hand was shaking, his face all sorry and mortified. "Give Noel one too, and draw the curtains, Jimmy. Quick, not that it makes any difference. It's as light as day. Sit down, dear." But Noel remained standing. "What have you been talking of? Love and Chinese lanterns, or only me?" At those words, Fort, who was drawing the last curtain, turned round. His tall figure was poised awkwardly against the wall. His face, unsuited to diplomacy, had a look as of flesh being beaten. If wheels had started up across it, Noel would not have been surprised. He said, with painful slowness, "I don't exactly know. We had hardly begun, had we?" "The night is young," said Lila. "Go on while I just take off my things." She rose, with the cigarette between her lips, and went into the inner room. In passing, she gave Noel a look. What there was in that look, the girl could never make clear even to herself. Perhaps a creature shot would gaze like that, with a sort of profound and distant questioning, reproach and anger, with a sort of pride and the quiver of death. As the door closed, Fort came right across the room. "Go to her," cried Noel. "She wants you. Can't you see she wants you?" And before he could move, she was at the door. She flew downstairs and out into the moonlight. The taxi, a little way off, was just beginning to move away. She ran towards it, calling out, "Anywhere, Piccadilly!" and, jumping in, blotted herself against the cushions in the far corner. She did not come to herself, as it were, for several minutes, and then, feeling she could no longer bear the cab, stopped it and got out. Where was she? Bond Street. She began idly wandering down its narrow length, the fullest street by day, the emptiest by night. Oh, it had been horrible! Nothing said by any of them, nothing, and yet everything dragged out, of him, of Lila, of herself. She seemed to have no pride or decency left, as if she had been caught stealing. All her happy exhilaration was gone, leaving a miserable recklessness. Nothing she did was right, nothing turned out well, so what did it all matter? The moonlight flooding down between the tall houses gave her a peculiar heady feeling. Fay, her father had called her. She laughed. "But I'm not going home," she thought. Bored with the street's length, she turned off and was suddenly in Hanover Square. There was the church, grey-white, where she had been bridesmaid to her second cousin when she was 15. She seemed to see it all again, her frock, the lilies in her hand, the surplices of the choir, the bride's dress, all moonlight-coloured and unreal. "I wonder what's become of her," she thought. "He's dead, I expect, like Cyril." She saw her father's face as if he was marrying them, heard his voice, "For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death do you part." And the moonlight on the church seemed to shift and quiver, Some pigeons perhaps had been disturbed up there. Then instead of that wedding vision, she saw Monsieur Barra sitting on his chair, gazing at the floor, and Chica nursing her doll. "All mad, mademoiselle, a little mad. Millions of men with white souls, but all a little tiny bit mad, you know." Then Lila's face came before her, with that look in her eyes. She felt again the hot clasp of Fort's fingers on her wrist, and walked on, rubbing it with the other hand. She turned into Regent Street. The white curve of the quadrant swept into a sky of unreal blue, and the orange-shaded lamps merely added to the unreality. "Love and Chinese lanterns, I should like some coffee," she thought suddenly. She was quite close to the place where Lavandie had taken her. Should she go in there? Why not? She must go somewhere. She turned into the revolving cage of glass, but no sooner was she imprisoned there than in a flash Lavandie's face of disgust, and the red-lipped women, the green stuff that smelled of peppermint, came back, filling her with a rush of dismay. She made the full circle in the revolving cage, and came out into the street again with a laugh. A tall young man in khaki stood there. "Hello," he said. "Come in and dance." She started, recoiled from him, and began to walk away as fast as ever she could. She passed a woman whose eyes seemed to scorch her, a woman like a swift vision of ruin with those eyes, and thickly powdered cheeks, and loose red mouth. Noel shuddered and fled along, feeling that her only safety lay in speed. But she could not walk about all night. There would be no train for Kestrel till the morning. Did she really want to go there and eat her heart out? Suddenly she thought of George. Why should she not go down to him? He would know what was best for her to do. At the foot of the steps below the Waterloo column she stood still. All was quiet there and empty. The great buildings whitened, the trees blurred and blue, and sweeter air was coming across their flowering tops. The queer, fey, moony sensation was still with her, so that she felt small and light, as if she could have floated through a ring. Faint rims of light showed round the windows of the Admiralty. The war. However lovely the night, however sweet the lilac smelt, that never stopped. She turned away and passed out under the arch, making for the station. The train of the wounded had just come in, and she stood in the cheering crowd watching the ambulances run out. Tears of excited emotion filled her eyes and trickled down. Steady, smooth, grey, one after the other they came gliding, with a little burst of cheers greeting each one. All were gone now, and she could pass in. She went to the buffet and got a large cup of coffee and a bun. Then, having noted the time of her early morning train, she sought the ladies' waiting room, and sitting down in a corner took out her purse and counted her money. £2.15, enough to go to the hotel if she liked. But without luggage, it was so conspicuous, and she could sleep in this corner all right if she wanted. What did girls do who had no money and no friends to go to? Tucked away in the corner of that empty, heavy, varnished room, she seemed to see the cruelty and hardness of life as she had never before seen it, not even when facing her confinement. How lucky she had been, and was. Everyone was good to her. She had no real want or dangers to face. But for women, yes, and men too, who had no one to fall back on, nothing but their own hands and health and luck, it must be awful. That girl whose eyes had scorched her, perhaps she had no one, nothing. And people who were born ill, and the millions of poor women, like those whom she had gone visiting with Gratian sometimes in the poorer streets of her father's parish. For the first time she seemed to really know and feel the sort of lives they led. And then Lila's face came back to her once more, Lila whom she had robbed. And the worst of it was that, alongside her remorseful sympathy, she felt a sort of satisfaction. She could not help his not loving Lila. She could not help it if he loved herself. And he did. She knew it. To feel that anyone loved her was so comforting, but it was all awful. And she, the cause of it. And yet she had never done or said anything to attract him. No, she could not have helped it. She began to feel drowsy and closed her eyes, and gradually there came on her a cosy sensation, as if she were leaning up against someone with her head tucked in against his shoulder, as she had so often leaned as a child against her father, coming back from some long, darkening drive in Wales or Scotland. She seemed even to feel the wet, soft westerly air on her face and eyelids, and to sniff the scent of a frieze coat, to hear the jog of hoofs and the rolling of the wheels, to feel the closing in of the darkness. Then, so dimly and drowsily, she seemed to know that it was not her father, but someone, then no more at all. End of Part 3, Chapter 8.